So I think many of you have already done science and tech classes, right? Okay, and it was recently covered. So I think I have already done a lot of current affairs and the things which are in news. But then in this session, we are going to sum up some of the things, and it will be based on the current affair that was there in last 1 year, the important topics, right? First of all, we need to understand, like I told you in the class only, that UPSC doesn't ask any news. They don't ask news. News is just indicative. So if something is coming as a news, information, that won't be asked in UPSC, right? If you look into the question paper of last, 4 years, then you will hardly find anything coming from the news itself, right? So there is something called current that we read, and the current has got context, right? So this is important. This is indicative and this become important. From there, they basically make question, right? Because questions are not multiple choice, they are multiple query, right? Multiple query, like I told you, that one question, then 3-4 statements, and then you have to pick the right statements from the question, right? So if this is a format, then obviously the current thing which is news or facts, that become less relevant. Rather the context and concept, right? So context and concept, that become important. And if you have done the science and technology classes, then we have already done the entire thing with the respect of current only, right? You get my point? So a lot of thing has been done, but again I'll go with the kind of revision for you people. And obviously we won't have time to discuss a lot of basic thing into it, but then whatever important is there, that we'll try to cover up. One word of caution, that you should cover the entire syllabus, right? Reality is, I'll tell you the reality. The reality is that in UPSC, guesswork doesn't work, right? No teacher in India can tell you that these are the 100 questions you have to cover up and go and write the examination. If could have been so much easy, then obviously it was not UPSC. So guesswork doesn't work, it's just a concept building that we are going to discuss. Okay. So let's take topic by topic. There is one topic that I discussed in our biotech classes that was called Non-Transgenic Gm Crop, right? So this is new thing which came up, and obviously this is a news which came up. Like when we were discussing in our class, then I told you that this technology has been developed by Indian Agricultural Research Institute, IARI. So they have developed this technology, and this technology was presented before GEAC, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, to accept it, allow it, so that Indian Agriculture Research Institute can use this technology and develop GM crops, right? And this technology was there with the GEAC since last 4 or 5 years, and GEAC didn't pay any attention to that. Then what happened? There was one news. The news was that France claimed that India has exported 500 metric ton of GM rice. Although we don't grow GM rice, we know that. GM rice we don't grow, but then there are one chance that actually happen at the croplands, that farmers are engaged into this field trial, right? Let's say AIRI or any Agriculture Research Institute or any laboratory or GEAC itself, they involve farmers for field trial. And in the field trial, they provide seeds of the GM crop, which is not yet accepted by, normal cultivation. And then the farmers are basically motivated by the benefits of this GM crop, and they basically change the seed. You got my point? So some seed changing is done, and the farmers start illegally cropping it. So there was a rampant, you can say like news of illegal GM crop being grown in India, like Gujarat, Haryana, Punjab, Maharashtra. All these states are basically growing good sum of GM crop which are not being accepted still in India, like HT potato, BT brinjal, GM rice. These are not being accepted, but it is being grown. So that basically that is a lapse, right? Lapse at our own part, lapse at the part of GAC, which is basically the committee which governs the entire issues related to GM crop. And then the France claimed that 500 metric tons of GM rice has been exported by India, and France is close about the GM crop. Rather, we also don't allow GM rice to grow in our crop field. But then it happened. And basically, if such thing happens at international market, then we are going to lose our credibility as an agricultural country or agricultural exporter, right? And then it also shows the weaknesses of the governance and the control of government over the GM crop. Then this news came up. IARI came up with the news, and they basically raised the issue that we are already having something called non-transgenic GM crop technology. And then this GM crop will be accepted by every country that we are basically sending the rice or anything, any grain. Because it will be GM, but it won't be transgenic, non-transgenic GM, right? So that was the news, right? But they won't ask that France was the country or how much metric ton rice has been exported. They won't ask it. There are chances are very bleak that they will ask the news factor of this. Rather, they will explore the entire these things, non-transgenic GM crop. And in the last class, we discussed that IARI is basically putting pressure on GAC to accept it. But recently, just few months back, 1 month back, GAC approved it. So that is another news. That is technology which has been applied by IARI to GAC is now being accepted. And now India will grow some GM crop using this non-transgenic GM crop technology. So this is accepted now, right? Accepted. Now, fine. So this news is not important. What exactly this non-transgenic GM crop is? This non-transgenic GM crop, it is based on a technology called SDN. SDN technology. That is called site directed nucleage. This is basically an enzyme. Right. Site directed nuclease. Now we have to break this word, non-transgenic GM crop. We know that genetically modified. Genetically modified, that means you make any change in genetics, that is called genetic modification. And genetic modification can be of two types from this point of view. One is called transgenic, where basically you would transfer a gene from unrelated species to a particular species, right? Like we all know BT cotton. So Bacillus thuringiensis gene has been transferred to the cotton plant. That is called transgenic, right? But if you don't transfer any gene, rather you just cut a gene out, then it becomes non-transgenic. You get my point? Cutting a gene out, you just modify the genome by cutting a gene out of the rice, and then just because of removal of a gene, some trait will be, suppressed, some new trait will come up, and then this will be non-transgenic because there is no transfer of gene, but still there is genetic modification. Modification can be of two types. One is additive, you add something, and one is subtractive, where you remove something out. So this is non-transgenic GM crop. And why it has been favored? So first of all, such technology and such approach will require less time, because there you don't need to source a gene and then you cut the gene, paste it over there. There is a lots of technological intervention into it. Rather, just removing one gene by recognizing its potential will be less time consuming, right? So less time consumption. Second, it is equal to natural mutation. natural mutation. So in mutation also such thing happens, like some of the mutation just delete some gene. So it is just a natural mutation kind of thing. It's just like that in laboratory condition we have fastened it. We have basically promoted it. So it is laboratory promoted mutation kind of thing. And if it is natural like mutation, then obviously the European country will not have objection. So it will not have objection. Right. So this is how, and obviously the environmental risk is less. Now how to approach this? I mean, if something comes around this, then how are you going to do it? Simply, we talk about GM crop. Normally, till the time this news came, in our syllabus we always discuss about transgenic GM crop, right? Although there was cisgenic also, we don't talk about it. But transgenic GM crop we already discussed, right? And then we talk about the issues and concerns of transgenic GM crop. There was environmental issue, health hazard, and other kind of thing. Whenever you have to prove like non-transgenic GM crop and its benefit, I mean, if they frame a question, the question will be exploring this only, that how this is better than transgenic one. So whatever negative point was there in transgenic, that all will become positive over here. Because in transgenic, the biggest problem was with environmental concern, gene escape, we have already talked about, genetic pollution, these all things will not be there because we are not putting any gene into it. Second, consumption of more time in development, in field trial, in acceptance. We all know that it takes 1 to 2 decades to accept any GM crop in India, right? But this will take less time because obviously the environmental concerns are less, the health hazard is less, so it is going to be in a rapid manner. And third, and the most important one, that it is basically very similar to natural mutation. So the country who are basically close for the GM crop, they are close for the transgenic GM crop, they will also accept it because we have not added any gene into it, right? And the latest news about it, that it has been accepted by IARI, and now India will use it to develop the GM crops in coming future. Maybe India must be engaged into the entire experiment and all, right? So these kind of thing that we have to cover up now, because obviously we have talked at a great, you can say like length in our classes. So I'll indicate some topic also. Similarly, we'll discuss one more thing. Like, there is one topic that I feel that it must be there in the examination. Now the thing is that, as a teacher, I do feel that, okay, these are the important topic. But the problem is that UPSC has to ask only 15 questions from science. And many a time it happens that they ask not this year, but next year or next to next year. Even now the current affairs is so widespread that it's not like that 1 year and 1.5 years. You see the mains question they have asked about LED, blue LED. And the blue LED was there in 14-15. So the thing is that current affairs is not like, time bound manner now. It's something which is coming up, right? So I feel that this genomics in India, that will be important because of the COVID, obviously, right? And GIP, Genome India project, and second one is INSA-COG. These are the two things that you must keep in mind. Because genomics in India, in GIP, it's already started in 2020. And we all know that what is genomics, what is genome mapping. It's like you have to read all the genetic data that is written onto the DNA. And once you read it, then you have to find the genes responsible for a particular disease. You need to develop a trend. You need to find that which kind of genetic composition we have. I mean, which kind of disease can affect us more, right? That is the one thing. So in this two topic, if you see, then GIP, Genome India project, is genomics of people living in India. So this GIP is on us. We are the part of the GIP. We are the subject of the GIP. So in this GIP, what India is trying to do? India is basically collecting data from thousands of people from Indian states. And then they are basically analyzing their genetic data. And by putting all the genetic data together, they will create a Indian reference genome, right? Indian reference genome means what? That all possible genes will be there into one reference. Basically, in a very crude term, we can say like we are making a dictionary of genes which is present in Indian population, right? Black eye, blue eye, disease, let's say better immunity, bad immunity, every kind of genes that will be included into that. And then we'll try to understand that how we can help in health sector with the help of this genetic data that we have already collected. How can we find a fight with a disease? How can we develop some medicines that will be useful to counter a particular thing? Like in India, 2-3 things are there. First, the rise of cancer is there in India, right? Oral cancer, mouth cancer, lung cancer. So one of the objective of this GIP is to find out that why Indian population are prone to such kind of cancers, right? And second, India is going to be diabetic capital, you know that. So what kind of genetic basis that we can find out that India is going to be diabetic capital? Obviously, the diabetes has to do a lot with the lifestyle also, but then the genetics will also play important role. So this is GIP, you need to understand it. Second is INSACOG. INSACOG is not about the human genetics, it's about COVID virus genetics, right? So that is how this entire topic is important, because INSACOG is a network of labs to detect new variants of COVID. New variants of COVID virus. So now both private and public labs are included into this network, and whenever we collect any sample anywhere, the test centers, then about 10% of the collected samples are sent to the INSACOG network. Every state has it. And then they basically find out that which kind of genetic variation is present, because we can recognize the new variants of COVID virus by genome, your genetic sequencing, right? By genetic sequencing. And whenever we do genetic sequencing, then it is basically comes under genomics. What we call it? Genomics. So that is how the entire thing is important. But again, GIP is for humans, Indians. Indian genetic reference. Indian genetic reference. And we are in the process of making it. Because we had one reference which came up from the HGP, Human Genome Project. In 2003 we got it. But that reference, that dictionary of the entire genome is not, favoring Indian studies. Because America did it, and America has a more representation of the Western people, and the climatic condition, genetic makeup of the Western people are different from our own, right? So we have to make it India-centric, and that is why we came up with the GIP. Now we have technology for that, right? So that is one thing. Besides these two things, because obviously these two things are current affairs which came into the news, there are additional things that India Genomics में कहाँ काम कर रहा है? The two places, health and agriculture. Health and agriculture. Health, I told you, even in agriculture, you have to work with the genomics to develop any new plant variety, right? Like we have done genome project of rice, and we have done it very successfully. And like I told you in the class, we have basically, recently we have done with the ragi, we have done with the medicinal plants, right? So these are the area that you need to focus more. Recently there was one more news about the GM crop, that the first GM rubber that was planted in Assam, right? Many people got confused about it. Like I was taking classes in Delhi and they thought that, okay, GM rubber is now accepted in India. It's not like that. It was the first GM rubber plant which has been planted in Assam, right? So it was basically nothing but a field trial. You get my point? It is a field trial only. It means no farmers, no plantations are allowed to use it, right? So the thing is that why this GM rubber has to be developed. You know that rubber is basically a plant which came from the forest of Amazon, right? Hot humid condition is required for the proper growth of this rubber, right? So rubber is good for the conditions where the climatic conditions are hot and humid. But then the northeast are also growing good amount of rubber. You get my point? And Rubber Research Institute is there in the south only, Kerala. So Kerala has developed it. This Rubber Research Institute has developed this GM rubber for northeast. Because in Kerala you get the good environmental condition, hot and humid, that is suited for the rubber plantation. But in northeast, there are a phase of winter. And in the winter phase, what happens? The growth of the rubber plant, that is stunned. It's not there. So 2-3 months, the rubber plant will not grow, especially when the rubber plant is, it's in a, let's say, nascent stage. It's in the developing stage. The small rubber plant will not grow during those 3-4 months. So what they have done, they amplified a gene into the rubber. तो ऐसा नहीं कि ये जीन काट के लगाया. It's not transgenic. It is genetically modified. They have just amplified a gene of the rubber. So in a rubber plant there is one gene, and they basically repeated the genes, and they made it like 4 genes, right? And by amplifying the gene of a rubber plant, now this rubber is suitable for the cold climatic condition also. So now the northeast and Assam will be able to grow rubber. Rubber plant will grow easily even in the winter condition. That is the only thing, right? So you need to understand it. But then do not get confused. It's not been approved by GAC for the commercial cultivation. That means still in India there is only one crop which is being grown. That is wheat cotton. Rest of the things that we talk about, that is under field trial, under experiment, under laboratory trial. So GM rubber, field trial in Assam. Developed by Rubber Research Institute of India, Kerala. And developed long back. It's not like a recent news. They developed it in Kerala. And they basically they wanted to experiment in Kerala itself. But the Kerala government denied it. Because around that time the Kerala was close about the GM crop. Especially for this kind of GM rubber, right? So they didn't allow it. And it was basically being developed for the northeastern state. So Assam agreed to go with the thing. So that basically become GM rubber. That is the first GM rubber plant in Assam. And that is the only plant. So in the entire world, we have just one GM rubber that is there in Kerala. One more important thing that you need to consider is golden rice. It's been so long that something has been asked around golden rice. And golden rice is important because Philippines became the first country, few months back only, to allow the cultivation of GM golden rice in its state, country. So Philippines have accepted it. Philippines is accepted it. Bangladesh is under field trial. And soon in the coming months, Bangladesh might accept it. And then obviously India will be under pressure to accept it because something will go on. And with the golden rice, there is another topic which become important is food fortification. Food fortification. They won't ask news, right? But you need to understand the concept. There can be two ways to provide the nutrition to the human population. Especially in India, we can talk about. One is GM crop, that you make some GM crop which has properties like golden rice, where you can include vitamin A or some mineral or some nutrient. You can amplify the nutrient amount. That can be done. Another thing, obviously, the golden rice is GM crop. It's a transgenic crop. It will take a lot of time to develop, then to do field trial, then to do experiments, then to analyze the entire result, and then you will have to accept it. So it might take a decade or even 2 decades. Because in golden rice, the project was that by 2005 they will allow. So in a world scenario, the time that has been forecasted, that by 2005, third world countries will accept golden rice and they will start growing it to feed their own population with the vitamin A enriched rice. And now it is 2021 when the first country in the world accepted it. So you can imagine that how long it might take. Food fortification is a intermediate way where basically chemically we enrich something into the food, right? Many people get confused about it. So it's a chemical treatment on a particular grain, on a particular cereals, and then we fortify it with some vitamins, some minerals, and then we use it. So it's safer way, because obviously you don't need to go with it's a kind of adding medicine into it, right? So sometimes you just need to break the rice kernel and then you have to put some medicine or nutrient into it, and then you again, there are technology which can make a rice grain like a structure, and then this grain can be sold into the market. It can be given to the public distribution systems, and there it can be reaching to the people, right? So that is one thing you need to understand it. I'll just indicate it. Now if you move further, so there is one topic which is very important this day, and that is in relation to this COVID only, that is COVID-19 vaccines. Because in the last year they have asked about COVID virus, right? So there was a lot of question regarding virus, because obviously the COVID virus was a new kind of novel COVID coronavirus. Now the entire focus is on how to manage the COVID, right? And in the management of COVID, the most important tool that we have is vaccines. So, this is something which can be indicative that they might ask question from the vaccines and immunity, right? So these things become very important, COVID-19 vaccines and our immunity system. And it's not like that they will ask only COVID related things. The entire vaccination become important. So they can ask anything about the vaccine, right? And obviously, the vaccine basically induce our immunity system to make appropriate antibody to counter with this viruses, right? So, if we talk about the vaccines, so vaccines can be of two types. Broadly, if we classify, first type where we use the whole pathogen or part of pathogen. We all know that vaccine is nothing but the most traditional way of making vaccine that use the pathogen itself, use the virus itself, right? Sorry. And second one is using genetic material based vaccine. So one approach of the vaccine development is use the same pathogen that you want to fight with. But obviously the pathogen must be killed, must be weakened, must be inactivated, or only a specific part of the pathogen can be taken out, right? Like oral polio vaccine. So oral polio vaccine is a polio virus itself. So basically we give polio virus to the babies, right? But this polio virus is what? It is weakened. It will not create polio, but it is a little bit risky also, I'll tell you about it. Second approach is that you give either DNA or RNA into the body. And we all know that DNA to RNA, RNA to protein. So the body will make protein, which is basically a virus protein, like a spike protein of the COVID-19, you know that. So there are mRNA vaccine, AstraZeneca and all, they have developed it. So this mRNA is what? It's a messenger RNA. The messenger RNA will tell our own cell to produce a spike protein which is being produced by the COVID-19 virus. So COVID-19 virus spike protein will be produced by our own body cells because we have given the messenger RNA. We have given the formula to make it. Messenger RNA is nothing but the formula, the code, the instructions to the ribosome to develop certain kind of protein. So there are two ways. You take the spike protein directly. If you want to take a spike protein directly, you have to go with the whole pathogen or part of pathogen technology, right? And second thing, that you don't want to go with that way, then you can do one thing. You can make a messenger RNA and then you can provide this messenger RNA in our bloodstream so that the cells get instruction to make the spike protein on its own. In both of the conditions, what will happen? The body immunity system will recognize this spike protein and then the antibody will be formed, right? We'll talk one by one. So whole pathogen and part of pathogen. There we have few approach. One is called inactivated vaccine. Inactivated vaccine. So you can say like pathogen is either killed or inactivated. So if it is a virus, it will be killed. If it is if it is a bacteria, it will be killed. And if it is a virus, it will be inactivated in laboratory. And the best example of it is polio and flu. Yes, we'll talk about the COVID separately. But then it has got some issue. It takes long time to develop. And the second issue, you have to culture the pathogen safely, because you have to grow the pathogen itself in the laboratory and then you have to either inactivate it or kill it. So there are some safety concerns regarding it. So whole pathogen, the first one is inactivated, right? The second is live attenuated, that is A, B. So you have to go with the live one. Here what we did, we killed or inactivated. Second one is live attenuated. So here what we do, we don't kill it, rather we make it weak. Make the pathogen weak. So it is live only, but weaker. MMR vaccine, mumps, measles and rubella, and your chicken pox vaccine. So mumps, measles and rubella and chicken pox. So here we are not going to kill it, rather we have to make it weak. Again you have to culture the pathogen, that is a problem. And then apart from this, live it might have adverse effect on weak immunity people. Because weakness is a very relative term. You can weaken a particular virus, right? But maybe your immunity system may be even weaker than that, right? So you weaken a virus, but somebody's immunity system can be weaker than the virus itself. So what will happen now? This vaccine will work as pathogen to that particular person, right? So that is one risk that we have to take it. Third one is viral vector vaccine. So here what we do, let's say if there is one particular dangerous virus which can cause any disease, and we find it very risky to go with live attenuated viral vaccine because it might create disease to many people because of the comparative weakness. So we have another way to go with that, viral vector. That means we'll just use a very mild virus and then we'll be putting the part of the pathogen. So part of the pathogen will be included into the mild virus. The mild virus could be adenovirus. Adenovirus is a very milder one. And then in adenovirus, we are going to put some part of the virus that we have to, produce immunity against. And this some part could be protein. So what is done? Pathogen, protein is added with vector virus, which are milder. And then the product that we get it is basically viral vector vaccine. And pathogen, protein. Here you have to understand this is protein. And the Ebola vaccine. Even COVID vaccine are based on that also. But it was Ebola which basically got a lot of So that is viral vector. That means a specific protein included into the virus, and the virus will be introduced in our own body. Virus will act as vector of this protein. There is another one that is called subunit vaccine. Subunit vaccine. This is the most important and not most important, like most popular one. So, use of pathogen protein or sugar directly. So we just use the protein and sugar directly. That means there is no vector required. Here what we used? Vector. Here vector is not used. So we don't need vector. You just need to put the protein inside the body. So many of the vaccines that we have taken in our childhood is basically subunit vaccine only. Whooping cough, tetanus, diphtheria, meningitis, these all are the subunit approach. So these are the 4 types of vaccines where we use either the pathogen or part of it. And this has been there. Now there is something called, second one, genetic vaccine. Genetic vaccine. Or you can also call it nucleic acid vaccine. Genetic vaccine or nucleic acid vaccine. In this, messenger RNA vaccine is very important. So messenger RNA vaccine. And what we do, we just provide the messenger RNA into the body. So messenger RNA in the body. And this messenger RNA is designed to produce protein, and this protein will induce what? Antibody by immunity system. This protein is coming from which? Pathogen protein. So there is a very much similarity between this and this. Here what we do, we directly provide the protein. Here what we are doing, we are not providing protein, rather we are providing the code. So code will be provided to the body. Body has got the protein making mechanism like ribosome and all. And the body will make the protein. Anyway, we have been giving the protein directly, but now we are not giving protein, rather we are giving messenger RNA, and then it is producing protein of the same kind. Antibody will be formed. Now if you come down to the different type of vaccines that we are using in COVID, that we'll also discuss. So, COVID-19 vaccine. There are also 4 approaches have been used. The first is whole virus vaccine. whole virus vaccine. And we know that what exactly it will be. So it will be either live attenuated or inactivated approach. And in India, we have Covaxin on that approach only, right? That is why when the Covishield and Covaxin was being compared, then many people basically went with Covaxin. Although it was not a choice, basically, एक time पे choice था भी, because people had a faith that this is a technology which is coming from very long time, where the live attenuated or inactivated viruses are being used, and we have developed many such vaccines. So example of this is Covaxin. Then there is called something protein subunit vaccine. Protein subunit vaccine. And we understand what is exactly the protein subunit vaccine. And there is one vaccine we have not developed, Novavax. But then it could not took off because it's too expensive. The expenses of making this vaccine was very high. That is why it is not came into the news. So expensive method. Third is messenger RNA vaccine. So Pfizer and Moderna has developed it. So messenger RNA, same approach, now we understand it. And Pfizer and Moderna, two companies who basically get a lot of popularity, and they have developed messenger RNA vaccine. But then the problem with the messenger RNA vaccine, it requires cold temperature for storage. और कितना? तो -70 डिग्री तक. So that's the problem. But then easy to make it cheaper also. So production is easy, production is cheaper, but then storage and operation, that means administration of this vaccine, the procedure become very expensive because of the temperature. Cold chain you have to maintain. From delivery to administration, a cold chain need to be maintained. That is why country like India doesn't go with that. है ना, जैसे हम लोग भी कहते हैं फाइजर का आएगा तो हम लगवा लेंगे, but then it will come with a very high cost if it is coming to India, because maintaining a cold chain in India, it will increase the cost multiple times. And then the fourth vaccine that we have is viral vector vaccine. Our Covishield is that. So Covishield and Sputnik of Russia is basically viral vector vaccine, where the vector is adenovirus. So basically what you do in adenovirus, you put some part of the COVID virus, and then this adenovirus is being administered into the body. So it is easy, effective also. Right. So these are the 4 approach which is being used. So entire vaccination part is important, not the name. I mean, obviously the Covaxin and Covishield, because India has gained a lot of prominence by making 2 leading vaccine in the world, that is called Covaxin and Covishield. And obviously Covishield and Sputnik, they are at the same level, and people understand that Sputnik has got a lot of, efficacy of Sputnik is very high. And similar thing is coming up with the Covishield also. So they can frame a question around the vaccine itself, right? Not necessarily that they will ask the COVID vaccine. UPSC has a very bad habit. The bad habit is that they just look at the news and then they make the question from the background. Directly they won't ask. That is why for a science, for such kind of, objective things, it's become very difficult to, अगर मुझसे कोई कहेगा कि चलो क्रैश कोर्स टाइप से करा दो, तो I'll teach entire science and tech, क्योंकि वो हो ही जाता है. You never know that. Because in science and tech, what is there, like in the class also, we selected the topic which are important and in news, right? Every topic was in news. Every topic we have discussed was basically linked to the current. So that is basically only current affairs. You get my point? Although the time horizon of our current affairs was not only 1 year. It was 2, 3, 4 years. Otherwise, if you talk about any biotechnology topic, it was only current affair only. Cloning भी पढ़ा तो पता चला कि cloning में भी कुछ चल रहा है. Hisar also came into, Central Buffalo Research Institute, that also come into the cloning procedure, and that is why cloning become important. Surrogacy is important because surrogacy regulation bill, now it is act, surrogacy become important. DNA technology regulation bill is there, and then discussion is going on in a parliament. That is why this DNA fingerprinting is important. You get my point? So such kind of topics are basically entire science and tech is important. You cannot differentiate with that. But again, I was told to revise everything. So I thought that why not? Anyway, now like I told you that so if we talk about immunity, human immunity, so we all know that WBCs, and there are 5 types of WBCs. This is basic biology. So neutrophils, basophils, then there is called eosinophils, monocytes, and lymphocytes, right? So these 2 are basically for allergic reaction. Right. Sometimes allergy is there in the body. Sometimes people are basically allergic to dust particles or cold. You will find many people in your circle only who will have running nose all through the year. And if you ask them, then they will say that doctor has told me that I have snowphilia. Right. It is basically eosinophilia, right? People call it snowphilia, snow wala. है ना, उसको गलत प्रोनाउंसिएशन करते हैं. Eosinophilia means eosinophils number will be very high and there will be running nose, headache, little bit of sore throat all through the time. Neutrophil is basically what? It is involved with phagocytosis. That means cell eating. And which cell eating? Pathogen eating. So they just eat the pathogen. So these two are not very important if they are linked with allergy. So allergy and eosinophil you can match, right? In prelims you do not need to absolutely knowing anything. If you could match it, it's done, right? Like basophil is 0.5%. इसमें तो पूछना भी नहीं चाहिए इसको. Because the entire blood composition of the basophil is 0.5% only. So they won't ask any question about it. Rather, eosinophil, they can ask it because it is mainly linked with allergic reaction. Neutrophil, the most prominent cells, numerous cells that we have in WBC's category. These are involved with phagocytosis, cell eating. They eat pathogen directly, right? Every time they are working, every time we are getting, some pathogen in our body, and this neutrophil comes up and they eat that, right? And when they eat, what does they do? The lysosome, you know that? So lysosome burst onto this pathogen, and then both WBC and pathogen is killed, right? So this is basically suicide bomber kind of thing, neutrophil. They have a bomb inside that is called lysosome, and they basically allow this pathogen to enter into its own body, in own cell, and then the lysosome will release the enzyme, and this enzyme will kill both pathogen and neutrophil. That's done, right? Monocytes are basically most active phagocytosis cell. They are very active. So if something cannot be dealt with this neutrophil, then the monocyte will come up. They can eat large size pathogen very effectively. The difference between monocyte and neutrophil is normal soldiers, and this monocyte is nothing but the kind of commando. So there is a difference between soldiers and commando. Both are soldiers only, but the commandos are more active. They know how to tackle the greater threats. That is not something. These all four is a part of our innate immunity. That means it's a part of our regular immunity. It's there with everybody. It is a routine immunity. It's like that if something comes, neutrophil go and try to eat that. It won't differentiate with anything. If the COVID is coming, it will try to eat that. If tuberculosis is coming, it will try to eat that. Anything coming, it is try to eat that. It's like BSF, Border Security Force. So BSF people are there on the border, and they have given just one command: secure the border. If anybody is coming from that side, you warn it and kill it, right? Let's say they warn it only, but in a most, let's say if it is North Korea kind of thing, then they won't warn it, they just kill it. तो वहाँ भी तो कोई BSF होगा ही, या Israel. So it doesn't matter who is coming, Russian coming, Pakistan people coming, China coming from the outside and not belonging to India. They don't differentiate, they just kill it. That is called innate. And there is something called lymphocyte, which is there in acquired immunity. Lymphocyte is a specific immunity. This is innate and is non-specific. Innate and non-specific immunity. That means it won't specify its behavior, working pattern according to the pathogen. Rather, they will kill all the pathogen in the same way, right? But then the last one, I write it. The last one was lymphocyte. So lymphocyte, it's a part of a specific immunity. Part of a specific immunity. These are the most important part. And lymphocyte can be of two types. One is called B lymphocyte. Another is called T lymphocyte. And we all know that blood cells are formed in bone marrow. You know that. So whether it is RBC or WBC, it will be formed into the bone marrow. So formation is there in the bone marrow, right? But then once the lymphocyte is formed into the bone marrow, it will go for the training, or let's say maturity. It can go for the maturity at two places. Formed into the bone marrow and stay in the bone marrow itself till the time it gets mature. Then it will be known as B lymphocyte. And if it is going to thymus gland, there is thymus gland in our body near heart, and it is going to that particular gland for the maturity, then it is called T lymphocyte, right? So differentiation between B lymphocyte and T lymphocyte at maturity at bone marrow only. Although formation also takes place at bone marrow, that you need to understand. And maturity at thymus gland. That means that take birth in bone marrow and then they get training into the bone marrow, then they become B lymphocyte. If they get training into the thymus gland, they become T lymphocyte. This T lymphocyte, they are the killer cells. Right. They get inside the cell and they kill the pathogen. Right. And this B lymphocyte that produces antibody. And that become acquired immunity. So that is why we call it lymphocyte as a very important and the most important part of our immune system, because that is something that is our last resort. Everything fails, then it comes into the play. So if you, obviously immunity system is the entire system, we cannot go into that details at this point of time. But we have different type of barriers in our body. Let's say we have one physical barrier, that is skin. It's a physical barrier. It doesn't allow anything to go inside. Because the skin first layer has got dead cells, right? And there is a protein called keratin. And this keratin protein make the skin impervious to water and air. Water cannot enter, air cannot enter. And water and air are two major medium through which any pathogen can enter. So we have this physical barrier of a skin, right? And then second, we have chemical barrier. The places where there is no skin, right? In a mouth, there is no skin. There is no let's say a dead layer. In a nose there is no dead layer. In an eye there is no dead layer. All these orifice of the body, all the way into the body, that has chemical barrier, and the chemical barrier is lysozyme enzyme. The enzyme is called lysozyme. Lysozyme. And this enzyme can kill pathogen. Our saliva has got it, our sweat has got it, our tears have it, nose and all other the orifice of the body that secrete some amount of lysozyme. That is why in the majority of time we are not getting infected, because lysozyme is working. So the lysozyme is what? It's a chemical barrier. So physical barrier is skin, and chemical barrier is there in eye, nose, mouth. And these are lysozyme enzyme which kills chemically, right? And there is another chemical barrier. If you eat something, then there is Cl enzyme, HCl acid in a stomach. So HCl, hydrochloric acid in our stomach, that is also basically a chemical barrier which kills the pathogen that we eat along with the food that we have. And it is very obvious that we eat food with pathogen. है ना? Because we live in the ocean of the pathogen, you know that. So in this room there is everywhere pathogen. So when you open your mouth, it's good inside, but then saliva has got lysozyme, it kills it. If something goes into the stomach has got SCL, it will kill it. And then if some pathogen can reach to the next level, go into the body, cells, tissues and blood, then what will happen? This WBC come into the play. And WBC will come into the play in three, let's say, layer. First, neutrophil come, and neutrophil will try to eat that. If neutrophil could not handle, then monocytes will come. If the both has failed, then only the lymphocyte will come into the play. And lymphocyte will work in two ways. First, it will produce antibody so that it can kill the pathogen which is moving around. And second, the T cell will go and kill the cells in our body, get inside the cell and will kill it, the pathogen, right? So the most important thing about immunity to produce antibody, right? That is why the entire vaccination comes into the play. In vaccine, we have to put something so that the B lymphocyte can recognize it and produce antibody. Antibodies are very specific to a particular pathogen. One antibody will not work against everything. You get my point? So antibody for COVID, an antibody for flu, other flu, antibody for Ebola, antibody for Nipah, they all will be different. That is why in a childhood we have to administer, a series of vaccines into the baby, right? T lymphocyte, that is very important, and that is one of the reason that with the increasing age our immunity system get compromised. Because what happens, this thymus gland that slowly disappear in the body, right? So if you are around 25 years old, it will be there in the body, and once you cross 25, 30, then the thymus gland is not there. It just vanishes, it does disappear. And if there is no thymus gland, obviously there will be no fresh T lymphocyte. And that is one of the concept of aging, that with the age, the immunity system collapses. It starts collapsing. So let's say if somebody is 40, then obviously they have T lymphocyte a particular amount, but slowly the T lymphocyte will be dying. 65, much of the T lymphocyte has been already dead. 75, more dead. And then in the concept of aging, it is said that the decreasing amount of T lymphocyte will make your immunity weaker, and then the older person will be catching a lot of infection in the later phase of the life if they do not have a healthy lifestyle, right? So this is about the nutshell, information about the immunity system. So and that is why the new variant of this COVID may create a problem, because new variant means new protein, and new protein means that we have to make the new antibody for that. The COVID virus is basically playing hide and seek with us, right? Every time it will come up with the new protein structure, and the new protein structure will be specific to a particular site of the body. Let's say the last one, Omicron, when it came, then it was said that it was only till throat, upper respiratory tract. Before that Delta, it was basically engaging with the lungs, alveoli of the lungs, the lower part of the lungs, because there the cells are, and the protein which has there onto the COVID, that was complementary to each other. So they were catching like lock and key. So in our body we have different types of cells. Why we have different types of cells? Because there are different types of protein. And this COVID virus will come up with the new protein. New protein is a kind of key, and we have different locks, right? Each and every cell is having a specific protein. And then if there will be some protein which will match with it, that means this COVID infection will be there on that particular site. So the Delta's protein was matching with the lungs cell. That is why it was engaging with the lung cell, making it worse, and then the people died because of a lot of damage. Omicron was not, mortal. It was not much harmful like the Delta was, because it will engage with the upper respiratory tract only. There was no protein that can engage with the lower part of the lungs, the alveoli of the lungs, right? But then that is why the WHO keep on saying that you never know that which kind of variant will come up and how it will be having its effect onto the body, right? So anything can come up. And one thing is there, we just know those variants which were in news. There was many variants came which were not in news because that variant was not having much pathogenic effect onto our body, right? तो डेल्टा ओमिक्रॉन यही हमने पढ़ा, लेकिन अल्फा बीटा भी आया था, किसी को पता नहीं है, because alpha beta was not much important because it was not having any impact onto the body that can be considered. Anyway, one thing that you need to keep, read it, that is Surrogacy Regulation Bill, Regulation Act. तो आई थिंक जब हमने पढ़ा था तो एक्ट आ गया था ना, आई थिंक आ ही गया होगा, December 2021 this act came and it got notified. I think our classes was after that only, या उसके पहले हो गया था? हाँ, तो ठीक है. Okay, now we'll move on to the next area. But Surrogacy Act is there, but there is another act that is called ART Act. Right. So people talk about Surrogacy Regulation Act more because surrogacy was very important topic. But again, to make the Surrogacy Act working, they had to pass one more act before Surrogacy Act. Right? So it was like ART Act and then Surrogacy Act. So two acts. Rather you can consider that ART Act become the background of the Surrogacy Act, because surrogacy is the one type of assisted reproductive technology, we have talked about it. Surrogacy Act is more about controlling surrogacy in India, right? We know that. Banning the commercial surrogacy and allowing only altruistic surrogacy in India, that is Surrogacy Regulation Act. ART Act is basically for donor, recipient and fertility clinic. So donor is sperm donor, egg donor, recipient who can receive it, and then fertility clinic. This all has been managed under a legal ambit under ART. So unless this, because obviously India came up with the Surrogacy Act long back, Surrogacy Bill long back, and they just wanted to regularize surrogacy. But then over the period of time we realized that unless we regularize over here, the full control on surrogacy will not be there. And it's also not wise to have one act and then leaving rest of the things there. So now in this, the major point about the ART Act, that now one female can donate egg in her lifetime just once, right? So one female, one egg. One egg doesn't mean that only one egg. She can give many eggs, but then only one will be used. है ना? एक ही बार use होगा वो किसी भी procedure में. So it doesn't literally mean that one egg she will be giving. She can give 4-5 eggs also. But let's say in one procedure 4-5 eggs are being given, and then out of 4-5 egg only one can be utilized into any kind of assisted reproductive technology. Rest of the egg will be destroyed. And that is what happened. The regular procedure is that only. So this is the most important aspect, because there also we want to make it, dignified for the female, right? That one female should not be used again and again for the egg retrieval. So that you have to keep in mind. One more topic in biotechnology that I feel is important, but UPSC asked twice. In the last 5 years, they have asked 2 questions, that is CRISPR-Cas9, है ना? तो वो मैंने बहुत डिटेल में बताया आप लोगों को. So if anybody is new, then you can just refer to the notes that I have dictated in the class, and you will get all the things over there. But again, go prepared with the CRISPR-Cas9, and they might ask some other aspect. Till now, they ask CRISPR-Cas9, the basic concepts of the CRISPR-Cas9, right? And now they can ask about the application aspect also, where it can be applied. After biotech, the most important topic that we think is space. है ना? स्पेस में एक जो मुझे इंपॉर्टेंट लग रहा है अभी, वो NSIL है ना? आपको भी लगता हो, because it's a new commercial wing of ISRO, New Space India Limited, right? Something is new, obviously we have to keep attention on. In UPSC preparation, there is 2 things. One is routine work that you have to do it. Another is your, karma. So UPSC dictates that the karma is that you have to keep eye on everything which is happening. Now it's up to UPSC whether they ask or not. You get my point? So being a teacher, I'll confess honestly that many years I took classes of like 4-hour classes to sum up the entire thing. And many years it happens, none of the topic was asked. है ना? ऐसे claim बहुत कम लोग करते हैं. But there was many years where in 4-hour class 3-4 topic came up. समझ में आ रही है? कुछ नहीं कह सकते आप. अब सोचो UPSC के पास कितने ऑप्शन है पूछने के लिए. And they have to ask only 13 to 15 questions. And obviously the intelligence level of the collective intelligence of the UPSC panel and intelligence of a person standing over here, there is no comparison. कोई comparison ही नहीं है. It's just like that in UPSC coaching, we have a lot of time. So when you have a lot of time, then we discuss everything possible. And if you have your ambit, if you have your, let's say, area broad, then obviously the question will come up from those areas. But if you try to make a guess out of it, then there we get into the trap. Nothing is like guesswork. Now NSIL, why it is important? So SSLV and PSLV and commercial flight, commercial launches. So in NSIL, 3 things are important: SSLV, PSLV, commercial launches, and in all 3 areas, private sector is included. That means we are including the private sector to make SSLV, to make PSLV, and to make and help into the commercial launches. SSLV is 3 stages, all solid launch vehicle. And it can lift 500 kg to 500 km polar orbit and 300 kg to 500 km SSPO, Solar Synchronous Polar Orbit. So these are the 3 things that is there for SSLV, and assembly time is very less. So 7 days it takes all to assemble the SSLV with the least number of manpower. And obviously, if you look carefully, then India launches very small satellites of the entire world, 34, 35 country, and the satellite launches were of those countries are not the big satellites. They are small satellites. You get my point? So we had to make a small satellite launch vehicle which can lift up to 300 to 500 kilogram, least assembly time, least man force, and we can put it into the mass production. So it is in mass production. And whenever you have to do the mass production, you have to engage the external help, right? There are two types of things, research-centric thing, like GSLV is research-centric, still research-centric. So in GSLV, the entire scientific community of the ISRO will work. But when something is already been developed, the technological ceiling has been achieved, then we have to put it into the mass production so that you can fulfill this launching of the commercial launches target. So this SSLV and PSLV is also going under mass production. So I always feel one thing, and that is also important, that different types of rockets of ISRO, that is a very important point where the UPSC can ask question in prelims. They won't ask question from the issues and concern obviously, but rockets of ISRO, whether it is PSLV, SSLV, GSLV, these three things, that is important. So you have to refer into the notes. And NSIL is a wing which is basically taking care of the entire thing. And you remember that Amazonia, Amazonia 1 of Brazil, that was first assignment of NSIL. First assignment of NSIL. So this is one area that you need to understand. Basic concept you have to cover up of the entire space segment. Another area, that topic, if you remember, we had this NISAR. So now the time has come close where we are basically talking a lot about NISAR now. NISAR is NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar. And it will be world's first dual band remote sensing satellite, and most powerful, you can say, like for environmental and ecological studies. So in a nutshell, we can talk in that way. So NASA is giving this dual band SAR. So dual band SAR is being given by NASA, and rest of the thing we are doing it. Launched by ISRO, GSLV will be used. if we talk about, I mean, obviously the Nisar is important. So with Nisar, you have to go into the context. And then there we have to talk about two things. Megatropics and the second one is Saral. These two were Indo-French joint mission. These were also remote sensing satellite for environmental studies. So it was a past one, 2011, 2013, long back. But then that is the background. Similarly, there was one telescope that NASA launched, James Webb, right? James Webb, तो आप जान ही रहे हो, पढ़ रहे हो आप. But James Webb and its effect on Indian space segment. I mean, from UPSC point of view. So there we have to understand that we have already launched one astronomical satellite long back in 2015 that is called AstroSat. And then we have planned a new one that is called ExpoSat, right? So because of this James Webb and a lot of things which is going around into the space observatory, these AstroSat and ExpoSat, rather ExpoSat is more important. So AstroSat, it's a background, 2015 launch, India's first astronomical satellite. So this is the background, but the important one is ExpoSat. Will be India's second astronomical satellite. It will study celestial events in X-ray. So there is a lots of X-rays which comes in that will catch it, and the payload is Polix, POLIX, by Raman Research Institute. So India is taking its steps towards it. And there is a lots of concept related to it. I mean, UPSC is one such examination where you have to use the common sense most of the time. There are around 10 questions that will come at the end, है ना? End में वो 45 के बाद का 10 question जो होता है ना, that is decisive. So after 45 you have 10-12 question in your hand where you will be confused that whether what will be the answer, and there you need to apply whatever you have read, whatever you have understood all through. You get my mind. Recently I was in Ladakh. So Ladakh mein jab I teach science. So there is a place in Ladakh that is called Henley. And Henley has got world's highest visible and infrared astronomical unit. Observatory hai wahan pe. That the name of this telescope is called Himalayan Chandra telescope. So obviously I made a point to go there, visit there, because abhi tak padha raha tha. मैंने कहा कि यहाँ आए हैं तो it's a kind of religious place for me, so I must go. And to my shock, when I went there, then I saw people. I mean, there was a young group from Mumbai, and there is a very nice setup. You can go to the telescope, you can roam inside, you can talk to the operators, and there was one mechanical engineer who basically take care of the entire structure. And the people were like, मुझे कुछ दिखाओ अभी, दिन में ही दिखाओ. So that engineer was having very tough time. He was saying that, sir, there is no live scene kind of thing. This telescope is being operated from Bangalore by satellite. So the people are getting the feed in the Bangalore, not over here. And there is no eyepiece that you can get inside and you can see the celestial event. So I started talking to that person. Then obviously I knew a little bit thing, because Henley was in news long back, very long back, 8-9 years back, because this Himalayan Chandra telescope is 2-meter telescope. That aperture size of this telescope is 2 meter only. And then there was a project, international project, where we had to place 30-meter telescope, TMT. And Henley was one of the sites which has been recognized. That 30-meter telescope as an international project, that will be placed into the Henley itself. But then it never happened. Why not? Because India's participation was less into that. So in that way, we need to understand that why this telescope need to be there into the, let's say, space. Why can't we keep it onto the Earth? So there also in Henley, they demonstrated the entire thing. They have one projection room where they take you and then they project a lot of images which has been shot by and detected by this telescope. And then they tell you that why this place has been chosen. So they say that this Henley is one place which is around 4.5 kilometer above the sea level. Lower atmosphere is 9 kilometer, and it is in the midway of the atmosphere. So in the midway of the atmosphere means what? That there will be very less dust particle. Second thing, that this entire area of that particular region of the Ladakh, around 270 days are sunny days. Sun is there, right? I mean, sunny days means the sky will be clear. Obviously, the astronomical units that is there onto the Ladakh or Nainital, that doesn't work in the daytime. They have to operate in the night time only. But sunny days means the sky will be clear. So 270 days, sky will be clear. That is the one thing. Second thing, there are in the entire Henley, there are around 200 house only. And in 200 house, and then there is a one provision that 11:30 the lights will go off. So 11:30 the government will stop the light supply. दिन में वो सोलर लाइट देते हैं, रात में वो डीसी डिजिटल जनरेटर चलाते हैं, डीजी. And 11:30 there will be total blackout. So there will be no light pollution. And when there is no light pollution, then what will happen? The celestial observation will be clear. So even such kind of information, obviously these are the things that when TMT was part of the syllabus, obviously when India was about to host the TMT onto the Henley, then we had to discuss all the things. And then Henley was not, Henley we have only this 2-meter telescope, 30-meter telescope was basically now being set up somewhere else in a foreign country. So India took the step to launch it, Astrosat and Exposat, into the space itself, so that it can eliminate all the things. In a space there is no humidity, in a space there is no dust particle, in a space there is no protective layer of the earth which can block the gamma radiation or X-ray or any other radiation which is coming from the celestial body. So they won't ask question on the event, what I'm trying to say. Rather they will ask question on an event related to that why these things has been done. What is the benefit of using a telescope or astronomical unit into the space rather than on a ground, and why telescopes are basically placed at the hilltop at the height of 3 or 4 kilometer into the from the sea level. So such kind of questions can come up. Anyway, there is one more thing that we have talked about, and this was very important aspect of Indian space segment, but it failed basically. And if you remember, then we have talked about EOS 03. Earth Observation Satellite 03. It is a failed mission. Because GSLV failed to deliver satellite. So GSLV, here we won't talk about much about GSLV, rather EOS 03 is important. Earlier it was called GISAT, older concept. GISAT is called Geo Imaging Satellite. So EOS is basically Geo Imaging Satellite, right? This satellite is basically remote sensing satellite. But this is placed in geo-stationary orbit. So two contrasting things. Remote sensing, that means we have already learned that remote sensing must be placed into the polar orbit or SSPO. But here I am saying that remote sensing satellite GISAT was placed in, it was to be placed in geostationary orbit, 36,000 kilometers away, so that it can focus onto the earth and it can give you real-time image of any part of the India. So it was expected to give 5-minute delay, near real time image of India, of Indian part, you can write Indian parts. So this was one of the dream that we had long back. So 10 years back we used to teach GISAT in the classroom, but now in new nomenclature the GISAT is now, it was known as EOS 03, but obviously the introduction will remain same, geo imaging satellite, and obviously the application of it will be like defense and disaster management, because real time की जरूरत वहीं पे तो ज़्यादा है. So disaster management and defense application, that could have been the application of it, but because we have lost this satellite, and we'll try to get it done one more. You have to pay attention on this particular topic, like Navik. Why? Because it is almost active now, although public integration is not been done. IRNSS. So that is something that you have to read it before you, revise the entire thing, but pay attention to this. And when we are going to talk about this Navik and all, then this Gagan, which is traditional one, that also become important. So entire aspect of it, that why India has to develop this Navik and Gagan, that is linked to something called satellite sovereignty. So we have discussed it in our classes, and we'll have to go with that. Second area that we should focus is the space mission. Gaganyaan is hallmark. So you read that. But when something is very important, very much in news, UPSC try to escape it. है ना? तो लेकिन है भाई कि you have to read it. So Gaganyaan is important, you have to read it. Chandrayaan 3 is important, because there we have already planned it, that we are sending it, and only lander and rover will be going. So the mission objective that has failed into the Chandrayaan 2, that we are going to achieve it with the Chandrayaan 3. And if you look recently, although the recent news where the ISRO chief has said that we are ready for the Venus mission also, and by 2024 we will be sending Venus mission. Funds and technology and everything is there. So we have already talked about Venetian mission in our class coverage. So obviously, this entire space mission will be something important. Get into that. And not only the factual information about the space mission, rather it will be multi-query question. Then, like I told you, that what kind of benefit the space mission can give us. So that we have to think about it, right? Like study of Venus, and Venus is a twin planet of the Earth. So the study of the Venus will also tell you about the previous structure of the Earth. When the Earth was originated, Earth was formed in the solar system. So that kind of thing that you have to revise it and cover it up. So if you look carefully, then almost everything is there in your notebook itself related to current and all. There is topics that you have to understand it: remote sensing, satellite communication. This is very important. Weather satellite and weather studies, meteorological studies, and there will be two segments of it: satellite and supercomputer. You can also link it with the geography concept, environmental aspect. So these three things, which are basically very application oriented, you have to cover it up. But not by the name of the satellites, rather the function of the satellite. Like remote sensing, what are the functions of it? In satellite communication, what are the functions? And they ask very easy question. This kind of question will not be tough. Like they ask question in the remote sensing, that which of the following things can be achieved by remote sensing satellite? And there were 4 options, and you have to choose the correct one. And there was only one incorrect option, that it can manage, it was not about remote sensing ka tha. It can manage traffic. So remote sensing satellite is not meant to manage traffic. It can be done by the navigational satellite, like GPS and Navik. So that you have to eliminate, and rest of the 3 things was correct. So once you go through it, you will be able to know that. Communication satellites are getting prominence these days, because India has started using extensively into the defense sector, है ना? और बाकी तो है ही इसमें, जैसे इसके फंक्शन में DTH है, VSAT है. So even if you call DTH and VSAT, everything comes under this. But recently what we have seen, GSAT 7 GSAT 7A and recently GSAT 7B. 7B launch नहीं हुआ अभी, but recently, I mean just last month only, Rajnath Singh has made an announcement that GSAT 7B will be the dedicated satellite for Army, isn't it? If you remember. So GSAT 7 was for Navy, GSAT 7A was for Air Force, and this is for Army. So it's already been done, this will be in future. So we have talked about GSAT 7 and 7A in our classroom, but 7B was announced recently only, and it was expected to be announced because now this all three armed forces, they need dedicated communication satellite for their uses. So 7 is there with the Navy, and Navy use it for Indian Ocean and the integration in terms of communication with the aircraft carrier, frigates, and the aircrafts that they have in the area of the Indian Ocean. Similarly, Air Force, they also demanding it, and we fulfilled it recently. And now the third step that has been taken and granted by the government, that GSAT 7B will be the third defense communication satellite dedicated to the Navy. So 7 series is like that only, right? So again, I'll tell you that news is not very important, name is not very important, the entire purpose of this is important. And this was long back, we have launched it, 16, 17 something. But then because of this announcement and this launch, this has also become important, right? One more thing, if you read Hindu newspaper and all, then you might have come across that is space pollution. There was a lot of news about it, and entire one page was there in Hindu, half page. But the thing is that we have already discussed a lot about it, right? And when you talk about space pollution, then from Indian context, you have to understand Mission Shakti. Mission Shakti was what? ASAT missile. Of India. ASL missile testing of India. Because obviously we have created some amount of space pollution by this. And whenever we talk about Mission Shakti and ASAT missile, then it links to something called space defense. So we have to do a lot of integration, and prelims should be like this only. Like when in the class we talk about the step by step manner, like this is first part, second part, third part. But whenever you have already completed the entire syllabus, then the things should pop up, because UPSC prelims will be asking in such manner. 4 options will be there, and they will be converging 2-3 topics into one question. So you must be linking it together, right? Like I told you that weather studies, meteorological studies, satellites and supercomputers. So they must converge at one point. When I'm talking about the space pollution, then China has done it and India has done it. Like if you talk about the Asian country, because India and China is having rivalry in terms of the space technology also. So we have done ASAT, and China has done in 2007 itself. The ASAT experiment, anti-satellite missile experiment. So that we have to consider it. And then it basically spark something which is called a space defense aspect, right? And with the space defense aspect, it is connected to what? That is called Outer Space Treaty, which is now getting obsolete, like I told you. So now you have any question from biotech or space? Then I can take. मतलब कोई बड़ा टॉपिक मत बताना कि पढ़ाना पड़े, अभी वो टाइम नहीं है, but I can, because it's ocean, right? Being a science and technology teacher is a challenge, because पहले तो करंट सारा पढ़ाओ, फिर करंट दोबारा पढ़ाओ, तो वो नहीं हो पाता. It's already current that you have studied, and all I can do that I can. Ink. So we also talked about nuclear technology, right? In nuclear technology, in the classroom we talked about energy. So energy that we are going to take later, but then there are two more part of the nuclear technology that we have not discussed, I think. Nuclear agriculture and nuclear medicine. Had we discussed it? किया था इसको? Anyway, in nuclear agriculture part, there are two aspects of it. And recently it was in news also because government of India has allowed private company to get into the nuclear agriculture, and there are two aspects I'll tell you that development of new crop variety. That is the one thing. And their Vava Atomic Research Center that works, and they have developed around 49 new crop variety, new crops. So Bhabha Atomic Research Center, they have produced around 49 new crop varieties in India. Many of them are being used, and many of such crop varieties are basically pulses and oilseeds, right? So that is even more important. The technology they use is radiation, and by this radiation they basically change genetic makeup. Again, it is a kind of mutation, right? Because we know that radiation has its effect onto the genetic makeup, and any radiation on any living creature may lead to genetic changes into it, and we cannot take such chance on human being because we know that most of the mutations that occur are harmful. But if you are making any crop, you are developing any crop, you can take as many chances you want. So seeds are taken, the seeds are put under radiation, and then the seeds are grown. If they find something useful, they select it. If they find something harmful, they discard it. So it's a long process, takes a lot of time, but then with this technology we have developed around 49, around 50 you can say, crop plants in India and the better varieties. Because sometimes what happens that silencing a gene can also lead to a good character into the plant which is useful for the human beings. So that is one thing. Another is called food irradiation. Food irradiation. This was in news because of private company participation, right? And food irradiation are basically used in mainly in food preservation and packing, and obviously export. So what is there in food irradiation? That there we use low power gamma radiation. So gamma radiation. And this gamma radiation it has put onto the food itself, food like let's say spices, dry fruits, mainly we use in that. Spices are very much important, and we export it all through the world. And there used to be just one food irradiation center in the entire India, that was in Mumbai Wasi. And in Mumbai Wasi, the food irradiation center will use controlled gamma radiation onto the spice to kill all the fungus and bacteria and insects which is present on or inside the spices. Because sometimes in the spice inside is also, it has got a fungal growth, you might have seen, right? But gamma radiation will do one thing, that radiation will not disrupt the structure of the spice, but it will go inside, it will kill all the possible fungus, bacteria, insects, and every possible degrading agent that it has got. And once you have done it, then the spices will not have any decomposing agent. Then you vacuum seal packet. I mean, you put into the packet which are vacuum sealed. Now, if you go to the supermarket, you will find that the spices are coming, dry fruits are coming in a vacuum seal packet. So vacuum seal means there is no oxygen as well. And when there is no oxygen, no air, then oxidation will not occur, and even the growth of pathogen will not occur. Every pathogen that was there inside, it has been already killed by the gamma radiation. So what will happen? The shelf life of this spices will increase. So the spice which could last for 1 year, now it will be last for 3 years. And then the export industry will have benefit out of it. Same can be done with the dry fruits. Even it can be done with the green vegetables and fruits also, but then it is not being used because these are the perishable item anyway. We use cold storage and the other system. Because the food irradiation has one problem. The problem is not that radiation will harm your body, because it is a controlled gamma radiation. The problem is that if you put the gamma radiation onto any food, then it will distort the taste of it. There will be some chemical degradation also, right? So fruits and vegetable might undergo the chemical degradation where the taste will be little changed. But when it comes to the spices and dry fruits, then it is a highly priced area, market, and a little bit chemical degradation will not make any difference, because the spices are very high in flavor, right? For Indian people, even the flavor is a little bit down, we will sense it. But think of European people, usko to kam power kahi chahiye. For them, it's good that the clove is having a little degraded flavor, right? It was in news because the private company, private sector was included in food irradiation. That was the thing, because it is a risky affair. So government has set the procedure and a standard for it. And now because government cannot take care of the entire segment which is growing, so private sector has been put into the food irradiation. So that is about nuclear agriculture. This area is being done by the BARC itself. Nobody else is working over there. But then this is something which is important. So lots of concept can come up. Which radiation we use, gamma radiation we use, which kind of gamma radiation, controlled gamma radiation with the low power, right? And then food irradiation mechanism is what that I'll explain. The next one is nuclear medicine. Nuclear medicine. And there we have isotope as medicine. So different isotopes we have, and we use it at medicine. Let's say iodine 125, that is used to in the treatment of thyroid cancer. Iodine 131, the treatment of eye cancer. So these are the two important aspects. Second one is radiotherapy. Here we use cobalt-60 for cancer cell killing. So cobalt-60 will emit gamma radiation, and this gamma rays will kill cancerous cell. The third area we call it radioisotope tracing. And there we use isotopes of nitrogen, sulfur, phosphorus, and we make the people consume it. So once you consume the radioisotope, it will be there into the body circulation. It will emit certain radiation, and this radiation will be catched by something called PET, positron emission topography. So PET. It is tomography, anatomy, tomography, and then we get to know about the internals of the body and the functional aspect of it. So radioisotope tracing, that means replacing a normal chemical in the body with the radioactive chemical. Radioactive chemical will take place of the normal chemical, and then it will move around into the body. There will be instrument like PET, and the PET will catch this radiation, it will give the image of it. That is why you might have come across, कलर डॉपलर अलग है, वो कलर डॉपलर तो दूसरा है, वो तो डॉपलर इफेक्ट है. Many time हार्ट टेस्ट में वो कुछ पिलाते हैं पहले, they make you drink something and then or inject something into the blood stream and then they will get it done, right? और बेरियम सल्फेट डाल के फिर उसका एक्सरे करते हैं. So these all come into that way. So nuclear agriculture was in news because of the private sector inclusion into this food irradiation, but then it makes the entire thing important, and lots of things happening at the nuclear medicine level also. If we talk about nuclear energy, then we have talked in length with that. It's not a new thing, but then I'll indicate what are the important aspects. First of all, thorium is also always important. So get hold of the thorium thing.
Radioisotope tracing, can you once explain?
Radioisotope tracing, I'll tell you one thing. Let's say if we have to explore, or let's say we find out the effect of a particular medicine in the body. I mean medicine, how medicine is going to a particular place and how it is working, right? If we created a medicine for liver, so the medicine must be reaching to the liver tissue. If it is reaching to the liver tissue, then it will be effective. But it should not reach the kidney, because in kidney it will have the adverse effect. So what we do, let's say this medicine that we have developed, it has got nitrogen. So normally nitrogen 14 is there, but in this medicine we are going to replace nitrogen 14 with nitrogen 15. And then we'll put this medicine into the body of volunteers. The volunteer will be eating this medicine of N15, radioisotope laced medicine, for let's say 10 days. And then what will happen? The urine sample will be taken from kidney, the liver tissue will be taken out, and then it will be analyzed. If we find good number of N15 over here, then it means that the amount of medicine reaching to the liver, because N15 can only be consumed when you are made to consume it, right, in a laboratory or controlled condition. And if we find a good number of N15 in kidney or urine sample, it means it is reaching to kidney also. So we can determine the efficacy or efficiency of any medicine into it, how it is reaching, how much time it is taking to reach over there. That is one thing. That is also called radioactive tracing. All the things in biology that we discuss, right, that has been determined by radioactive tracing long back. Now we have other technology also, but around that time it was the only technology we had. Like nitrogen. Nitrogen is present in RNA, DNA and protein in all way. But then the entire RNA to DNA, DNA to RNA, RNA to protein, this is all structure that has been determined with the help of radioactive tracing only. Or let's say if we talk about any chemical or biochemical reaction occurring inside the body, that this particular maltose breaks into glucose and glucose. So that has been determined by this only. So this is one way to determine the medicines and all. And second one, that we put purposely into the bloodstream, there are some radioactive materials, which is not dangerous. It is, I mean, it gives radiation, but the radiation is of milder version. And then it moves around the body in the blood circulation. And if it is there in blood circulation, then it will be emitting some kind of radiation. And there are very sensitive instruments that we have. And this instrument are so sensitive that it can trace the minimum amount of the radiation which is coming out of these material that which has been pumped inside the body. And then it gives the image of the entire internal systems, like in a heart or blood circulation, and everything can be done. So in energy sector, I am telling thorium is very important because India has got a very large reservoir of thorium. And India's focus on thorium is that India want to become independent in terms of nuclear technology with the help of thorium reserve. And for that we are developing something called AHWR, Advanced Heavy Water Reactor. Advanced Heavy Water Reactor. Right. So thorium and AHWR. India is forerunner in thorium research in terms of energy. So what AHWR will do? AHWR will have fuel, and the fuel will be thorium uranium fuel cycle. So this will be used over there. So thorium will be converting into uranium, and uranium will be splitting and giving energy. So this is a new technology we are developing. No country in the world has developed it. India and China is basically working on this. China started little late, and we are the forerunner in this technology, right? So like I told you in a nuclear technology class that uranium and thorium, these two things were there which are naturally present, and we had to opt any one of them. Obviously we didn't opt. I mean, developed country, USA, they basically leading this technology, and they discarded thorium and they went for uranium. Why? Because thorium can give you only energy, but not weapon. But uranium can give you energy plus weapon. तो energy भी दे सकता है और weapon भी दे सकता है. So that is why I told you that this was one of the mistake of the mankind, that they basically didn't opt for thorium, and thorium is 3 times more than uranium. The total reserve of the thorium in the entire world is 3 times more than uranium, right? Uranium is important, but then thorium, if you talk purely about energy, if we have to talk purely about energy, then best thing that we having is thorium. And now thorium has become very important and strategic because thorium is non-weaponized. India is a forerunner of thorium technology. If India could develop it, then what will happen? India can replicate this technology in its own energy supply, and it can also use into the other country of the world. Because thorium reactor लगाने में problem क्या है? If you put uranium reactor into any country, then uranium reactor can lead to formation of atomic bomb. But thorium reactor will not do that. So in our class, we have already talked about that how thorium is important than uranium, right? And there are set of logic for that. First thing, thorium is 3 times more than uranium, so it is going to last longer. Second, thorium concentration in nature is 2 to 12% in its ore. So thorium ore is monazite sand or monazite rock, and there the concentration of thorium is 2 to 12%. Average, if you take about, it's 7%. Whereas uranium 235 is 0.7%, right? So there is 0.7% and this is 7% average. That means you do not need to go under the very tough and technologically challenging process of enrichment, which is required in uranium, not required in thorium. Second thing, if thorium is 7%, then obviously you have to mine less to get more energy. So mining process will be less because you are getting 7%. There you are getting 0.7%. So per unit mining, the more energy will be given by thorium. You mine 1 truck of 500 tons of thorium, you will get more energy, and 500 tons of uranium, you will get less energy. I'm not talking about atomic level. Atomic level mein uranium will give you more energy. But mining is a process. We have to bother about mining because that is an environmental degrading process. And there also it is good. And the most important feature of the thorium is it is non-weaponized, so it won't be having any, let's say, nuclear politics on it. It's just pure energy and that's it. So this is something UPSC has asked question long back. थोरियम पे बहुत दिनों से सवाल नहीं पूछा इन्होंने, लेकिन एक बार ये सवाल पूछा था कि पर यूनिट माइनिंग which one will give you more energy, right? So that is one thing. And second thing, in nuclear technology, energy sector, you have to talk about is ITER. This is basically getting now important. International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. India is part of it. International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. So it's an international project. Host is France, and in France there is a city called Cadrech. Cadrech में बन रहा है ये. This entire setup is being developed, and this is basically nothing but the fusion reactor. So world's largest fusion reactors of 500 megawatt energy production. This is a host country and the members are China, India, South Korea, USA, Russia, European Union. एक कौन रह गया? France is there in European Union. 7 members are there. I just forgot it. तो ठीक है, अच्छा 6 ही है ना. चाइना, इंडिया, साउथ कोरिया, यूएसए. टॉप 5 में कौन कौन कंट्री है? G5. जापान. हाँ, जापान. हाँ, यही है, इतना ही है. So earlier it was, these two parts were not there. यही सब मिलके चाह रहे थे बनाना, चाइना, यूएसए, रशिया, यूरोपियन यूनियन एंड जापान. But then they took us also. In 2007 we become part of this, and now in the next 5 years basically the entire process will come into the action, and they will start producing by 2030. They are saying that they will start producing fusion energy, sustainable fusion energy. So ITER is something that you need to understand. Recently there was a news about ITER that Australia became non-member party. Non-member party. That means it's not a member, but it's a party. That means Australia will give some input into this project, and it will get limited access to the technology we are developing. Whereas this 7 country will have full access to the technology. European Union is basically having share of 45% in total cost, and rest of the 6 countries are having 9% cost each, right? So India is also having 9% cost bear. So India is bearing 9% of the total cost. China, South Korea, USA, Russia, Japan, and 45% cost is being borne by European Union, because the entire union is there, and the most important, France is having the establishment in itself. And if this becomes successful, it will be the first sustainable fusion reactor. Remember one thing, we have developed fusion reactors. We are having it in India. 22 fusion reactors are going on. But no fusion reactor are there in India which can produce energy and send it to our household, है ना? अब ये statement भी absolute नहीं है. Reason ये है that we do have fusion reactor, but the fusion reactor that we have are basically research reactors. So fission reactors. And we have 22 working reactors. That means the energy which is coming to your household may be coming from these reactors only. Especially तमिलनाडु में तो आ ही रहा है लोगों कुडरकुलम fusion reactor. So we have only experimental reactor. And one such reactor is called Aditya in Gujarat. So this is one junction where the question can be asked. And obviously the question will not come from the news. Rather, there could be one issue that we are able to control and domesticate fission but not fusion. Why? Right. So we have to look at those areas. So fusion has some challenges. And challenge number one is that you have to maintain very high temperature. And that is in million degrees C. Million degrees centigrade. So that we can achieve plasma state. And third thing, energy. Positive reaction should be there. So till now, it's not energy positive. That means the input energy is more and output energy is less. Let's say we have Aditya. So Aditya is experimental reactor. We are not going to produce any energy out of it. It's just like we do experiment on the plasma research or fusion research. But then in Aditya, if you put 10 megawatt energy, it will give you 8 megawatt energy. So there is no way out that we are going to use it. Energy input is more to maintaining all these things and the output become less. This is something, ITER is something, ITER ka concept ye hai, ITER, that it will get 50 megawatt energy and it will give you 500 megawatt energy. And we are close to getting it. So nuclear technology for prelims point of view, although it is not written, but then it become very important because it's a part of geography, energy, environment, economy. It's a most diverse area. न्यूक्लियर का मामला है ना कि ये सबसे ज्यादा डाइवर्सिटी अगर किसी पॉइंट में है तो इसी में है. इकोनॉमी में भी है, ज्योग्राफी में भी है, एनवायरमेंट में भी है, सिक्योरिटी, डिफेंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, everything it has got it. One more thing in nuclear technology that you have to mention. Kudankulam is there in Tamil Nadu, yes. And there we have Russian establishment called VVER. अभी इंडिया का सबसे पावरफुल रिएक्टर वहीं पे है, VVER 1000. That means one reactor can produce 1000 megawatt energy. But there is some other place in Tamil Nadu that is called Kalpakkam. And there we are making India's first FBR. That is called fast breeder reactor. India's first fast breeder reactor. And we have named it PFBR. हमने इसका नाम रखा है प्रोटोटाइप FBR. Operator will be Bhavini. Bharatiya Vidyut Nigam Limited. Otherwise, rest of the 22 reactors that we have, these are uranium based, and the operator is NPCIL, Nuclear Power Corporation India Limited. तो ये हमारा functional, including Kudankulam and the rest of the places. But I'm not talking about those things. I just mentioned these operators are different, right? For rest of the 22 which is already producing energy, NPCIL is operator. That is the company who is basically responsible for production of energy in this 22 reactors. Whereas in Kalpakkam, India's first FBR is about to get started. That means it may be 15 days or 20 days or 1 month or 2 months it will start. Right? Because already everything is done. And then that will become the first, India's first FBR. And in this reactor, India is going to use fuel में क्या use करेगा? तो plutonium for the first time. I mean, as of now, today, क्वेश्चन तो छपी गया होगा यूपीएससी का, तो उसके हिसाब से none of the reactor in India is using plutonium or thorium as a fuel. All 22 reactors of India are based on uranium only. And this PFBR is going to be the first reactor in India which will use plutonium as a fuel. And this PFBR is not only important for plutonium, rather it will be also important for thorium research, right? Because we can introduce thorium also in the later phase of this entire system. And for that you have to understand the India's 3-stage nuclear power program. In the class we have discussed it, that India's 3-stage power program, I'll just make a rough estimation of it, that Dr. Bhabha has given this 3-stage power program to India, and he has planned it for us that India should go in that way, where the first stage says that India will use uranium-235 as fuel in PHWR, pressurized heavy water reactor. So this will be reactor, this will be fuel. That is why we have 18 PHWR in India. Out of 22 reactors that we have 18 PHWR only, majority of them. Second thing, that it will be based on foreign help, so external help, because we didn't have anything. Second stage, we have planned, Dr. Bhabha planned that we will use plutonium-239 as a fuel, and we'll use in FBR, that we are going to do it now, right? And once we have started using plutonium-239, in the later phase we can use thorium-232 into it. And in the third stage, that will be the final stage, we'll use only thorium-232 in AHWR. And here we will become self-sufficient in terms of technology and fuel both. So from external help, foreign help to self-sufficiency, that is the march. That is the journey that we have to complete. और इसमें भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट जो पॉइंट्स हैं, that this was very wisely designed part, right? Because once you use uranium-235, then you use it with the mixture of uranium-238, right? It's not uranium-235 only. In nuclear reactor, the fuel rod, the fuel is composed of 5% uranium-235 and 95% uranium-238. You get my point? In nature, you get only 0.7% of it. In nature, it is only 0.7%, but you have to enrich it and increase the amount of uranium-235, which is the fuel part, to 5%. But rest of the thing, 238, that will be there, 95%. And like I told you that this will undergo fission, it will give you energy. And the neutron coming out of it will strike onto it. The neutron coming out of uranium-235 will strike on uranium-238, and some part of uranium-238 will produce and convert into plutonium-239. So in this reaction, you are not getting only one thing. One thing you are getting is energy, another thing that you are getting is plutonium. That is why this this part was important. First part was important. So it's not only that you are getting energy. Energy is the immediate outcome. That's 22 reactor of India is basically giving you right now. But this 22 reactors in India is also giving some amount of plutonium to you. The amount will be less, but obviously will have to collect it in a long run. That is why India is having 18 PSWR. All have been established. All the reactors in India till now have been established with the help of foreign help. And then we have captured some amount of plutonium. Now we are going to use this plutonium into this second stage. And you know that fast breeder reactor, why it is called fast breeder reactor? Because it can breed fuel. It can give you more plutonium. So there will be one cycle going on, plutonium will be used and this will be producing more plutonium. How? Again we'll use the same thing, plutonium-239 mixed with uranium-238. This will give you energy and this will strike and it will give you more plutonium. So this is how it is called breeder reactor. Breed means producing. So energy producing more fuel. So plutonium is gone, but then uranium-238 will give you more plutonium. Other country, developed country have achieved the breeding ratio of 1:3. That means if you use 50 kg of plutonium, then 50 kg plutonium will be gone and 150 kg plutonium will come up. So breeding ratio will become 1:3. Although in India that we have FBR, the breeding ratio is not so good, it is around 1.1 to 1.4. That means if you use 100 kg of plutonium, you will get 110 kg, 120 kg plutonium back. That is why this FBR or FBR is become very important. Why it become important? Because plutonium is strategically very important. With plutonium you can make a smaller atomic bomb. And a smaller and lighter atomic bomb, that means you can integrate it into the missile system. And the missile will be able to lift it up, right? So plutonium is something that no country will help you. And India took a lot of time to develop it. And still we have already achieved everything, but not yet started. It is undergoing the initial tests. Because once you achieve it, then you will be in comparison with the developed country as well. But then we are not going to stop over here, right? In the second phase of the second stage, I'll write it here, second phase of the second stage, we will replace this plutonium with thorium, right? And this thorium will give you, let's say, this plutonium, no, we are not going to do that, sorry. We are going to replace this uranium with the thorium. I'll explain here. Plutonium-239 plus thorium-232. This will give you energy and this neutron will strike upon it and it will give you uranium-233, new compound. And now this uranium-233 will be used in ASWR. So you can see like first stage is giving fuel for the second stage and second stage is giving fuel for the third stage or integrated. And once we have achieved to this point, then we will be self-sufficient. And now you can understand why this FBR is very important for India. क्योंकि वो तो link है ना बीच का, to connect the thing to the thorium. So first stage, uranium is a fuel, but we will collect some amount of plutonium from the burnt fuel, from the used fuel. Once we have a stockpile of plutonium, we can use it into the second stage, that is Kalpakkam. In the first stage of the Kalpakkam, plutonium will be used and more plutonium will be produced. that will basically give you fuel for the future, and plutonium for the strategic purpose to make the lighter atomic bomb. Already we have it. We have plutonium based bomb also. But then obviously we can revamp the entire arsenal. We can replace the uranium bomb with the plutonium bomb. Because in our defense classes I told you that atomic bomb को airdrop करना आज के डेट में सबसे बेकार काम है. I mean even Pakistan has got such radar system, such air defense system that the aircraft can be shot down. अभी हुआ अभिनंदन, he entered and they shot down, है ना? तो एयर ड्रॉप का तो मतलब ही नहीं बनता आज के डेट में. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट हिरोशिमा नागासाकी यू कैन नॉट रिपीट इट. द मोमेंट यू एंटर इनटू द एनिमी टेरिटरी, एनिमी एयर स्पेस, दे विल शॉट इट डाउन. सो ओनली वन वे टू डिलीवर द एटॉमिक वेपन टू द टारगेट इज मिसाइल सिस्टम, है ना? और वो भी मिसाइल सिस्टम एक दो नहीं, इन ओवरवेलमिंग नंबर ऑफ मिसाइल सिस्टम. 50 छोड़ दिया, उसमें पता नहीं कितने न्यूक्लियर वॉरहेड वाले हैं. क्योंकि अब मिसाइल को भी तो रोकने के लिए हमने सिस्टम बना लिया ना, एंटी बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल डिफेंस सिस्टम. एंड फॉर द मिसाइल सिस्टम, द मिसाइल, इंडियन मिसाइल कैन कैरी मैक्सिमम 1.5 टन वॉरहेड. और वो भी अग्नि 5 की बात मैं कर रहा हूं. सो अग्नि 5 कैन कैरी 1.5 टन ऑफ वॉरहेड. इफ यू have read this current affairs and magazine all, then recently India has developed something called Agni Prime, right? So Agni Prime can deliver something to around 1000 kilometer, and it can carry up to 1 ton of the warhead. It can deliver the 1 ton warhead in any part of the Pakistan. That means if we have to have the nuclear deterrence, then the nuclear bomb must be below 1 ton. And below 1 ton nuclear warhead, that can be achieved only with the help of plutonium. That is why plutonium become very important. And that is why nobody helped India into the plutonium research. कोई करेगा ही नहीं. कोई country क्यों करेगा? Because obviously with the plutonium you achieve two things. First, your dependency on the other country, external help for the fuel, that vanishes. Second, you become this, nuclear superpower because you are able to make the lighter version of the warhead which can be integrated with the missile system, right? And for India there is one added benefit also, because this will also include thorium into the entire play, and then it will lead to the thorium research. So this entire scheme need to be understood. Homi Jagir Bhabha, he named it closed fuel cycle. He called it closed fuel cycle. Closed fuel cycle means fuel of one stage is being used second stage, and second stage fuel is being in third stage. So that is a closed fuel cycle, right? The spent fuel are not something that we are going to throw. Rather, the spent fuel is producing plutonium. The spent fuel is producing plutonium and uranium-233, and then these all will be used into the next stage. And once we have reached to the second and third stage, we are self-sufficient. Where are we now? Abhi hum log kahan hain? So we are here only, right at this threshold. We are entering into the second stage. But then it took a lot of time. And why it took a lot of time? That you might have studied in IR classes that India is still under ban after Pokhran 1. Nuclear supplier group and everything has been formed. India is under एक्सटेंसिव बैन टिल 2008 से थोड़ा रिलैक्स हुआ है, बट अभी भी हम बैन में हैं. इंडिया के बारे में आप जानते हो ना, इंडिया इज सेल्फ प्रोक्लेम्ड न्यूक्लियर पावर स्टेट. अमेरिका डजंट रिकॉग्नाइज यू कि आप न्यूक्लियर पावर हो. हमने खुद को ये कह रखा है कि वी आर न्यूक्लियर पावर स्टेट. हम खुद कह लेते हैं, हमने खुद ही कह रखा है वी आर ब्लू वाटर नेवी. नो कंट्री रिकॉग्नाइज यू एज अ ब्लू वाटर नेवी, लेकिन हम कहते हैं कि हम तो हैं. हमारा उधर खड़ा है विक्रमादित्य, तो ब्लू वाटर नेवी है. खैर उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, दैट इज ओनली स्ट्रैटेजिक थिंग. सो दैट इज वन थिंग. एंड अगेन आई विल टेल यू द फोकस शुड बी ऑन कल्पक्कम, PFBR. Focus should be on ITER and thorium research in India. Why thorium is better than the uranium and other fuel, and the best thing that we have more thorium than uranium. Plutonium तो होता ही नहीं है, that is a man-made element, and thorium is non-weaponized. If we talk about nuclear, then there is a term called nuclear triad. That is basically a defense aspect. That means your ability to strike nuclear weapon from air, land, and water. So if you have ability to strike nuclear weapon, that means atom bomb, from all three places, then you have achieved nuclear triad. For air, we can do airdrop by fighter jets. If we talk about the recent one, Rafale is capable of it, है ना? उसके अलावा भी बहुत है, जगुआर है, सुखोई है, मिराज है, ये भी ड्रॉप कर सकते हैं. तेजस ड्रॉप नहीं कर सकता, तेजस का नया वर्जन बना रहे, वो कर सकता है. तेजस इज लाइट कॉम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट. So air drop can be done only by the big aircraft like Sukhoi or multi-role medium aircraft like Rafale and Mirage, है ना? लैंड से कैसे करेंगे? मिसाइल सिस्टम. एंड द मिसाइल वी हैव टू, अग्नि एंड पृथ्वी. So these two missile can carry the nuclear weapon. Surface to surface missiles हैं, right? And water was most important one, क्योंकि water में भी दो part है. From ship and second from submarine. And from ship we have Dhanush missile. And from ship we have K-15 and K-4 missiles. K-15 is already there, but K-4 is under trial. Develop हो गया, under trial. That means this is our nuclear strike capabilities. We have fighter planes, many of them. We have two missile systems which can go land to land, and we have two missile systems that can be basically fired from water surface and under the water. So altogether India has got 4 missile systems which can carry nuclear warhead, right? Rest of the missile, if you talk about, apart from these 4, these all are attack missiles. They cannot carry nuclear warhead, right? जो भी developed है हमारे पास, अस्त्रा और ब्रह्मोस और बाकी कोई भी जो मिसाइल, आप आकाश पढ़ते हो, त्रिशूल पढ़ते हो, नाग भी नहीं कर सकता. नाग तो बहुत छोटा एंटी टैंक मिसाइल है, राइट? तो डिफेंस इज वन एरिया दैट वी हैव टू टॉक अबाउट, एंड दिस इज योर न्यूक्लियर ट्रायड. इंडिया अचीव्ड इट, एंड वंस इंडिया अचीव्ड न्यूक्लियर ट्रायड, देन इंडिया बेसिकली बिकेम वन ऑफ द फ्यू कंट्री हु हैव अचीव्ड इट. Submarine में you have to remember one more thing. The submarine part was the last part that we have achieved in 2019 only, right? And for that we have to develop one submarine that is called INS Arihant. So INS Arihant is having this K-15 missile, and with the INS Arihant we achieved nuclear triad. तो एयर ड्रॉप तो कर ही सकते थे हम. Second, Agni and Prithvi, we developed it. Third, Dhanush was basically nothing but the navalized version of Prithvi. So it was a naval version of Prithvi itself. So last technological challenge that we had, that was development of one such submarine which can launch ballistic missile from within the water. And the second challenge was to develop one ballistic missile that can come out from the depth of the water. So K-15 was one such missile. So K-15, Kalam 15 you can call it, that is called SLBM, Satellite Launch Ballistic Missile. And around 7 countries has this technology, India is one of them. And this SLBM is integrated with Arihant submarine. And we achieved it. जैसे इसको अचीव किया तो एक वर्ड हम लोग यूज करते थे, मिनिमम क्रेडिबल डेटरेंस, उसमें से मिनिमम वर्ड हटा दिया है ना. नाउ वी हैव क्रेडिबल डेटरेंस, मतलब वी हैव ऑलरेडी अचीव्ड व्हाट अमेरिका एंड चाइना एंड रशिया हैज अचीव्ड इट, राइट, because they can also strike on the enemy from all four places: air, land, water surface or underwater. We have also achieved it. यह है कि हमारी strike range उतनी नहीं है. They can strike anywhere in the world, right? We have not gone to that extent because we have to take care of only 2 countries. One is China, another is Pakistan. उतना तो हमने कर लिया है ना. Because this K-15 is having range of 750 km and K-4 will have range of 3500 km and उसके बाद K-5 भी बनाएंगे जिसका रेंज होगा 6000 km. So with that, entire Pakistan and China will be under cover of the nuclear strike. So we'll talk about one missile system that is called Agni Prime. Recent integration into the Agni series. So first of all, Agni Prime is having a range of 1000 to 2000 km. Range of 1000 to 2000 km. And this will have a technology called MIRV or multiple payload. Payload or warhead you can call it. That means the missile can carry more than one bomb inside. And this is demand of the time that you have to develop MIRV because all countries, I mean China, if you say that they have developed a technology by which the missiles can be stopped, destroyed in the path only. I mean recently we have seen how Israel managed, yeah. So in Israel airspace, the video was there. उधर से मिसाइल वो छोड़ रहा है, इधर से वो छोड़ रहा है, रास्ते में the missiles are basically colliding with each other and stopping it. That is called ballistic missile defense system. India has developed it, China has developed it. पाकिस्तान के पास अभी नहीं है, बना ही लेगा चाइना के साथ मिलके, है ना. तो for that we have to develop something called MIRV. MIRV means that missile will rise like one, but it will split into many things. Right. So one missile and then multiple payload will come out. So this is the technology which can overwhelm the defense system because one missile is coming, another missile will strike. But imagine a situation, one missile is rising, and after that these missiles are splitting into 6 warhead. Then the missile which is going to collide with that, it might collide with just one, but rest of the things will fall. So that is how we are basically developing technology. And that is why this Agni 1 and 2 will be replaced by it. So it is going to replacement of Agni 1 and 2. It's a long back story. Agni Prime will replace it both. The most important part of this Agni Prime is, it is made up of composite material. So it is lighter. So missile body is lighter, it means payload capacity will be higher. Lighter missiles, solid fuel missiles has its own, and obviously it is solid fuel. So if it is lighter and solid fuel, so it has advantage. Advantage number 1 kya hai? You can keep the missile in ready to launch position. And second advantage is that you can carry this missile onto the mobile launcher. So operational time to, prepare the missile and to launch it, that will be minimum. That will give you operational flexibility. You can move around the missiles in an entire war field so that the enemy will not be able to trace down where is the position of the missile. Because unko bhi pata hai ki hamare missiles kahan hai. You get my point? And then they keep eye on to everything. अब मैं तो नदर्न पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया घूम के आया 10 days लद्दाख, एंड ऐसे गुस्सा नहीं आता है. इफ यू लुक एट द मैप की उधर ले लिया उसने, चाइना ने इधर ले लिया पाकिस्तान ने, LAC एंड LOC आप जानते होगे, है ना. बट द मोमेंट यू गो देयर एंड देन यू सी, तब फिर लगता है कि बंदूक दे दो, वापस लेके आते हैं LAC OLOC सब. इट्स मतलब ऐसा है कि इट्स आवर लैंड, बट वो रह रहे हैं वहां पे. एंड देन देयर इज वन रिसेंटली November 2021 in Ladakh region, there was one establishment which has been inaugurated by Rajnath Singh, that is called Rejangla. There was one Paramveer Chakra recipient, Major Shaitan Singh. So Major Shaitan Singh was basically one of the fighter, and he was protecting in 62 war the China, and he lost his life with 114 people, and this Rejangla was created around to honor them. And there it is entire Indian Army area, and they will show you, this is India, this is China, and there are two establishments where the flag meeting happened. So Chinese counterpart comes, Indian counterpart comes, and they both make meeting over there. And then he said that, sir, you are on the road, China is looking at you. हम लोग भी उनको देख रहे हैं पीछे से, वो भी देखते हैं कि अगर गाड़ी रुकी तो वो देख रहे हैं. And you cannot construct a single brick on your own land without asking to China. And China can, even China will not do that. So whenever you have to do a construction, the Indian official, the Chinese official, they meet, they exchange the words, they allow each other, and then we do it. तो प्रॉब्लम उसमें नहीं है, प्रॉब्लम यह है कि वो हमारे लैंड पे बैठा हुआ है, तो वो है. तो मैप में हम देखते हैं ना, हेड, इंडिया का हेड, वो इधर से भी कट गया, उधर से भी कटा हुआ है. एंड ऑब्वियसली वी डू नॉट अलाउ टू डिपिक्ट इट, बट दैट इज द रियलिटी. तो माई लिटिल सन वॉज सो फ्यूरियस अबाउट लिसनिंग ऑल दिस स्टोरी. उसका था कि कब लेके वापस आएंगे, लैंड कब वापस मिलेगा. तो ये मामला है. खैर, so the missile systems and everything that need to be very secure, and the position of these missile systems should not be known to the enemy, but obviously enemy has all tracking devices like we have, and they know it. Basically, they know it. So what could give you operational flexibility? That missiles are placed on the mobile launchers, and the mobile launchers is moving inside the warfield. You are keep changing the position of it so that you can make the, all of a sudden a strike onto the enemy. An enemy will not be able to track it down, right? So solid fuel has this advantage. That is Agni Prime. There was something called Brahmos, and Brahmos, you know that, what is Brahmos, but I am not talking about Brahmos. We are talking about Brahmos NG, new generation. So Brahmos NG will be newer version, 40% less in weight, and 3 meter shorter in height. So it has all the capability of Brahmos itself. But then, why it has been done so? Because it is made up of composite materials. So whenever I say composite material, it's metal plus polymer. So make it lighter. Doesn't compromise with strength and all. Range will be equal to Brahmos 350 to 400 kilometer, and payload it can carry 200 to 300 kg. And obviously whenever you see something below 1 ton, 1 ton से नीचे का कोई मिसाइल सिस्टम पेलोड कैपेसिटी है, इसका मतलब है कि वो न्यूक्लियर वॉरहेड लेके नहीं जा सकता. सिंपल है ना. There are many things that you cannot basically memorize. You need to understand it. और ऐसे भी अंडरस्टैंड क्या करना है. 4 मिसाइल सिस्टम है हमारे पास जो न्यूक्लियर वॉरहेड लेके जा सकते हैं. अग्नि, पृथ्वी, धनुष और K series, K15, K4 and K5. K15 is there. K5 is under development and K4 is under trial. So apart from these 4 missiles, no missile of India can carry this nuclear warhead. That you need to understand. And any missile which is able to carry less than 2 to 300, less than 1 ton, then it is not carrying nuclear warhead. And versions क्या होंगे इसके? तो we are basically doing a better thing on to that. So versions, all 4. That means air, land, water and submarine. And Brahmos was in news for one more reason, that you know that Brahmos is made by a company called Brahmos Aerospace Limited, and it is Indo-Russian joint venture. And this joint venture has just one thing. And what was that? It was like develop the missile system, the fastest cruise missile system of the world, equip the Indian Army, Russian Army, armed forces, and sell this missile into the international market. तो 3 इनके objectives थे. First, to develop world's best cruise missiles. That we have done it, we are doing it. Brahmos is one of the best. And if we develop Brahmos 2, it will be fastest cruise missile in the world, 7 Mach speed. Second, equip the respective countries, I mean India and Russia, with the cruise missiles. That we are doing it. हम लोगों ने भी deploy कर रखा है. And third, sell it to the international market, है ना? And then Philippines became the first country to strike a deal with the Brahmos Aerospace Limited to get the missile system for the naval forces. So that was a small news. But news में ये थोड़ी ना आएगा कि कौन सा country ने लिया. They won't ask. I mean, this will be SSC kind of question. कि which country has contract with the Brahmos Aerospace Limited to have a missile system for the naval forces? Philippines. They won't ask it. Rather, the entire Brahmos segment is important. You get my point? Rather, the entire cruise missile segment is important. That is why I mean, many of you have done this science and tech classes. और बहुत लोग तो चले भी गए, उनको लग गया कि भाई सब तो पढ़ भी चुके हैं. ठीक है, that is good. Because whatever I am discussing, I took the classes in the, I think December, January, February. And December, January, February, when I took the classes, then entire current affair is already there. It's science and tech is always current centric. And current affair is indication. And then you go back and take everything. So even this Philippines, I think the Philippines वाला भी बताया ही था आप लोग को. कि Philippines became the first country to strike a deal with Brahmos Aerospace Limited, and he will get the Brahmos missile for the naval forces. And it has got many implications, not just this. Because Chinese aggression को भी वो counter कर रहा है. If Philippines is getting missile from India and Russia, I mean India UP से, तो China को वो बात अच्छी नहीं लगी. And obviously, if there are many countries in the Southeast Asian region and this Asia Pacific region will get this kind of missiles from India, it is basically good for India and regional politics, geopolitics. Okay. There is one more thing that we'll discuss. Now India is focusing on one more thing, that is called air defense system. There was a time when Navy used to be the biggest force, and the country who is having greater naval power that would have, rule the world. That Britain has done it. But nowadays, Navy is there, it's still there, but Air Force is the most important aspect. If the air strike capability is there, then nobody, आप देखते हो ना कहीं भी कुछ भी होता है तो सबसे ज्यादा चर्चा किस बात की होती है? एयरक्राफ्ट और मिसाइल्स की, है ना? अभी Russia Ukraine war is going on, and whenever you open the news, this television channels, then they will all talk about the aircrafts and the missile system they are using it. They will show you that only, that they are firing series of missiles and everything, right? So missile strike is something that is very decisive, and to counter the missile or air strike, we have to develop the air defense system. And India has got multi-layer air defense system. जैसे एक है जिसको कहते हैं long range interception. Long range interception. And for that we have BMD. So we have developed BMD. Second is called intermediate range interception. For that we have S-400, and you know that we have got it from Russia. Then the third one is short range interception. इसमें बहुत सारे हैं, And there we have three things: Akash missile, Barak 8, and there is one missile system we got it from Israel, is Spider. That is a spilling. And fourth one is very short range. Interception. There we have Bofors and Manpads. There are many more into it, but then these are the main thing that we should go for. So BMD we have developed it. Nobody has helped in BMD. BMD is once a system which can trace any missile coming even from 5,000 kilometers. So any missile which is coming from 5,000 kilometer distance and targeting any Indian city, then this BMD can track out. It can launch series of interceptor missiles, and then it can stop the missile in the air itself. The accuracy of this system is 99.7%, 99.7%, as claimed by DRDO. And DRDO has said that we have developed it, and we are in the process of deploying it. Delhi and Mumbai will be first two cities to get this cover, and after that all metros of India will be covered by this. But then this statement was made in around 2014 something. उसके बाद से कुछ खबर नहीं. Nothing is coming. Because obviously you need to understand that DRDO or country will not reveal each and everything to you. Because it's a defense application. 2007 में हमने इसका last experiment किया. And 2015-14 तक आते आते we declared it that India will now deploy on metro cities. Whether it is deployed or not, we don't know. And we don't need to know basically. Let it be in a confusion state. Because that also gives you edge. That country, Pakistan or China, is not able to find out that whether we have deployed on a city or not. So that is another benefit. Before striking onto a particular Indian territory, they will have to find out whether this BMD shield is there or not. If it is there, then we will going to neutralize the attack. And according to our nuclear doctrine, we have said it, that we won't make first strike. But once the strike has been made by the nuclear weapon, then we will retaliate with the full force. For that particular thing, the BMD system is very important. Because BMD system can track missile which is coming from 5,000 kilometers, that means China's any part of it. और BMD system normal missile attack के लिए भी काम करेगा, लेकिन main जो उसका motto क्या था? That if we are under nuclear attack, then this BMD will be there to save us. Because once you declare that no first use policy, that means you have to have a shield to stop the first attack, so that you can save yourself from the first attack. मतलब एक अटैक हो ही गया तो क्या हो गया? अगर एक अटैक न्यूक्लियर वेपन का हो गया तो आप समझते हो? Will we have the willpower to go for the retaliatory action? जापान 2 अटैक में सरेंडर कर दिया था, हिरोशिमा और नागासाकी खत्म. तो दैट इज वाई. इसलिए आप देखो तो रशिया यूक्रेन को तो फंसा दिया इन लोगों ने ना मिलके. 2000 उसके पास एटॉमिक बॉम्ब थे. जब दे डिसइंटीग्रेटेड, दे गॉट 2000 एटॉमिक वेपन्स. एंड बुडापेस्ट कन्वेंशन किया इन्होंने, ये अमेरिका, नाटो, उसने कहा कि यू डिस्ट्रॉय योर वेपन एंड आई विल प्रोटेक्ट यू. आज देख लो. सो वी लर्न वन नेशन, अपने भरोसे रहना चाहिए. अपना न्यूक्लियर वेपन है अपने पास. एनीवे, सो BMD S400, the topic exhausted in the sense that it has been asked in the prelims and the mains both. तो लास्ट ईयर मेंस में पूछ दिया, एंड प्रीलिम्स में इट वाज आस्क्ड दैट थर्ड, कंपेयर्ड विद थर्ड. Yeah. So third and S-400, that was a 2 air defense system that India was contemplating to buy one of them. Right. And then UPSC Prelims asked what is the full form of third. That means if anybody is reading newspaper would get that, because newspaper में तो छपेगा ही ना. जैसे when India was trying to buy aircraft, Rafale, तो competitor कौन था? Typhoon of UK. So Typhoon and Rafale both were compared, and India went for the Rafale. Typhoon छोड़ दिया. So if you read newspaper carefully and constantly, then a lot of thing is taken care of automatically, right? So that is why in UPSC, first thing that it pays that you should be very clear with the fundamentals. Once the fundamental is clear in the classroom, in the textbook, then you go to the newspaper, and then you will start grasping the thing which is required for this examination, right? So first thing that if you are not having the fundamental knowledge of something, newspaper and topic will become like a book. मतलब उसको बुक की तरह पढ़ना पड़ेगा, इतना दिमाग लगेगा, एक आर्टिकल पढ़ने में 20-25 मिनट लग जाएंगे आपको. But once you are grasping the entire thing, it will be easy. One article of 1,500 words, it will take 5-6 minutes to read it, because lots of things in this article is already you have studied. Whenever India will talk about the BMD, there will be lot of things that will be repeated. Articles में या newspaper में there is a lot of things that will get repeated. It won't be giving any new information out of it. New information will be only 2-3 lines, right? Akash, we have developed it under IGMDP. Barak is Indo-Israel development, and a Spider we got it from Israel. Bofors आपको पता ही है स्वीडन का है. मैनपैड्स तो हम खुद भी बना लेते हैं, अमेरिका से भी लिया. मैनपैड्स आर मैन पोर्टेबल, कंधे से लॉन्च जो करते हैं ना, एक बैरल रॉकेट लॉन्चर्स, दैट इज कॉल्ड मैन पोर्टेबल एयर डिफेंस मैनपैड. Two things you have to cover up in defense more. And two things that you have to cover up is aircraft carrier and we have INS Vikramaditya. That we got it from Russia, and we are about to have INS Vikrant. Vikrant is under sea trial in a final phase, and soon we'll have it. And we'll have 2 aircraft carrier. अभी एक ही है हमारे पास. The only functional aircraft carrier that we have is INS Vikramaditya. But then INS Vikrant is something that India has made it on its own. Yeah, indigenous. And we became very few country to make it. So only 5th country, only 5 country can make this aircraft carrier. India is one of them with the development of Vikrant. And second aspect that you have to understand is submarine. In submarine, 2 things are important. One is Project 75, which is developing Kalvari class submarine. With the help of France. तो फ्रांस का टेक्नोलॉजी है, डेवलप हम कर रहे हैं, बना हम अपने घर में रहे. But the technology has been transferred from France. Another is Arihant class submarine. This is India meant, and it is nuclear power ballistic missile submarine. So remember it. It is very important to know that Kalvari Arihant class submarine is propelled by nuclear energy, whereas Kalvari class submarine that is propelled by diesel and battery. That is called electric diesel submarine. अब तो प्रोजेक्ट 75 अल्फा भी शुरू हो जाएगा. So project 75 will give you 6 submarine. Out of 6 मुझे लगता है 4 तो ऑलरेडी बना चुके हम. INS कलवरी, कंधेरी, करंज और INS वेला, एंड उसके अलावा 2 और है, वो भी हम प्लान कर चुके हैं. अरिहंत में भी वी आर बेसिकली प्लान 4 एंड इट मे गो अप टू 6. So INS अरिहंत इज देयर, INS अरिघट इज देयर, और 2 और हमने कोड नेम रखा हुआ है S4 करके, and it might go up to 6. And because now this project 75 is almost going to get complete in next 5 years, so we have already planned something called project 75 alpha या project 75A. That means 6 more will be made. So our our submarine power will be there, because the older submarine that we have, that is basically almost dead. 10th submarine we had it from Russia, that is called Sindhu Ghosh class submarine, that is already dead. None of them are basically functional for fight. It's there with us, but if there is a fight, then we won't be able to do anything with that aging submarine. So we have to replace it. Yes.
Sir, how much pound will required for activity? How many submarines, how many aircraft will require?
No, that you cannot basically tell that how many requirement will be there, but yes, we have a fair knowledge of how many submarines we have. And like if we talk about submarine, then we have 4 submarine from Germany, that is called Shishumar class, and we have 9 submarine. We had 10 but एक खत्म हो गया from Russia, that is called Sindhu Ghosh class submarine. So total कितने हो गए भाई? 13 submarine. Scorpion is Kalvari only, right? In France it is called Scorpion. So I'm not talking about it. ये तो बात की बात है ना. हमारे पास तो total 14 submarine थे. You get my point? And one we got it from Russia on rent. Lease पे लिया था. That is called INS Chakra. तो 14, 1, 15. So we had only 15 submarine. Out of 15 submarine, none of the submarine was made by India. And this 4 submarine of the Germany, that is only submarine that you have which can basically strike in a war condition. Otherwise this 10 submarine, 9 submarine, these all are aging submarine, older technology, it cannot do anything. इसमें से एक डूब भी गया, अपने आप डूब गया. सिंधु रक्षक submarine 5 years back in Mumbai dockyard, it just sank because there was an explosion in a battery chamber due to the deposition of hydrogen gas, and then it gone. And then we realized that if this can go down, then rest 9 of such submarine are similar design. The 9 can also go down. You get my point? We cannot rely on this 9. So we have only 4, and 4 is not advanced one. Germany से हमने बहुत साल पहले खरीदा था. That is why India went for the submarine missions like Project 75 Arihant, because this is going to give you 12 submarine, 6 plus 6, and this is going to give you 4 to 6. तो 12 and minimum 4 मान लेते कितने हो जाएंगे? 16. And obviously 16 ठीक है ना, 14 तो था ही हमारे पास पहले, अब 16 होगा. And obviously India has got such big, money power, that we are not going to stop any of this. But the thing is that मामला वही है ना कि we have only 4 hours and 4 hours में कितना? Otherwise, science and technology is one such thing which is basically always current oriented. So if any of you are not part of our classroom coverage, तो आपके कोई friend होंगे, any topic, जो भी topic मैंने बताया उसको डिटेल में पढ़ाया है. It's already done in detail and it is in so much detail that if you read the notes only which is written into the class, you will grasp it. So you get hold of that notes, request somebody, although nobody will give you at this crucial time, है ना? But if somebody is there, then you grasp, get the notes and you just flip through. The topic I have mentioned, you just need to flip through. ये topic important था, ये topic important था, ये topic important था. You will get it. Just a GM crop. I just mentioned about GM crop in a very small manner. Non-transgenic GM crop, but you imagine the GM crop is how important topic. And why? Chances are high they will ask non-transgenic GM crop. But then the thing is that this non-transgenic GM crop came into the news. And it came into the news just in month of October 2021. Now October 2021 it came in the news. And then in March 2022, GSE approved it, technology. Then what is the guarantee that they will ask this year only? There is no guarantee. They can ask this thing into 2023 or 2024. But one thing is there. There will be one question coming from non-transgenic GM crop because AIRI and other institutes are involved in that, either into the main or prelims examination. But in which year it will come, it is not sure. You get my point? That is why for a teacher it is easy because teacher ने तो पढ़ा दिया. अब वो 22 में आए, 23 में आए, 24 में आएगा. But for aspirant it is very difficult because aspirant is basically teacher is playing in a decade format. हमारे लिए decade होता है कि एक बार blue LED पढ़ा दिया ना, आ गया, चलो भाई. 5 साल बाद आया ठीक है, लेकिन पढ़ाया तो आया था. हमने पढ़ाना छोड़ दिया था. I'm honestly telling you that blue LED we stopped discussing it because Nobel Prize मिला तब पढ़ा दिया. अब क्या है? लेकिन UPSC भी he was playing at another level. Nobel Prize was in 2014 and they asked in 2021. अब लो. And during that time we basically created 2-page or 3-page notes onto the blue LED and how it will be important and change the entire display dynamics and the other thing. Nobody, none of the examination have asked it. So you never know it. But then that is how the UPSC is. You have to go with that. Anyway, we'll cover up few more topic. So don't get into the number कितना चाहिए, वो कितने नंबर में एयरक्राफ्ट होने चाहिए, वो सब ऐसे सुनने में अच्छा लगता है, पर एग्जाम के लिए इट्स नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट. Anyway, supercomputer again important. Why it is important? Because already we are under NSM, National Supercomputer Mission. So first of all, try to learn about NSM. We are in the first phase of the NSM. And first phase of the NSM says that we will assemble supercomputers so that we can improve the India's position in supercomputing. हम लोग उसमें हम slip down हो गए. Second phase में we will start producing some part of it in India. And third phase we are going to be independent into it. That means architecture, spares and assembly. All things will be done in India. But right now we are in the first phase. That means we get the cores and processor from the outside and we assemble it in India. Right? And NSM is being run by CDAC plus IISC, Bangalore. They both are jointly leading it. And the most powerful computer that we have made it is Param Siddhi. अभी देखा होगा आपने परम गंगा. Recently it came into the news. And there is a lots of Param series computer came in. Param Shivaya, Param Brahma, Param Siddhi, Param Ganga, Param Sanganak, right? So these all Param which is coming right now, these are part of the NSM. And there are 17 places in the entire India where it will be placed. Most of the places are CDAC or IITs or NITs. है ना? वहाँ लगा रहे हैं. And then we connect all 17 places with a grid computing. And this grid computing access will be available to all technological institute into the entire India. 17 places में ही तो सारे NIT IITs नहीं है ना. तो for that we have a grid system. Like Delhi IIT doesn't have any supercomputer. But then Delhi IIT will be connected to the grid. And with the help of grid, it can get help of any computer in the grid. करना क्या है supercomputer से? You have to do data crunching only. So data crunching can be done from the distant location if you are connected to the grid. Grid is nothing but the internet of the supercomputer, you can say like that. Right. So that is one thing. Second thing, in the supercomputer, you have to take care of top 500 list. एक नवंबर में आता है, दूसरा जून में आता है, तो नवंबर वाला इंपॉर्टेंट है. लास्ट केम इन नवंबर 2021. जून वाला तो इंपॉर्टेंट है नहीं हमारे लिए, बिकॉज बाय दैट टाइम प्रीलिम्स विल बी देयर. एंड टॉप 500 लिस्ट मींस वर्ल्ड्स टॉप 500 सुपर कंप्यूटर्स हैव बीन categorized. The number 1 is Fugaku of Japan. And this is at 442 petaflops. 442 petaflops. Peta means 10 to the power 15. So 10 to the power 15 operations per second it can do. In a very easy term, you can say like 10 to the power 15 calculation in 1 second it can do. It's the fastest one, right? इंडिया का जो फास्टेस्ट है वो है लगभग 5 पेटाफ्लॉप पे. दिस परम सिद्धि इज एट अराउंड 5 पेटाफ्लॉप एंड दिस इज 442 पेटाफ्लॉप. दैट मीन्स यू कैन इमेजिन हाउ मेनी. दैट इज द नंबर 1. नंबर 2 इज सबमिट, USA. It is around 148 petaflops. So but that is not much important. They can ask, they might not ask. But then one thing you need to understand, then according to top 500 list, the country ranking, that means out of 500 top supercomputer in the world, China has got maximum supercomputer, 173. Number 1 is with Japan, it's all fine. But out of top 500 supercomputer, the China's share is 173. Right? And China is leading with that. And China has left behind USA, that used to be leader. USA का है 149. Number नहीं important है, but जानना important है. Third is Japan. It's around 32 supercomputer. And India is at 11th position. 11th position is India with 3 supercomputers. So it's not only 3, rather I am saying that 3 supercomputer in top 500, right? And excluding this one, I mean after November 2021, the computer which came in, it has not been enlisted in top 500 because next top 500 will come in June. So every year twice it comes, it is published. One in June, another is in November. So June wala to aaya nahi hai. So according to numbers, details, that is the thing. And there was a time that India used to have around 8 to 10 supercomputer in top 500. 8 to 10. And we had our position in top 10 also. India had supercomputer in top 10 slots. Top 50 में हम थे, top 20 में रहते थे. अभी इंडिया का जो सबसे फास्टेस्ट है वो 102 नंबर पे है, 102. That means our fastest is not even under top 10, top 100. and there was a lot of slip into that. Our supercomputing power was better than China 10 years back, but we lost it. And one thing we need to understand, supercomputers are very important, strategically important, and for research and development it is important. Strategically because atom bombs designing, missiles designing, path calculation, aerospace engineering, your defense technology, quantum mechanics, nanotechnology, these all are based on these things. And moreover, supercomputer required to promote fundamental research in the country. अब आपको लग रहा है ना कि आप देखो फिजिक्स का उठा के देख लो नोबेल प्राइज, सारे नोबेल प्राइज किस पे मिल रहा है? क्वांटम फिजिक्स पे। नॉर्मल फिजिक्स पे कुछ मिलेगा? वी हैव ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लोर्ड ऑल द नॉर्मल फिजिक्स, उसमें कुछ है ही नहीं अब। And if you have to work on a quantum physics, you have to have access to the supercomputer. And the new things which will come up, that will be based on such thing only. So if you do not have a supercomputer, you do not have required number of supercomputer in your research facilities, then what will happen? Your fundamental research will not up to mark. We won't have patent, we won't have innovation, and will slip down. उधर देखो चाइना को, 20 years back China had hardly any supercomputer in top 500, hardly any supercomputer in top 500. Now the China is having 173 supercomputer in top 500. You can imagine. So it is indicating that how China is, promoting fundamental research into its own country. So India started NSM, and NSM has this objective to develop the best of the supercomputer for the research and development function, and we are doing it. Right? Another one which is now getting prominence is quantum computer. तो उसको भी पढ़ लेना आप, मैं थोड़ा बहुत बता देता हूँ. And why this quantum computer came into the news? इसलिए क्योंकि अभी 2021 में, अगस्त 2021, India launched QSIM toolkit. QSIM toolkit. That is called Quantum Simulator Toolkit. Quantum Computing Simulator. Quantum Computing Simulator Toolkit. Developed by IISc, IIT Roorkee and CDAC. So quantum computing means a different type of computer that will use quantum mechanical phenomenon for calculation. It will be quite different from supercomputer, but it will be having a very huge data crunching capability. If you remember, then few years back, 2018 I think, in 2018, Google claimed that it has achieved quantum supremacy. And Google said that with the help of a quantum computer acquired by the Google, the quantum computer solved a data, crunched a data, analyzed the data in 200 seconds. And that data, if we give it to the Subunit, the second fastest supercomputer, around that time it was the fastest one. जो अभी सेकेंड नंबर पे उस समय फास्टेस्ट था, अगर उसको दे दिया जाए तो वो कितना टाइम लेगा? 10,000 years. So Subunit will crunch that data in 10,000 years, and a quantum computer acquired by the Google has done it in 200 seconds. That is little more than 3 minutes. मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, Google कह रहा था वो. I don't believe Google on that claim, but अब छप गया तो बताना पड़ता है. And then it was a kind of news that quantum supremacy have been achieved. That means now it is established that quantum computer will have much more ability than supercomputer. And it is going to benefit two area, quantum computer, machine learning and artificial intelligence. है ना? तो ML and AI, this both are very important topic, but if you go and read something into it, you won't find anything. मिलता नहीं है पढ़ने के लिए कुछ. कारण है कि कुछ है ही नहीं. Your mobile phone is having good, I mean above average level of ML and AI both. है कि नहीं? तो क्या मिलेगा? Only मिलेगा कि AI, which kind of AI will be there? Narrow AI, general AI, super AI, and then the AI and its impact onto the employment and the other thing. In terms of technology, you won't have anything. And AI is not a new thing. Washing machine जब से बना ना, automatic washing machine, तब से AI का काम शुरू हो गया. Home appliances से AI शुरू हो गया. That time it was called narrow AI. Now at this time we are talking about what? General AI, जो आपकी driverless car है. And then there is a hypothetical condition that is called super AI. That means better than the human being, but then it is hypothetical aspect of it. Because AI and ML has, it is basically at one particular roadblock. It is not moving beyond a point. It's a data calculation only. A driverless car क्या कर रहा है? With the help of sensor, it is basically picking the data from the road and then making the decision that how it has to go. And with extensive research, the companies has already placed so much of information that can occur onto the road. एक रोड पे होने वाले जितने पॉसिबल इंफॉर्मेशन हो सकते हैं, इंसिडेंट्स हो सकते हैं, दे हैव ऑल बीन फीड इनटू दैट. लेकिन फिर भी देयर वुड बी समथिंग दैट विल कम अप न्यू. अभी महिंद्रा के कार आई XUV 700, देखा है ना? इट हैज गॉट लॉट मेनी फीचर. आप उसमें आप स्टीयरिंग छोड़ के कार चलाओ. दैट हैज गॉट एडेप्टिव क्रूज कंट्रोल. एंड एडेप्टिव क्रूज कंट्रोल दैट मीन्स यू एट द, आई मीन यू आर गोइंग ऑन एन एक्सप्रेसवे पे 100 किलोमीटर चलाना है आपको, तो 100 किलोमीटर पे आप एक एडेप्टिव क्रूज कंट्रोल ऑन कर दो एंड यू सिट बैक. आप हैंड भी हटा दो तो it will follow the lane. If the road is moving, the steering will move and it will keep on the lane itself. If there is a car in front of you which slowed down, automatically your car will also slow down. वो 100 पे चल रहा था 70-60 पे आ जाएगा, and when the car is gone, it will again go back to the 100. But then it is not driverless. उस चक्कर में एक्सीडेंट भी हो जाएगा. It is just adaptive cruise control. उसी का हायर वर्जन क्या बना दिया? Driverless. But then in that particular way you have to crunch a lot of data in a very short span of time, and that is why they are saying that quantum computer can do it, that it can crunch the data in a very short span of time. हम अपने ब्रेन में जितना डेटा क्रंच करते हैं, सुपर कंप्यूटर से भी तेज है दिमाग, पता है ना? लोगों को बिलीव नहीं होता क्योंकि चाचा चौधरी का ही सुपर कंप्यूटर से तेज है, जो कॉमिक कैरेक्टर है. Because we calculate the data is a very high speed, selective data calculation करते हैं, है ना? Computer will not have ability to do selective data calculation. It will crunch all the data which is present in front of it, right? So I mean हम लोग अगर रोड पे जा रहे हैं तो I'm not bothered about who is basically walking onto the pavement. I'm just bothered about who is there in front of me, side in the both side of me. But if AI is working, it will calculate all the data, right? That is why sometimes we say that it is more secure, sometimes we say it is really less secure. That is very subjective thing. Quantum computing, this QSIM toolkit, and then there is one more thing. In budget of 2021, 800 crore rupees was given to a project that is called NMQTA. NMQTA, National Mission on Quantum Technology and Application. 2020-21. National Mission on Quantum Technology and Application, and government has funded 8,000 crores for this, and supercomputing development is part of it. It's a part of it. So have we developed supercomputer? Not yet. हमने तो उसके बाद क्या लेके आए हम? QSIM toolkit. This toolkit is basically can run onto a computer, but it can simulate the quantum computing phenomenon. So it is for research and training purpose. Any researcher who is basically trying to work on a quantum computing system will install this QSIM toolkit on a very powerful computer, and then this toolkit can mimic. नाम ही है क्या? Simulator. That means it can mimic, it can just imitate the functioning of the quantum computer so that you can learn something on it. It's like that you have to drive a car, actual car, and you are training yourself on a toy. तो टॉय है तब भी थोड़ा कार की तरह फील तो दे ही देता है. That is kind of simulation. Before that, in 2017, government has already invited a consultation on India level in Prayagraj, Harish Chandra Research Institute, to find the possibility of development of quantum computer in India. So in quantum computing in India, there is nothing at the level of development. It is all at the level of policy, some basic toolkit and consultation. So 3 step hai. 2017-18 there was one consultation in Prayagraj. 2020-21 8,000 crore for NMQTA, and August 2021 we came up with the QSIM toolkit. That's it. We have not acquired any quantum computer yet. We have not developed any quantum computer yet. है ना? तो ये Indian context में था. In world context, 2011 was a time when Canadian company D-Wave system developed first quantum computer of the world, which is commercially available, and that is called D-Wave. The quantum computer is also known as D-Wave. So D-Wave was the first quantum computer made by Canadian company D-Wave system. D-Wave system. And this quantum computer was bought by defense contractors like Lockheed Martin in America, Google, and then they are extensively, NASA ने खरीदा quantum computer इससे. तो 3 quantum computer बिके थे उस साल. NASA, Google and Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin is defense contractor. That means quantum computer may have application in defense sector. Google and NASA. And they are using it. Now Google is making its own quantum computer. IBM and Microsoft has given the quantum computer into its priority list, and in India is also aspiring to get that. बाकी इसके बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट हैं बहुत सारे. So that is current development. But if you go to the basics of it, so how this quantum computer is different from other computer. So we can divide into 2 parts: quantum computer, another we can call it digital computer, right? So your supercomputer or the computer that you have, your mobile phone, is all digital computer. In digital computer, it's electric current, that is flow of electron, right? And flow of electrons, that means transistor, and through transistor if electron flows, तो हम कह देते हैं 1. Electron doesn't flow, then we call it 0, and that is binary code. Bits, we call it bits, है ना? But in quantum computer it's not electron flow, it is a spin of electron. Spin of electrons, because we all know that electron can spin in a clockwise and anti-clockwise manner. Science में पढ़ा होगा आपने spin quantum number, 12th class atomic structure, right? So principal azimuthal spin quantum number. So electrons are in paired condition and they can move clockwise and anti-clockwise. So let's take it 1 and 0. Same binary code यहाँ बना सकते हैं. Electron is flowing, it is 1, not flowing 0. So why can't we make it electron in clockwise manner? It is 1, not anti-clockwise manner, it is 0. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम है कि इलेक्ट्रॉन होता है हमेशा पेयर कंडीशन में. तो इलेक्ट्रॉन विल बी लाइक दिस एंड दिस. सो दिस विल बी व्हाट 1 0. इलेक्ट्रॉन विल बी इन अपोजिट डायरेक्शन, दिस एंड दिस. इट विल बी 0 1. इलेक्ट्रॉन कैन बी मेड टू बी इन अ सेम डायरेक्शन. 0 0 and there 1 1. These are called qubits. There we have 2 bits, 0 and 1, binary code. There we have qubits, quantum bits, 4 types. It's not like 2, it's unit. These are 4 units. You cannot differentiate 1 and 0 separately. You cannot use the term binary over there. 0 1, 1 0, 0 0, 1 1. These are the 4 independent units. These are called qubits. And at the place of transistor, we are going to use quantum dots and loops to achieve these qubits. So that is a basic difference in the conceptual aspect of the quantum and digital computer. Digital computer, digits, that means 0 and 1, flow of electron, transistor, microprocessor. Entire thing is different in quantum computer. It uses electron, but it not a flow of electron, rather a spin of electron. And then at the place of transistor, it will use quantum dots and loops. And at the place of bits, you will get qubits. Right? And in India, we are just 5-year-old in quantum technology. So in India, only last 5 years was something active into the quantum computer development. And that is only at paper level. There is no construction. It is only at paper level, and the latest thing that came up with QSIM simulator. Whereas in the entire world, if you see that it is almost 2 decades then they have been working on quantum computing. So 2 decades, 20 years, and that is how they have got some quantum computers. But the total potential of quantum computer is still not unleashed. We'll get to know, right? So again, I'll tell you that there is a lot of thing about quantum computing. I think 2.5 pages I have discussed, 3 pages maybe. So anybody who has attended the class, you go and revise it. And there is very few things which came into the newspaper and magazine since we have covered the last classes, right? And anybody who has not attended it, then you get befriended with somebody who has attended it and get copy of the notes. Time is very less, obviously, you cannot go and do much about it. उससे बढ़िया होता है कि जो हमें आता है, whatever you know, you revise it so that it is there. And at the end of the day, you have to be just beyond the cut-off mark. Prelims is very tricky thing. And the biggest failure we see in the prelims only. I mean, personally, I interact with a lot of students, and many students who have basically reached to the interview, they also struggle into the prelims many a time. In prelims, there are 2 strategies. One is that what you know and what is your coverage. And second is how do you manage the things at the prelims day. तो prelims में 2 चीजें back of the mind चलनी चाहिए. एक तो content and second the calculation. That first 1 hour, how many questions I have attempted, how many questions I have left for the second review. Next 1 hour, how many questions I have attempted, how many questions I have left for the second review. And then at the end, do you get time for the second review or not? है ना? और वो calculation चलना चाहिए. जैसे है ना, प्लेयर खेलता है तो उसको पता रहता है रन रेट कितना रखना है. You get used to of it. So कट ऑफ से ऊपर जाना है. कट ऑफ से ऊपर जाने का मतलब 55 क्वेश्चन सही हो जाए बहुत है, मोर देन एनफ. लेकिन ऐसा तो कभी होगा नहीं कि 55 सही हो जाएगा, माइनस नहीं होगा, तो माइनस भी होगा उसमें. तो टू गेट 55 करेक्ट, यू हैव टू अटेम्प्ट समवेयर अराउंड 70-75 तक अटेम्प्ट करना पड़ेगा. 70 to 80 के बीच में वो आपका कंफर्ट लेवल है, आप देखें. एंड कीप इन द माइंड 20 क्वेश्चन तो ऐसे भी छोड़ना है. You get my point? So it's not like that we have to attempt all. आप एग्जामिनेशन में इस बात को दिमाग में रख के जाओ, 80 बनाना है, 20 छोड़ना है. वहां पे फिर देख लेना, अगर बहुत आसान क्वेश्चन है तो 80 बनाएंगे, थोड़ा टफ अप हुआ तो हम ऐसा भी कैलकुलेट कर लेंगे कि 75 बनाना है, 25 छोड़ना है. Sometime leaving question can get you into the list. Attempting more question can you eliminate you from the. So that calculation is important. and that is where the test series become important. Many people in Delhi, they are basically ask about test series से क्वेश्चन नहीं आया. टेस्ट सीरीज से क्वेश्चन कैसे आ जाएगा? यूपीएससी का कुछ है कि नहीं, इज्जत वजत है उसकी कि नहीं है कि टेस्ट सीरीज से क्वेश्चन वहां आ जाएगा? होल पर्पस ऑफ टेस्ट सीरीज इज सेल्फ असेसमेंट एंड द बैक ऑफ द माइंड कैलकुलेशन जो चलता है ना, उसकी प्रैक्टिस होते रहे. दैट हाउ मेनी क्वेश्चन आई एम अटेम्प्टिंग एंड हाउ मेनी क्वेश्चन आई एम लीविंग. दैट प्रैक्टिस इज नीडेड, यू नो, एंड दैट इज रियली टफ थिंग. अगर आप टेस्ट सीरीज कभी लगा के इसको देखना तो इट्स अ वेरी टफ थिंग टू मैनेज इट. कि आप क्वेश्चन पूरा फोकस कंटेंट पे है एंड बैक ऑफ द माइंड यू आर आल्सो हैविंग कैलकुलेशन कि इतना तो हम बना चुके, इतना और बनाना है. द रन रेट काइंड ऑफ थिंग. सो फॉर दैट टेस्ट सीरीज बिकम हैंडी. एंड फॉर टेस्ट सीरीज यू डोंट नीड टू डू मच, मतलब ज्यादा करने की जरूरत नहीं है. ऑल्दो इन आवर दिल्ली इंस्टीट्यूट वी आल्सो रन टेस्ट सीरीज, बट आई ऑलवेज सजेस्ट स्टूडेंट टेस्ट सीरीज जरूर करना चाहिए. और उसको करने के लिए किसी की टेस्ट सीरीज खरीदने की जरूरत ज्यादा नहीं है. फोटोकॉपी शॉप पे जाओ, यू विल गेट इन 25 रुपीज, है ना. प्रैक्टिस ही तो करनी है ना, तो प्रैक्टिस करने में क्या टेंशन है? वाई टू स्पेंड थाउजेंड्स? हाँ, एक जगह कहीं टेस्ट सीरीज करो. आई हैव सीन पीपल गेटिंग टेस्ट सीरीज फ्रॉम दिस प्लेस एंड दिस प्लेस एंड दिस प्लेस. 3 जगह से टेस्ट सीरीज कर रहे हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि उससे आ जाएगा, उससे आ जाएगा, उससे आ जाएगा, किसी से नहीं आएगा. यू जस्ट नीड टू डू प्रैक्टिस, एंड द प्रैक्टिस इज व्हाट यू कैन गेट इट फ्रॉम द जेरोक्स शॉप. चीप एंड बेस्ट, क्वालिटी वही है, बस ये है कि डिस्कशन नहीं मिलेगा, कोई बात नहीं, कम से कम प्रैक्टिस हो जाएगी. सो ठीक है, दैट इज ऑल फॉर टुडे एंड विल मीट इन अ मेन स्पेसिफिक क्लास दैट विल बी मोर important. If any problem, the man there outside, we can meet and we can discuss. कुछ बच्चे आएंगे तो मिलवा देना.
Good afternoon, everyone. A small announcement, a small change in the schedule. Tomorrow, not today's schedule, tomorrow's schedule. Okay. Tomorrow morning, again, it would be economy class. Now we are having economy, so tomorrow morning it will be continuation. Tomorrow afternoon, it will be Tariq Sir history. Okay. So that you just keep note of the change, a small change. Okay. So let me repeat, tomorrow morning it is economy, tomorrow afternoon it would be history part. Okay, clear? Okay. Any questions? Avna? Class la adhamaitana? Today, now it is economy, na? As scheduled. Today's schedule is same, no change. Any more questions? That's it? Okay, chalo then.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. So, well, I have got a welcome message from the same old association, Ashok Fans Association. Thank you so much. So, how are you doing all? I hope everything going great. Okay, so almost done with the syllabus, huh? Ready to go in front of the cannon on 24th of June or 26th? Okay, 5th of June. That is some state public service commission which I remember. Okay, so 5th of June you are going to face the cannon. Okay, how many of you are here for meeting me for the first time? Okay. Those who have met me earlier, please tell them who am I. Huh? Okay? My name is Amjad Hussain Keen. I am a civil servant of 2019 batch, working in some state cadre. Okay. So I have been called here this time to interact with you people on current affairs. Okay. So being a civil servant and teaching students of civil services, these are the two most beautiful things which have happened to my life and which can happen to anybody's life. Okay, and the second one is more beautiful, that is the teaching of the civil servants, because after cracking civil services I realized the first one is has lesser beauties and the second one is more beautiful. Okay, so precisely I will be discussing, what I will be discussing here is, I will be discussing the budget, I will be discussing the economic survey, and I will be discussing some recent economic issues which have been in news, and there may be some questions from that. Okay, so I will be going for 8 hours with you. Okay, and in these 8 hours I can assure you at least more than 6 questions in prelims and 2 questions at least in mains, those which are on current affairs based. Static I have already basically told you, maximum questions will be from the class only. Clear that? Okay, so those who are all together new people here, you won't face any problem because it is all together current affairs. Okay, so I'll be discussing current affairs, what are things in news, and how we have to take up those things in your examination, and how we have to basically approach to the paper based on the current affairs scenario. And most of the current affairs questions are either from budget or from economic survey. So majority part I'll spend on these two things. Okay, then there are some remaining smaller topics which I'll definitely discuss with you people. Clear that? Okay, so first of all, I'll start with budget 2023. Why budget 2023? Because 2022-2023. Okay, why I'll start from this area? Because every year you'll find 2 to 3 questions in prelims and 1-2 question in mains from budget every year. Okay, this is the trend since last 10 to 12 odd years since I know UPSC. UPSC asks questions from here. Clear that? Okay, so first of all, basics about budgets, 5 to 10 minutes I'll spend on basics, then I'll come to the budget this year, what is basically there in the budget 2022 and 2023. Okay, so are we ready to start? Okay, I am not in a habit of wasting much time in discussing some things which are not related to subject. Okay, I'll stick to subject now. Okay, so whatever I'll speak, please take down. Okay, continuously take down, because I may not spend much time in dictation like in the other classes, in the basic classes, comprehensive course classes. I'll not spend much time in dictation, though I'll dictate some important things, but otherwise you have to take it down simultaneously. Clear? So which article of the Constitution mandates for budget? Yeah, Article 112. Oh, all of you are appearing this year in the prelims exam? Okay. So is there a term mentioned budget in the Constitution of India? No. Yeah, it is annual financial statement. Okay. Now, what does Article 112 says? Does it defines annual financial statement? See, there was a statement. UPSC is very clever in asking questions. Okay, there was a statement that Article 112 defines the annual financial statement. Yes or no? Most of the people say yes, but actually it is no. Okay, why? Because Article 112 says that it is the duty of the President to lay down before the Parliament the annual financial statement. That is the language of the article. So it has not defined annual financial statement. We have to define it by ourselves. It is, well, it is the job of the economy faculties and economic students to learn the definition of annual financial statement. So what is annual financial statement? It is simply a statement of expenditures on one side and receipts on the other side. Okay? Expenditures and receipts. Most of the students confuse the term revenues with receipts. So can any one of you tell me what is the difference between revenue and receipt?
Revenue is domestic and the rest all receipts.
Revenue is?
Domestic and
domestic. Okay.
through taxes.
Revenue means income or outgoing?
Income.
Revenue means income. Okay. This is wrong. Okay, my students, revenue means income only or revenue means expenditure also? Expenditure is of 2 types. Revenue expenditure and capital expenditure. Receipts are of 2 types. Revenue receipts and capital receipts. You get this concept first of all? Revenue never means that you are generating income. Revenue means you might be making expenditure also. You might be making income also. When income, it is revenue receipt. When expenditure, it is revenue expenditure. You get my point? Okay. Now what is the difference between revenue expenditure and capital expenditure? I'll illustrate it very simple way. Okay? I'm known for my illustrations. See, I spend 10 rupees and consume a lemonade. 1 glass of lemon water. Clear that? 10 rupees I spent. Now I am not going to generate anything out of it. Clear that? No further income will be generated. Clear that? So this is revenue expenditure. I made an expenditure from which I am not going to generate anything. Only it will give me energy, nothing more. But suppose I spent 10 rupee and I bought a marker. By this marker, I'll be teaching civil services aspirants across the country and I'll be getting some salary to teach them. Okay. This means I have generated an asset. Marker is a asset. Clear that? So anything from which we generate assets and we basically generate further income from that expenditure, that is called capital expenditure. In the same way, revenue receipts, Revenue receipts means I drink 1 lemon water, spend 10 rupees. Okay, then I got a lot of energy. I went into a wrestling match. I won the wrestling match and I earned 20 rupees. Is this from any asset? No, it is for my effort. Okay, this 20 rupees is revenue receipt. I received the money without any asset or liability change. No asset has been. Suppose I went to a bank and got 20 rupees as loan. Now, is it my receipt? Income to hai? This is income. I have received money from bank, but it has created a liability on me. I have to pay it at some point of back. So anything which creates a liability or any income which you receive from asset, it is called capital receipt. Otherwise, which does not create any asset or liability, that is called revenue receipt. These 20 rupees I have earned as a reward. Suppose I am serving, I am getting salary. Salary for what? For my services. Clear? Salary is my revenue receipt, not capital receipt, because I am not spending any asset to generate salaries. Clear? But when I am using marker and board, these are two of my assets. When I am using them and I am teaching some people, and if I am generating revenue out of that, this is revenue which I am generating out of my assets. Clear that? This is called capital receipts. Clear that? This much difference is clear? This much introduction only I can give you in the current affairs class. Okay? So it is a statement of expenditures and now annual financial statement. Till this date, what we know? Till this date, what we know? With annual financial statement, what we present? We present estimated receipts as well as expenditures for current financial year or ensuing financial year. For the ensuing financial year. Ensuing means the forthcoming financial year. Ensuing financial year. Clear? But is this the complete budget? No. We present 3 more documents with budget. Even this was a question in UPSC. Okay. What are those 3? No, economic survey used to be presented with the budget. Now it is presented a few days before budget. That is all in the financial statement, how we have to, where we have to spend, where we have to raise the revenues from. Statement of revenues and statement of receipts and statement of expenditure, that is the part of, yeah. We present revised estimates. Revised estimates of current year. Current year. You write down, I will give you illustration also. Revised estimates of current year. And then anything else? Actual estimate, not actual estimates. When you write the word actual, it is no more estimate, it is actual figure. Okay, so you can write actuals of previous year. This completes your annual financial statement. This completes your annual financial statement. What do you present? See, we present estimates of expenditure and revenue of 2022-23. Clear? We present revised estimates for the year 2021-22. Okay, and we present actuals of 2020-21. So these 3 years documents complete the budget. You get the point?
Budget estimates of 2021-22 also.
Estimates, yeah, budget estimates of 2022-22.
Previous year also it has almost budget.
But that is obviously when you are presenting the revised one, the annual financial statement looks like this. Before the revised one, you have to keep the budget estimates. Otherwise, how will you judge what is the revision? Suppose, now I'll tell you first of all what is difference between budget estimate, revised estimate, actuals and estimate. See, basically today, suppose I am Ministry of Forest Ecology and Environment. Okay, I am saying to Finance Ministry that I require 100 crores, 1000 crores for the year 2020-2023. This is what I demand first of all. This is called as the budget estimate. This is called as the budget estimate. Okay, when the funds are allotted to me, after 6 months, we will go again for estimation that how much we have spent it and how much we need more. First 6 months we have spent only 200 crores. Is it possible for next 6 months we spending 800 crores? Now we will revise our estimate that we don't need actually 1000 crore. This was an overestimation. We are revising our budgetary estimate. We need only 600 crores. This will be called as revised estimates. Okay. So unless you have budgetary estimates, you cannot put revised estimates. So that is understood. Clear that? Okay. And actually then later on, after 2-3 years, when you audited the whole statement, you found that only 450 crores were spent and 150 crore was lapsed back to the government's treasury. So this is called actuals. But actual data comes only after the audit. That's why actual is presented 2020-21 ka actuals are presented in 2022-2023 budget. Why? Because only the data get available only 1 year after the audit. Any doubt in this? Anybody? Anybody facing any problem in understanding this? You got the concept of revised estimates, actuals, budgetary estimates. Budgetary estimates, the first estimates which we give when Finance Ministry asks for estimation. Revised estimates, after spending some money, we revise maybe, suppose instead of 200 crores, we would have spent 800 crores in first 6 months. Then we would have required more. Then we had asked Finance Ministry in revised estimates, please give us, instead of remaining 200 crores, please give us 500 more crores. So in total we require 1300 crores. Again, in revised estimates it can be increase or it can be decrease. Clear that? So basically these are the 3 documents which complete the whole financial statement. Clear that? So which is the nodal agency for presentation or formulation of this budget? Ministry of Finance. Okay, but you need to be very much precise. It is Department of Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Finance. Okay, Department of Economic Affairs is the nodal agency, or nodal body under Ministry of Finance. Department of Economic Affairs under Ministry of Finance. Okay, is the nodal body for presentation of budget. Clear that? For presentation of budget. Okay. Now there is a term used in this year budget. That term is called Amrit Kal. What do you mean by Amrit Kal? Which Kal is this? Kal means a period. Okay. Now what is this Amrit Kal? See, recently you might have heard that we were celebrating 75 years of independence under the Azadi Ka Amrut Maha Utsav. These terms you should remember. So you are civil services aspirants, you get into discussions along with so many people. Okay. Now from India at 75 to India at 100. There is a gap of how many years? 25 years. This is called Amrit Kal. This is called Amrit Kal. This is a term used in this year's budget, that our future strategy will be what we have to attain in these 25 years. And this year being the first year of that Amrit Kal. Clear that? So this is how we have used the term Amrit Kal. Clear that? Okay. So now is this year a normal year? Historic budget speech. Okay. Quarter to 4 hours, 3 hours 45 minutes. Okay, electronic budget we have been doing since last 2 years. These are smaller things which I feel like I should not be telling you. But was this a budget of normal times? Was this a budget of normal times? Yes or no? This was not a budget of normal times. Past 2 budgets, particularly 2021, 2022, this budget and this budget. Budgets of unprecedented time. When the global economy has faced recession, we have also faced negative economic growth. Clear that? And in that negative economic growth, what should be your priority? In this budget, I just told you, what is the purpose of this budget? The purpose of this budget is to plan for 1 year, where we are going to spend and from where we are going to earn, how we are going to run the country. Clear that? And also there are some provisions, though inflation control is primarily prerogative of Reserve Bank of India. Monetary Policy Committee is for that matter. Clear that? But in budget also we try to balance economic growth with inflation control. Clear that? Okay. So see, broadly speaking, the economic policy of a country has 2 aspects. Okay. Economic policy of a country has 2 aspects. One is called fiscal policy and one is called monetary policy. Monetary policy is basically responsible for monetary control of money supply and inflation control. Clear that? And fiscal policy is basically for allocation of resources, augmentation of resources, and generation of resources. Clear that? Very precise you should be while answering things. You should say a lot of things in one or two statements. Okay, primary focus of fiscal policy: generation of resources, augmentation of resources, and distribution of resources. Clear that? So only through fiscal policy, and this is fiscal policy which we call the budgetary policy. Okay, so in these unprecedented times, what actually were the scenarios, I'll tell you shortly, but do you want me to tell the whole process, how budget is prepared, how it is presented, what is the process in between involved? How many of people know that? How many people know that? Just raise your hands. See, it is very simple. You can go from any book. Clear that? Basic Finance Ministry prepares estimation from all the ministries, then presentation of the budget, then after that general discussion, after general discussion voting on demand for grants. During voting on demand for grants, there was one thing called vote on account. Now we have done away with vote on account, reason being because we have advanced the date of budget. Clear that? Okay, after that there are these cut motions also, policy cut motion, token cut motion, economic cut motion. Finally bifurcation of the budget into two wings, that is finance bill and appropriation bill. Finance bill legalizes your expenditure side and appropriation bill legalizes your income side. Clear? Briefly and very quickly. I don't want to waste valuable time of these current affairs discussion. Reason being, it is also valuable for you people also. Okay. So unprecedented times. Unprecedented times means not normal times. It means lot of issues were grappling the Indian economy simultaneously. Clear? Now what were those issues and how we decided to come out of those issues, I will tell you gradually. But I'll tell you, I'll also integrate a lot of data from economic survey here in this budget only. Clear that? Okay. First of all, just write down 4 pillars on which we have rested this year's budget. Okay. We have a 4-pronged approach. Okay. 4-pillared approach. In this year's budget, we have a 4-pillared approach through which we will basically plan for the Amrit Kal. Clear that? We have to do a starting from here only. Clear? So what is the 4-pronged approach? I'll discuss everything. Okay. PM Gati Shakti. PM Gati Shakti. For sure there is a question in mains from PM Gati Shakti. For sure there is a question. I'm not saying there may be a question. I'm telling you there is a question. Clear that? I don't have any links with UPSC. Disclaimer. Okay, PM Gati Shakti. Okay, number 1. Number 2, inclusive development. Inclusive development. Second pillar is inclusive development. Okay, inclusive. I'll discuss all of them thoroughly. Inclusive development. Then there is productive enhancement and investment. Okay. Productive enhancement, productivity enhancement rather you should write, productivity, enhancement and investment. Investment. Okay, particularly in which areas? Particularly in sunrise opportunities, energy transition, write down, sunrise opportunities, climate change, sunrise opportunities, climate change, and then there is also energy transition. Energy transition means transition from non-eco-friendly to eco-friendly. Energy transition. In energy transition, I expect a question in the battery swapping policy. Okay, I'll tell you thoroughly. Battery swapping policy recently introduced, I'll tell you. Clear? And the last, 4th one is financing of investment. Financing of investment. Or you can say investment financing. Investment financing. Investment financing. First of all, what does this word financing means? Financing means providing finance. or generating revenues, making the money available for a particular project. Okay, that is called financing. Okay, investment projects are to be financed through what? Through capex. This was the key term I heard so many times during the speech of the Union Finance Minister. Capex. What is this capex? You can write capital expenditure. Capital expenditure. Through capital expenditure. Okay. What is this capital expenditure? Yeah. Capital expenditure means expenditure which is to create assets. Which is to create assets. Capital expenditure which is to create assets. In assets particularly we have infrastructure. We have infrastructure. And PM Gati Shakti being one of the major initiatives in the infrastructure sector. Gati means speed, Shakti means the force or energy. Clear that? So we have to make fast, multimodal transit system, transport sector, everything we have to improve. Clear that? One new mode of transport introduced in recent budget. What is that? Ropeways. Days are not far away when you might be seeing a ropeway right here from Ashok Nagar to somewhere near that Charminar. Clear that? So that is not particularly for these states which are low-lying states. They are for the hilly terrain and particularly northeastern and some Himalayan states. Clear that? So new mode of transport under the under the PM Gati Shakti. I'll discuss everything in detail. Clear? So these are the 4 pillars for which we have, on which we have basically rested our this year's budget, complete budget. And complete budget talks about this. Okay. Now discussing budget sector wise is one way. Discussing budget theme wise is another way. Discussing budget as per the requirement of the exam is the third and the last way, which most of the people forget to take. Clear that? But I'll discuss it mostly relevant topics to the UPSC from different themes. Okay. So if I take the first theme, I'll take the first theme, which is let us start from this only, Gati Shakti only. We can start with the Gati Shakti, or you can write virtuous economic cycle, blueprint for Amrit Kal. Okay, virtuous economics heading. Give a heading: virtuous economic cycle, a blueprint for Amrit Kal. Blueprint for Amrit Kal. Okay, so I am assuming that most of you know where the government funds are kept. Okay, most of you know about this. Consolidated Fund of India, Public Accounts of India, and then Contingency Fund of India. Clear that? Okay. So what is the corpus of Contingency Fund of India? How much? Corpus of the Contingency Fund of India earlier was 500 crores. There is an updation now. Those who attended classes earlier, please update it. It has been revised. And it has been kept at 30,000 crores, now increased. Okay, so one change was there, so that's why I need to go there. Okay, otherwise rest articles dealing with article 266, 266, 1, 2 and 267. I won't go into that basics. Okay, but I'll tell you basically what is basically the master plan of our future. Okay, but before going for the Gati Shakti master plan, I must tell you the trends, because in prelims you won't get questions what is GDP growth rate of India. Okay, you'll get a statement. Okay, statement means India has never witnessed negative economic growth since independence. Yes or no? This year only, the previous year we witnessed negative economic growth. So I need to give you some data. I'll start basically, I'll take you 7 years back. 2015-16 onwards I'll give you the data. Because if people say that COVID was responsible for India economic slowdown, most of the people will be wrong here. Reason being, before 2015-16 onwards we started witnessing a declining trend. And when COVID entered into the scenario, we were already at 4.1 growth rate. Clear that? Okay, I'll also tell you the reasons. What were the reasons for pre-pandemic economic slowdown? Because everybody will prepare economic slowdown due to pandemic. UPSC will ask reasons for pre-pandemic economic slowdown in India. Clear that? So basically, I'll make a graph. You please make it with me. Okay, so on one side you plot GDP. Okay, and on another side I'll plot year-wise data. Okay, so I'll plot few selected years. I'll plot 2015-16. Okay, then I'll plot 2019-20. 2019-20. Then I'll also plot for 2021 and 2022. And 2022-23. This is estimates. This is estimated. Clear that? 2021, 2022 and 2022-2023. This is estimated. Clear? Even the 2021 wala is not actual, but this is projected. Clear that? Okay. So, first of all, what was the growth rate during 2015-16? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We have never gone to 10% growth rate, but what was the growth rate in 2015-16? 17 onwards we started witnessing slowdown. Okay, so it was somewhere around 7 to 8. Okay, around this we were here. Clear that? We were here. Clear? This graph will be helpful in understanding statement based questions. Clear that? Okay. Now the size of our GDP was around 150 lakh crores. 150 lakh crores. Not so important. Datas are not important. Okay. Then we started witnessing a decline in economic growth. We started witnessing a decline in economic growth, and by 2019-2020 we came up to this point. We came up to this point, and this was around 4.1%. 4.1%. This was around 8%. Around 8%. Now around 4.1%. Clear? Then again, we witnessed further slowdown. We witnessed a further slowdown during this period, and we came up to negative growth rate, minus around 7, minus 7 point, you can write minus 7.2%, minus 7.2%. Okay, minus 7.2%. Don't write the percentage here, it may confuse you, because for negative you have to go below this line. Here, because this is the size of GDP, clear? So after that we recovered again, and in we recovered now, and we stood at around 9.3%. According to one projection it is 9.3, and according to another projection it is 9.2. But I told you datas are not important, somewhere around 9.2 you can write. Okay, let us follow economic survey. Clear that? First of all, what you witnessed here, this was a question in your mains this year. Okay, V-shape recovery and K-shape recovery. Contrast was a question. I'll explain both of them. Okay, I'll even explain W-shaped, because third wave changed our recovery curve to W-shape. Clear that? So this is V-shaped recovery. But can you tell me, within 1 year, is it possible that from 7.2, minus 7.2, we went to 9.2? What is it? Yeah. This is basically something called base effect. This is something called base effect. Means we never grow at this pace. Like it shows almost 16% growth. From minus 7 to 9, almost 16% growth rate. Clear that? This never happens in any economy. If at all it happens, India will be developed by 2020, mid 2022. Clear that? Mid 2022, just 2, 3, 4, 5 months later. Reason being, this never happens. There is a thing called base effect. Okay, so there might be a question on base effect, surrounding base effect. Any statement can come in your exam. Okay, what are the probable reason of the high visible growth rate in India? Okay, one can be in option base effect. Clear that? Now what is base effect? You told me, na, it is base effect. What is it?
Compared to the previous years,
during the unprecedented years, we have low base.
See, I'll tell you how. I'll give you an illustration here. See, when we were growing at 4.1%, the size of our GDP was 147 lakh crores. The size of our GDP was how much? 147. Okay, then everything stopped, production stopped, lockdown was imposed. There were supply side as well as demand side disruptions, and economic growth slowed down and it went into negative. But the size of GDP also shrinked, and it shrinked to what? 135 lakh crores. 135 lakh crores. After the lockdown opened, after the production again started, demand and supply side, some reforms taken in previous budget, we recovered back and we witnessed a growth of 9.2%, but the size of GDP is 146 lakh crores. At 147, we were having growth rate of 4.1%. At 146 lakh crores, we are having growth rate of 9%. So this growth rate is compared to this one. You get this point? You get this point? Okay, when here it was, the base rate was, from here, we were 142 already. Now 142 to 147, or 140 around we were 140 lakh crores. Okay, from 140 to 147, obviously the growth rate is only 4.1%. From 135 to 146, 11 lakh crores we witnessed a growth. We have not reached the pre-pandemic levels, okay, but due to this low base, the visible size is very large. Okay, now illustration, my height, 6 feet. Is it good or not good? Is it good or not good? Let me stand by a person from those, you have read that Gulliver among Lilliput, that story, okay. Let someone of 3 feet stand by my side, you will say, sir is very tall, okay. But let me stand by Alam Chana, 8 feet 3 inch, okay, you'll say, sir is so short in height, okay. Otherwise, this is a line, okay. Is it a long line or a short line? Long line or short line? Long or very long? Very long. Now long. Short. Very short. So in comparison to the previous data, this appears to be very fast growth rate. But actual size of GDP is not growing. It is not even at the pre-pandemic level. Clear that? Here onwards, we have projected for 2022-2023, we have projected that Indian economy may grow around 8 to 8.5%. This is what economic survey says. This is what our budget also says. This is World Bank's, what World Bank says. This is what actually IMF says. We are predicting that if everything goes fine, Indian economy may grow by 8 to 8.5%. So does it means that we will grow lesser than 2021-2022? No. This time we have a higher base. Base is higher. So if we grow only by 8 to 8.5%, that will be a significant increase in GDP, and we will go past the pre-pandemic levels. You get this point? So this growth rate which was visible was due to what? Due to the base effect. Due to base effect. Okay. So basically, what were the reasons during the pre-pandemic lockdown? Precise, very much, brisk, and very much, to the point. Tell me, what were the main reasons? Reduction in consumption. Why that happened? Why that happened?
GST reduction and demonetization and GST reduction.
Basically, first of all, you can say, we never write impacts, you write short term, because they were mega reforms, okay. They had short term impact due to which consumption reduced, okay. Short term impact of GST and demonetization, but they have warded off by 2019. So this thing doesn't appear more relevant to me. Why? Because impacts of GST were seen in 2017, were seen in 2018 first half, but post first half of 2018, the impact of GST and demonetization warded off, rather they started showing positive signs. Okay, growth in digital payments, okay, growth in cashless economy, even GST collection, huge revenue collection by central and state governments. Clear that? So this faded away, but fourth reason you can quote it. Okay. Fourth reason you can quote it. Okay, but there were some other reasons also. Can you tell me why? What were the reasons?
Shrinkage in manufacturing growth.
Shrinkage in
Manufacturing growth.
Industrial growth. Why industrial growth shrink?
More industries being performed.
Basically, that was due to lack of investment. Investment declined. Okay, when investment declined, obviously there is a shrinkage. You should write the primary reason. Okay, matlab, your forehead is warm. Okay, you should not tell doctor my forehead is warm, just give me something to cool it down. You should tell him I have underlying fever. Okay, please give me a tablet for fever. This will cool down automatically. Okay, so you are touching the forehead. Okay, you are not seeing the underlying pathogenic cause. Okay, that cause is basically this decline in investment. Okay, one problem. Another problem. Concrete question answers to be written. The jobless growth is the impact. That is not a reason. Reason is increase in non-performing assets. Highest non-performing assets we witnessed during this point. During 2017, 18 and 19. Okay, non-performing assets. More than 10-12% of the assets were non-performing assets. Clear? What do you mean by non-performing assets?
More than 90 days.
The substandard asset is different, non-performing asset is different.
More than 90 days.
Yeah, assets which have shown default of interest payment as well as the principal amount payment for more than 90 days. Less than 90 days, what are they called? Special mention account, which one? 2, 3, 1? 0 to 30 days, SMA 1. 30 to 60, SMA 2, 60 to 90, SMA 3. Okay, you have read economics very well. Okay, this appears to me at the very beginning. Okay, I appreciate your answers. ठीक है? हाँ, ऐसा नहीं है बाकी भी intelligent है, लेकिन your answering to that motivates me more. Okay, हाँ. So special mention accounts, once a loan starts showing default. If default is up to 30 days, SMA 0. Okay, then SMA 1, SMA 2, and then NPA. Okay, then it goes into, all these are substandard assets. Okay, then it goes into doubtful asset, then it goes into loss asset. Okay, clear? So this is basically, NPAs were very, very high. Now if NPAs are very, very high, banks will be in a position to lend or will not be in a position to lend. Banks will fear. Banks will fear lending. Why? Because those whom they have lended, they fled to England. Clear that? The bank is not going to lend any more. And if it is, why is there this non-performing asset problem? Why NPAs increased? There was another underlying reason that is called as twin balance sheet problem. Twin balance sheet problem. Twin balance sheet problem. Now who will tell me what is twin balance sheet? Just raise your hands. Who will tell me what is twin balance sheet problem? No, that is called twin deficit. That is called twin deficit. Twin balance sheet problem, you people should at least tell me. You tell me, what is your name? Rahul. What is your name? Rahul, na? Okay, tell me, Rahul. You don't know twin balance sheet problem. What do you mean by balance sheet? What do you mean by balance sheet? Huh? Balance sheet is simply a sheet which shows assets and liabilities of individuals, financial institutions, or the corporations, companies, any economic entity. Okay? I have assets, few assets I have, land, rent a house on rent, and then some more things from where I get revenue on this side. I have some liabilities, I have taken a loan, I pay EMI, loan is liability. For me, for bank it is asset. Okay, so bank, what is asset for the bank? Like as bank has given some loans, okay, bank has made some advances to some state or something like that. Okay, and what is liabilities for the bank? Demand deposits. Okay, then even the time deposits are also basically long-term liabilities. Clear that? Now, if assets are greater than liabilities, it is called as basically a positive balance sheet. Means assets are greater, liabilities are lesser, no need to worry. Positive balance sheet. Okay. Liabilities have increased, assets are lesser. Means I may turn out to be a bankrupt anywhere near soon. Okay. This is called basically negative balance sheet. Now, if this happens to banks, then bank के assets जो हैं वो क्या हो चुके होंगे? These bank assets might have turned into non-performing assets. Now they are showing assets, but actually are they assets? Punjab National Bank showing 9,000 crores in asset given to Nirav Modi. Okay, I told you PNB problem. Was it actually loan given by PNB? What was then it? It was assurance given by PNB to some international bank. Please give it to Nirav Modi. Okay, so basically 9,000 crore asset. Bank is showing 9,000 crore asset. But actually, is it an asset? It is a loss asset. Bank has to manage this from somewhere. Now, is this balance sheet showing a pure picture now? This balance sheet has a problem. Problem of, first of all, showing wrong picture. Then, bank officials, Government of India, people might be happy about it, but actually internally it is basically suffering. Clear? Now, why it suffered? Because this fellow also suffered. The corporate who has taken the loan, he also suffered. He took 9,000 crores loan and invested it in generation of a asset. That asset didn't perform. His company went bankrupt. He started incurring losses over a long period of time. He lost the capacity to repay the debt to the bank. It is due to the default of this balance sheet of this corporate, bank's balance sheet got distorted. This is called a twin balance sheet problem. Okay, when balance sheet of corporates as well as banks show signs of stress simultaneously. When the balance sheet, you are noting down or listening only? Noting down also, note it down. I am telling you, I may appear to be very simple in looks, but what I speak is highly sensible things. Okay. So, twin balance sheet problem mean basically the corporates as well as the banks, both were showing signs of stress in their balance sheets. Clear? Their assets were turning out to be non-performing assets. Now, why we call it twin balance sheet problem? Because due to the balance sheet of the corporate, the balance sheet of banks started suffering. It started incurring more NPAs. When it started incurring more NPAs, it stopped giving loans to the people under restrictions of RBI also. Okay, provisioning is there. Then there is also this, prompt corrective action under which restrictions are put on banks. Okay, then investment declined. When investment declined, rest everything goes for a toss. Okay. When investment declined, investment is directly proportional to growth. Capital formation. Capital formation is another name of investment. Okay. When capital formation declines, naturally what happens? Basically, those who have attended the classes earlier, whenever I write a statement, they feel like कुछ तो सुना है इसके बारे में, precise कुछ पता है नहीं, but we have heard something about this, है ना? हाँ, ठीक है. Okay, so these were the reasons of pre-pandemic slowdown in Indian economy. Okay. Now, finance minister said, okay, fine, we were going very slow. Okay, but we were not witnessing negative growth. We witnessed it only after the pandemic. There is a statement, the statement was made by finance minister in its budget speech that more than 40 years, the last time we witnessed negative growth rate was 1979-80. 1979-80 was the last time when we witnessed negative growth. More than 41 years have taken place after we have witnessed negative economic growth. We will pump up. Where can we improve? Where can we improve to come out of this economic slowdown? Can we change the balance sheet of banks overnight? No. Can we change this balance sheet of corporates and banks together overnight basis? No. These impacts have already gone. Okay. Then what are we left with? Two budgets. Previous budget, this budget. Main focus on investment. Clear? Because this is the root cause. Okay. Dolo 650. You take it for fever, huh? This is fever, huh? This is heating of head and body, okay, rising of body temperature, clear? But the cause is this one. We decided to increase investment, okay. So primarily when we have to start investment, we will invest in those projects which have potential to generate revenues, employment, as well as the production increase, okay. That will lead to economic growth, clear that? But when government will go for mass investment into economy, pump huge money into economy, clear that? That will increase what? That will increase money supply. When increase in money supply will take place, that will give rise to inflation. Why? What is the definition of inflation? Too much of money chasing too few goods. Production is already low, goods are very few. When you have invested a lot, you have given a lot of money to people, you have created jobs also, you have increased the demands. On the other side, supply is low, okay. So that will lead to inflation. That will lead to what? Inflation. Clear that? So that's why currently we are basically suffering with this syndrome. Na? Inflation is there in the economy. Okay, though it is in tolerable limits, the CPI based, WPI based very high, 14%, okay. A few days back it was around 14%. Clear that? So that is, but is it a variable situation or not? I'll discuss a bit later. Clear that? So we basically decided what now? We decided to go for huge investment. The huge investment showed very positive signs. That's why we witnessed a V-shaped recovery. That's why we witnessed what? V-shaped recovery. But frequent appearance of variants of COVID, frequent appearance of newer variants mentioned in the budget itself, Omicron mentioned in the budget itself, clear? That has led to something else. That has led to again partial economic slowdown. Partial, because though there was a third wave, but its economic impacts were more, health impacts were less. No health impacts. People have stopped fearing COVID anymore. They don't fear anymore. Okay, they don't wear masks anymore. Okay, but economic impacts were a bit, but not that much. Okay, so again we went down. Okay, now we are not in a position to continue with V-shaped recovery because we have already come down. Now we will go for W-shaped recovery. This shape, you see, this is called W-shaped recovery. Why W-shaped recovery? W-shaped recovery is a basically economic cycle of economic recovery cycle in which you make economy resilient. That if there is an economic slowdown for temporary time, it must be able to recover quickly. That's why we have focused on capital expenditure this year in order to make our recovery W-shaped recovery. Because in the budget itself they have said that V-shaped recovery proved very short term and it is basically becoming very painful for the lower economic stratums as it is becoming very inflationary. Rather, we should go for partial slowdown then again recover back. Okay. Due to inflation control, definitely economic growth will come down, but then we will recover back. So it has suggested that long-term measure should be the W-shaped recovery. Economic slowdown, then recovery, then after inflation, a bit of slowdown and then again recovery. And you never know, fourth wave is on the cards. A lot of cases are basically being now detected again. Okay, so you don't know when the COVID thing will leave us. Okay, so you must make the recovery very much sustainable. These are things which you must discuss in your answering means examination. Clear that? But then economists said this V-shaped recovery is just a gimmick of words. Actually, we didn't grow on V-shape. We show a K-shaped recovery. We showed a K-shaped recovery. What does this mean? K-shaped recovery?
Rich grow richer, poor grow poorer.
Yeah. In K-shaped recovery, some sectors have grown up, but some sectors have witnessed a decline. Okay, which sectors do you expect? Those sectors which are long distance, not the contact based services. Clear? And like IT, BPO sector, they have witnessed the growth. IT sector, BPO sector, formal sector, service sector, these have witnessed a growth. Okay. Sorry. This has led to increase in the wealth of poorer class or richer class. IT, BPO, privileges of poorer class or richer class. So this has increased the income of the richer. Rich has become more richer. Clear? On the other hand, where is the bearing of poor people? Informal sector. Agriculture sector. Agriculture is an exception. We never witnessed negative growth in agriculture. So agriculture can be kept aside. Agriculture sector as such engages more people, but it is not very significant in Indian economy as it was at the independence time. Only 18 point something this year's economic survey in gross value addition. Okay, earlier 16%. Okay, so basically not so significant in GDP terms, but still for more than 40% people engaged in agriculture, employment. Okay, but for that matter, hotel, travel, tourism, informal sector, formal economy here, informal, unorganized sector. Majority of the people, unemployment data, if you will see, 81% people work in unorganized informal sector. Clear that? So informal sector suffered, hotel, travel, tourism, these sectors suffered. Okay, poorer become more poorer. So they said that this V-shaped recovery is not a sustainable and a long-term model of economic growth, because it is V-shape in theory, in practice it appears to be K-shape. We should go for a sustainable model, that is W-shaped recovery. That is the W-shaped recovery, which can be basically a sustainable sector of economy. Okay, now what should be the priority? What should be the priority before the finance minister? What were the priorities before the finance minister in order to cope up with these issues? Okay, these in order to cope up with these issues, there were basically you must understand, for that matter, drivers of the economy. What are those things which drive our economy, where government should focus? Okay, drivers of economy. Write down very quickly, because sometimes statement based question also. Drivers of economy. Okay. Industry, I am not going by sector wise, I am going where we should spend more, because investment we have to do. Okay, so main drivers of the economy are, number one, private consumption expenditure. Private consumption expenditure. Private consumption expenditure. Okay, then second one is GDCF, gross domestic capital formation. In other words, investment. Okay, gross domestic capital formation. In other words, investment. Okay, then there is government's consumption expenditure. Government consumption expenditure. Okay, and then there is exports. Exports. More exports. If there are more exports, it means economy is first of all self-resilient, then it is also exporting, it is preventing import of goods, it is improving our balance of payment situation, that is improving our current account deficit. Okay, so we may basically also be saved from current account deficit, twin deficit problems. Clear that? Okay, so where can we, and out of these four, which are the main drivers? These two are the main drivers. So government has to focus on these two. Clear that? Okay, private consumption expenditure. Clear? Why? These two are basically 85% of GDP. 85% of the GDP is here only. Okay, so you have to increase this one. You have to increase this one, then only. But then is this in the hands of government? Government has to enable people, create more jobs, enhance the per capita income. Then people will spend more money. Okay, so private consumption expenditure will increase, but mostly government has to focus on gross domestic capital formation. That's why these were basically the priorities. Two priorities. Number one, to increase investment and consumption expenditure. Okay, so two priorities before the finance minister. Number one, to increase investment and private consumption expenditure. To increase investment and private consumption expenditure. Number two, to basically promote inclusive growth. To promote inclusive growth. To promote inclusive growth. To promote inclusive growth. Okay, to promote inclusive growth, the second priority. That's why government decided to go for The government wanted to set in the virtuous economic cycle. Government decided to set in the virtuous economic cycle by enhancing the capital expenditure. By enhancing what? By enhancing the capital expenditure. Clear? Now how capital expenditure? In this budget itself, government decided to increase public expenditure. Public means government, particularly in which side? Particularly in the capex. Capex, capital expenditure, government decided to enhance. Government decided to enhance the capital infrastructure. Okay, when capital expenditure will be set in, what will this lead to? This will lead to creation of machinery, factory, equipment, infrastructure. For creation of these things, you require people, labor, you require also technical people, people with technical knowledge, skilled labor, non-skilled labor, you require both. That will create jobs. That will create jobs. First of all, not jobs. For making, when you are ready to spend, you will attract investors also. Okay, so this will basically attract investment. This will attract investment. That government is going to give a boost, we will also investment. So this will attract first of all investment. This is called crowding in. Crowding in means investment will flow. Okay, crowding in of investment. Crowding in of investment. Clear? Okay, when crowding in of investment will take place, lot of production units are to be set up, lot of infrastructure is to be developed. You require skilled as well as semi-skilled laborers and unskilled laborers as well. So don't you think that this will lead to job creation? Rather than job creation, you can write employment generation. This will lead to employment generation. Yes or no? This will lead to employment generation. Okay, when there will be lot of infrastructure, lot of people on work, they won't play PUBG, they won't watch movies, they will participate in the production process. They will participate in what? Production process. That will lead to increase in growth, or rather increase in GDP growth. That will lead to increase in GDP growth. And at one point of time, we may expect that GDP grows to an extent where we will become self-resilient, self-sufficient, and we will also export. Okay, so increase in GDP growth will also lead to increase in exports, because I already wrote here, export is also one driver. Exports were falling, clear? So to promote exports also, you need to go for this investment. Okay, so this will also promote exports. Okay. Now when exports will increase, money will flow from abroad to us or from our country to abroad? Money will flow from abroad to us. Okay, that will improve our balance of payment situation. That will improve our, what is balance of payment? What is balance of payment? Yeah, it is basically the whatever transactions we have with the rest of the world, whatever economic transactions are recorded there. Okay, the capital account, current account. Okay, then in capital account we have two types, visible and invisible in current account. Okay, trade account as well as the service account, invisible account. Okay, trade in goods and trade in services. Okay, I hope you remember. Huh? You have attended my classes? No. Okay, but still you have read it thoroughly. Most of the people, I feel like you should have this much basics. What is balance of payments? And now you are going to face prelims in any case 5th June. Huh? Okay, so if one important tip for all of you. Huh? If you are not aware with any of the things which I am asking you, okay, you may get into a dilemma that should we appear now or not. You may get depressed. Okay, then you console yourself. This question won't come in exam. Just because I don't know, it won't come in exam. Your motivation level will remain up to 5th June. Otherwise, you may skip the attempt. So this question won't come in the exam. Should be the answer to those questions which you don't know. Clear that? So GDP, increase in growth and increase in export will also be there. Okay, this will lead to increase in per capita income. Okay, this will lead to rise in per capita income. This will lead to rise in national income and per capita income. When national income increases, naturally per capita income will increase. Okay, when national income will increase, per capita income will increase. Per capita income means individual will have more money to spend. Clear? Either they will spend, private consumption expenditure will increase, or they will save in banks, investment will increase. So that is a vicious type of thing which will go on. This will promote what? Here onwards it will promote two things. One is increase in private consumption expenditure, or then increase in capital formation. This will be basically also result of all this. Okay, so this is called virtuous economic cycle which government wants to set in due to increasing of the public expenditure. Okay, so this is the virtuous economic cycle. Virtuous economic cycle. Rich fodder material for your mains exam. Virtuous economic cycle which government wants to set in this year's budget. This year's budget. Okay, so what is basically the concrete thing which finance minister has announced? It has announced that we will increase the capital expenditure from 5.5 lakh crores to 7.5 lakh crores. 7.5 lakh crores. 7.5 lakh crores. Okay, and this is close to 3% of our GDP. Close to 3% of our GDP. Close to 3%. Precisely, if I have to go, 2.9% of our GDP. Clear that? 2.9% of our GDP. Okay. Then you might come across one statement in your budget that the effective capital expenditure in our country is around 3%. No, it is around 4.1%. I am talking about, this is capital expenditure. This is capital expenditure. And this is effective capital expenditure. Anyone who will tell me what is effective capital expenditure, I can say he or she has got a good command over the subject. Okay, raise your hands. Raise your hands.
This is not meant for servicing the previous.
Effective capital expenditure. First of all, tell me, effective capital expenditure shall be more. Okay, I have already given you the data. 4.1% more, which is not used for servicing. Then it must be less than the capital expenditure, hai na?
Capital expenditure excluding the grants given for the state for the creation of capital assets.
Excluding or including? Excluding or including? Grants given to states for creation of assets. That is also a type of capital expenditure. So why will you exclude that? Capital expenditure means what center is going to spend. This much. This much. Okay? But then center also gives some grants to the states. Wait a while. Center gives grants to the states. State may spend some part of the grants for creation of assets. That also becomes capital expenditures. You add it to the capital expenditure made by center, you will get effective capital expenditure. So effective capital expenditure is equal to capital expenditure plus that parts of grants to the states which states have used for creation of assets. You get this point? Now you ask the question.
Continuous schemes like MNRGS, they will be utilized in creating some more.
थोड़ा सा clear, थोड़ा सा loud. Loudly, speak loudly.
Already existing some other schemes will be some expenditure.
Yeah.
It will be aligned for this thing. For example, creation of road. Then is MNRGS scheme, and that is also an expenditure. Combining those.
What is your question?
This effective capital expenditure is combination of these.
No. Effective capital expenditure means capital expenditure done by center plus the grants which center has given to the states for creation of assets. For creation of assets. MNREGA is not a capital expenditure program. It is an employment generation scheme to those who are not able to get employees. Number one. Number two, the assets which are generated under MNREGA are kacha assets. They are not permanent assets. You don't use permanent material, okay? Because after all, you have to create job. They should get destroyed in next 2-3 years so that another Narega worker can work there and generate livelihood from himself. Clear? So under Narega, there are no guidelines for creation of permanent assets. Permanent assets are created under 14 Finance Commission, 15 Finance Commission, this District Capital Expenditure Budget, PRI plans. There are a lot of plans, okay, but not under Narega. Permanent assets are not created under Narega. You get this point? Okay. So Narega is purely an employment generation scheme. Okay, no asset is created and no revenue is given back to the government. Clear that? You get the point? Assets are created, but by those people who misuse the loopholes of the MNREGA and Manrega scheme, okay, and they a lot of under table money, okay, then they create the assets, but they cannot account it in the capital formation. Okay, if they get it accounted, then Enforcement Directorate, what happened yesterday, very well, you might have read the news, sir. This IAS officer, what is the name of that lady? Yeah. So that's how things happen then, huh? So it is purely a employment generation scheme. Okay. So no effective capital expenditure. You get the concept? Capital expenditure done by center plus the capital expenditure done by states out of the grants which center has given them. Clear them? So what is the amount? It is around 10.6 lakh crores. 10.6 lakh crores. So this 7.5 is around 3%. Okay. Now 10.6 lakh crores will go to 4.1% of the GDP. 4.1% of the GDP means we have decided to increase the capital expenditure this year. Okay, now what are the other ways through which we have decided to increase our productive potential? One such big thing is PM Gati Shakti. Okay, everything in the budget was about PM Gati Shakti. Clear that? Okay, so you can now write next topic which we are going to discuss, PM Gati Shakti, or you can write Gati Shakti Master Plan. I am sure in one or the other way you are going to get a question on this PM Gati Shakti. Huh? PM Gati Shakti or Gati Shakti Master Plan. You can write Gati Shakti Master Plan. Gati Shakti Master Plan. I hope the board is visible to you, all of you. Font is not an issue. Anybody? Huh? Okay. PM Gati Shakti, huh? Or Gati Shakti Master Plan. What is this Gati Shakti Master Plan? Central thing in the Gati Shakti is infrastructure. Central thing in Gati Shakti is infrastructure development. Central thing is infrastructure. Why infrastructure is focused? Why so much focus on infrastructure? For that matter, you should understand the importance of infrastructure sector. Okay, what is the importance? Why not any other sector focused? Why only infrastructure sector focused in the PM Gati Shakti Master Plan? There are so many. Yeah?
It enables other sectors to grow.
Very good, very good. Then? Very good, very good. See, mostly, roughly everybody knows few points. Huh? I'll club them and I'll give you concrete points, very crisp and very short. Okay. First of all, the point which nobody can think is that infrastructure has a, you told me it enables other sectors. Huh? That is called, it has a local multiplier effect. Okay. The term used in the budget. Huh? It has a local multiplier effect. Local multiplier effect. Now what do you mean by multiplier effect? What do you mean by multiplier effect? Huh? See, Mr. A was in love with Mr. B. Mr. A was in love with Miss B. Okay. Miss B decided to leave him because he is not going good in any area of life. Morally, ecologically, psychologically, economically, educationally, he is not being. Now, what has he technically lost? He has technically lost a potential life partner. Potential life partner. Okay. But what he has practically lost? He has lost relevance of mobile in his life. Relevance of phone in his life gone. Okay. He has lost. He is spending sleepless nights. Okay. He has lost the love of Hussain Sagar Lake. No more Hussain Sagar Lake visits in the evening. Okay. He has lost the relevance of Elon Musk. Is of no use for him. Okay. Then this fellow Facebook owner is of no use for him. WhatsApp owner no use for him. Insta everything. Huh? Okay. Then even he is not ready to go to home during nights. He is staying outside with friends. Okay. His own home has lost relevance. This is the multiplier effect of breakdown of one relation. Clear? When things multiply. Clear that? If you invest in infrastructure sector, clear? If you invest 1 rupee, you will get the benefits of investment equal to 2.5 rupees. You will get the benefit of equal to how much rupees? How? You developed some road. Due to that road, your logistic cost reduced. Due to that road, you planted a toll somewhere and you started getting revenues from that side also. Clear? Logistic cost, transportation became easy for goods and services. Okay, you started more sale of good in the local areas. Okay, you invested only in road, but your production increased, your sales increased, your revenue receipts generation from the tolls increased. This is multiplier impact of the infrastructure sector. There is a thing called money multiplier also, 2021 prelims question. What is this money multiplier? Money multiplier M. Yes? You know the answer of the question. What is money multiplier? Means if RBI will increase money supply in the economy by 100 rupees, actual money supply will increase by 100, more than 100 or less than 100? More than 100. Okay. Why more than 100? Because there is a thing called money multiplier which acts. Okay. Now money multiplier ke liye I have a very beautiful illustration, but that may take 10 to 15 minutes. I won't be going into that. Lekin I'll be telling you that money multiplier means if RBI increases money supply by 100 rupees, money supply in the economy will increase around 550 rupees. Because the current value of money multiplier is 5.5 to 5.6. Clear that? Okay. So this now on what this money multiplier depends? This was a question in this year prelims. Okay, very thoroughly written in the notes. It depends upon banking habits of the people. If people save more with the bank will give loans to the corporates. That money will go from corporates to other workers. They will get salaries. Their income will increase. So there is a continuously multiplier impact going on. Okay, but if people didn't save in bank, they kept it in their pocket. Bank was not having anything to lend. No increase in the money supply in the economy. So basically, this money multiplier depends upon banking habits of the people. If they have habit of saving with the bank, then definitely money multiplier will be higher. Okay. So what is the local multiplier effect of infrastructure stack? It is around 2.5. Means if you invest 1 crore, you will reap the benefits of worth 2.5 crores. Okay, 2.45 is the precise data, around 2.5. Multiplier impact in infrastructure, local multiplier impact. Okay, then it will also lead to huge amount of job creation. Because on road you require people to collect toll taxes. You require people for maintenance of the road. You require people for basically working on that road first of all when you are constructing that road. Okay, then you, while investing in infrastructure, you bring Ambani to work on your infrastructure project? No. He gives you investment. You take laborers from the market. Okay, you create jobs for informal sector people. Those who are not having jobs, due to investment in infrastructure, this leads to job creation. Due to job creation, poorer of the poor also get the job. Means they are also participating in the growth process. And that is what we call as inclusive growth. I told you 2 problems with the finance ministry were basically promotion of investment and inclusive growth. So inclusive growth we are getting it from here. Okay, then this will also help in reducing logistic cost. Okay, this will also help us to promote our vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. What do you mean by Atmanirbhar Bharat? Yeah, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Self-reliant India. Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat. Okay. Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is in infrastructure, importance of infrastructure. Okay. Now, how will we, what is actually this PM Gati Shakti Master Plan? What actually do we want through this Gati Shakti? We want speed and strength in our infrastructure sector. वो कैसे है? How will that come? How will that come? We'll construct a road. Next year, Reliance Jio people will come. You have constructed a road. We have not laid down the Jio fiber. Please dig it out. Okay, they will dig it out. Again, the third year, we will again lay down the road. We'll make it pakka metal road. Okay, next year, some people will come. We have not laid down the water pipes below it. Ministry of Health will come. They will see that there is not proper sanitation like this. Lot of non-coordinated activities lead to doubling rather than tripling of the expenditures, wastage of government money. First thing we will do is we will coordinate the plans among the ministries. All the 16 ministries will be together. 17th is the finance ministry which coordinates among all of them. Okay, all the ministries will coordinate together that we are going to lay down a road. Is there any ministry or any department which wants to do anything before we start the construction of road? Then Ministry of Telecommunication, yes, we want to lay some fiber lines. Then another Ministry of Jal Shakti, yes, we want some water pipes to be laid down on that road. Okay, then everything will go. At last, Ministry of Road and Transport will come. They will lay down the final metaling of the road. This will prevent huge amount of money and no repeated digging of the roads will take place. You get this point? Then only maintenance cost, which is very minimal. Clear? So first of all, what are the features? What we are going to do? You can write proposals or features. Proposals/features. So what is the first thing we are going to do under PM Gati Shakti? It will basically establish coordination among 16 ministries and departments. You can write all, if you cannot remember, 16, all the ministries and departments. All the ministries and departments. Okay, all the ministries and departments. Okay, now there are some schemes which are to connect ports. Some scheme which are aviation sector, some scheme which are in the oceanic routes, Sagarmala, Bharatmala, Udan, there are different schemes. They all come under the logistics sector. Clear? Why not to make a proper coordination between these schemes? Okay, so basically we will establish a connecting link between various schemes in a particular sector to make maximum out of that. Okay, write down. Incorporate various schemes like Bharatmala, Sagarmala, Udan, like Bharatmala, Sagarmala, Udan, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrika, Udan. Okay, these schemes will be brought together, connecting. See, we say that we lack cold storage facilities. We say this. Okay, that's why it is difficult to make some very short-lived products to reach from one corner of the country to another corner of the country. Let Ministry of Civil Aviation, Ministry of Railways make an agreement. You take durable commodities which are going by air through train. Those commodities which are less durable, you take it through air cargoes. Clear that? That will reduce basically wastage and that will enhance the efficiency and productivity and that will make India more self-reliant. That's why we need to integrate and incorporate these schemes like Bharatmala, Sagarmala, Udan and different sectors of the transportation. Okay, then focus on not single modal connectivity. Please please develop a train route which can land me here in Hyderabad within 12 hours. I can afford 12-hour journey by train, but I cannot, it is not a matter of affordability, it is a matter of basically personal choice. I'll prefer to travel by train for 12 hours rather than traveling by plane for 1 hour. Okay, please develop some train like Vande Bharat. Even this train, Vande Bharat, has got enhanced budgetary allocations this year. Okay, so multimodal, at least give independence to people. They have to teach economics. They fear traveling in aeroplane. You get this point? Okay, so multimodal transit system. Multimodal transport. Multimodal transport. Okay, I told you already. Even ropeways has been there in this year budget. Okay. Then take the advantage of information technology. Through geographical GIS, geographical GIS, geographical information system. You basically, through that you get these satellite images, resource mapping, resource utilization. Okay, then area wise allocation of resources, which area has which resources, clear that. So you can leverage the technology. Leverage technology. Technology has also been integrated into infrastructure sector. Clear that? Leveraging technology. Leveraging technology. Clear? One questions for prelims. Which is the nodal agency for implementation of PM Gati Shakti? Nodal agency. Nodal agency. Is it Ministry of Finance? No. That's why it becomes important for prelims. Because convention, where there is unconventional thing, it is Department of Promotion of Industry and Investment Trade, DPIIT. It is Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Nodal agency for this Gati Shakti Master Plan. Okay, nodal agency. Okay, nodal agency. Okay. Who will monitor but this implementation of PM Gati Shakti Master Plan? There will be an empowered committee which will be headed by Cabinet Secretary. So you should basically see the question. Is it asking nodal agency or it is asking monitoring authority? The monitoring authority will be a empowered committee headed by Cabinet Secretary. Cabinet Secretary. Empowered committee headed by Cabinet Secretary. Monitor. Okay, empowered committee. Okay. Now, due to all this, PM Gati Shakti Master Plan, due to coordination, due to leveraging technology, multimodal transport system, various schemes when they will be included, what will be its advantages? What are potential benefits? What are its potential benefits? What are its potential benefits? Yes? What are its potential benefits? Just a second, What are its potential benefits? Yes, tell me. First of all, it will ensure greater synergy of various programs. They will be in synergy when all the ministries will be in coordination. It will, first of all, it will enhance the synergy. It will ensure greater synergy in planning and implementation. Greater synergy in planning and implementation. Greater synergy in planning and implementation, number one. Okay, then it will reduce delays and cost overruns. It will reduce delays and cost overruns. What do you mean by cost overrun? Yeah, a project which was started for 100 crores, it was completed for 150 crores. Why? Because it was a road project, the road was dug 3 times. Clear that? So cost overruns will be produced, and even the delays in project will also be, when all the ministries will coordinate, then every ministry will do their part of the job and infrastructure development will go on at a faster pace. Clear that? Okay. Then closely linked projects will be executed together. Okay, and then also prioritization will be taken place. Before construction of road, priority is that we should put the fiber lanes. Okay, then we will construct a road over that. Okay, so prioritization, this reduction in delay and cost overrun will be due to prioritization of projects and collective implementation of closely linked projects. Collective implementation of closely linked projects. Okay, even also it will reduce the gap between planning and implementation. It will reduce the planning and implementational gaps. It will reduce planning and implementational gaps. Clear? So, and also it will provide for multimodal connectivity and reduce transit cost. Okay, already I have discussed that. Clear that? You get this point? Okay. So now, next is in the infrastructure sector also, we have decided to improve this our transport sector particularly, and in energy security we are focusing on energy security. Regarding energy security, one important policy which has been basically announced under this budget is basically the battery swapping policy. Okay, so next is battery swapping policy. Okay, so can you tell me first, before going to next topic, can you tell me some challenges which you see in this PM Gati Shakti? What are the challenges? Yeah? First and the foremost is how to establish coordination among various ministries, because it is not that our current finance minister is so intelligent that she has brought this concept of coordination. Every finance minister since 1947 has asked the ministries to coordinate to prevent delays and cost overruns. The biggest challenge is still the coordination challenge. Okay, number one. Number two, delays in clearances. Though we have asked for single window clearances, but it is not in every project that we have this single window clearance. Theoretical single window clearance we do have, practically single window clearance we don't have. So many projects get stalled. Okay, and one of the major problem for the for the problem in the balance sheet of the corporates is stalled projects. They take loan from the bank, they don't get clearance for the project, their project is not working well, will they pay the EMIs? Okay, so basically that has also been one problem. Okay, so one problem is lack of coordination, another problem is delay in clearances. Another problem. Then there is the third problem, that we have drafted a beautiful master plan under PM Gati Shakti. We have drafted these things also in past. Okay, but they have not been properly implemented. Okay, people from this place will qualify civil services and ensure the implementation of PM Gati Shakti. Clear that? So implementation, gap between planning and implementation. Okay, and then there are also cost overruns due to deficiency of vitamin M among the administrators and the politicians. Okay, vitamin M? Corruption. Clear that? So corruption is also one big reason of cost overruns. Okay, cost overruns. We asked for we asked 100 crore for a project. Okay, then in revised estimate we said it is 180 crores. Okay, and actually when we see it is only 40 crores. Clear that? So these are some challenges. So you can expect you can expect a question in this mains examination also, and some statement based question in PT also, PM Gati Shakti. Clear that? Okay. Now there is this battery swapping initiative. Battery swapping initiative or battery swapping policy. Anything related to ecology and environment is very, very important. Okay. Battery swapping initiative. Okay. What is this battery swapping initiative first of all? See, just understand it very quickly. It is very simple. When you go, suppose you have a car which is running on petrol or diesel, you go to the refilling station and you refill it. Okay. But then if you are having a vehicle which is running on battery, first of all, you will pray every time that temperature should not go beyond 30. Okay. If it goes, what will happen? It will blast. What is happening? What has happened in past few days? Even there is a basically investigation, and the investigation result today itself says that there have been some defective cells which have been used in those batteries. Clear that? Two-wheelers. Thankfully two-wheelers, not four-wheelers. Okay, had it been four-wheelers, things would have been very difficult for the electric vehicle segment. Okay, so basically, what is this initiative? You go to the refilling station, recharging station, you recharge your battery. Fastest charger, at least 15 minutes you have to charge for a running of 1 hour. Clear that? So who will stay for 15 minutes then? We know we are running short of time. Everybody is running short of time. Everybody is busy in doing nothing. You get this point? Okay. So that's why we started battery swapping initiative. Okay. You have a battery in your vehicle. You go to the battery recharging station. Put your older battery there. Take a recharged one. Okay. And then put it in your vehicle and move on. Clear that? This is basically the core of the initiative. Okay, but you have to present it in a beautiful manner. The things are to be presented in perspective. Why do we need this battery swapping policy? Because we need this battery swapping policy to meet our energy requirements. Energy requirements. To meet our energy requirement. For energy, why? Answer is threefold. One is energy security. Energy security. Another one is environmental conservation. Okay. Reducing air pollution. Reducing air pollution. And the third one is basically addressing climate change. Addressing climate change. This is what actually is proposed in the budget. Addressing climate change. Addressing climate change. Addressing climate change. Okay, that's why majority of the countries has started switching towards the electricity based or electronic things. Clear that? Rather than coal based or fossil fuel based things. Okay, energy security. This is also called electronic mobility or e-mobility. This is also called as e-mobility. So that's why we are shifting towards e-mobility. We are shifting for e-mobility. E-mobility. Okay. You see those countries which are performing very good on Human Development Index, World Happiness Index, Corruption Perception Index, all the Scandinavian countries, Norway, Finland, Iceland, these countries are performing very well. You get this point? They have basically already gone to these things. If you check the data says Norway 75% of the vehicles already electronic vehicles. Okay, India 1.3%. Okay, India how many? Lowest share in e-mobility in India. Lowest share. Out of all the transport running, 1.3% electronic mobility. 1.3% electronic mobility. This is the current status. This is the current status. This is the current status. Okay. For that matter, we have started basically so many initiatives. Okay. What are the initiatives? This e-mobility, mark my words, there is something in it for your exam. I don't know, from ecology and environment section, from current affairs, from economy. From wherever it will come, answer will be from my class only. Okay, you just keep writing, I'll tell you. Okay, there are some initiatives which you must keep in mind for e-mobility. Okay, what are those initiatives which we have started for e-mobility in our country? First of all, we have, yes? FAME India. We have FAME India, yeah. Then there are production linked incentive scheme we have. Then we have some other initiatives. FAME is one of them. I'll tell you second initiative, FAME. First initiative is much bigger than FAME. First of all, we have set up a National Council for Electric Mobility. Okay, write down. National Council for Electric Mobility in India. First one is National Council for Electric Mobility in India has been set up. Clear? Second is FAME 2. Second name of the scheme is FAME 2. Second phase of the FAME. What is FAME? You just write it also. Faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid electric vehicles. Okay. Faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid electric vehicles. Hybrid electric vehicles. Hybrid in brackets. Huh? Hybrid electric vehicles. Hybrid electric vehicles. Okay. Then we have also allotted some funds for allocation of manufacturing of electric vehicles. Okay, that is called PLI, production linked incentive has been given. Okay, so PLI for EV manufacturing, electronic vehicles manufacturing. Okay, production linked incentive. Okay, then there is one initiative, you just write, very very important initiative, that is called First Loss Risk Sharing Instrument. Okay, another initiative is First Loss Sharing. First Loss Sharing Initiative. First Loss Risk Sharing. Okay, First Loss Risk Sharing Instrument. First Loss Risk Sharing Instrument. First loss risk sharing instrument. Okay, see what is this? First loss risk sharing instrument. Okay, it will be some instrument which will be sharing the risk. Risk of what? Risk of first loss. First loss incurred by whom? A manufacturer who will manufacture electric vehicles. You break down things, you understand them easily. Okay, so basically, first of all, you understand a few things about it. This is an initiative of two institutions, that is Niti Aayog and World Bank. Which of the following statement is true about first loss risk sharing instrument? Okay, first it is an initiative of Niti Aayog and World Bank. Okay, now what will they do? Niti Aayog and World Bank, what will they do? They will provide guarantee to the bank. Bank, you please lend to electric vehicle manufacturers. Okay, if they will default your loans, we will repay it to you. Okay, so basically there is a fund of how much? $300 billion set up under this. Fund of $300 million. $300 million is kept. In case any default is there, this will be paid to the banks. Okay, this will be paid to the banks. So this initiative is to encourage banks to lend to the electronic vehicle manufacturers. Okay, this is to encourage banks to lend to the electronic vehicle manufacturers. To lend to the electronic vehicle manufacturers. To lend to electric vehicle manufacturers. electric vehicle manufacturers. Okay. So, under which ministry is this National Council of Electric Vehicles set up? Under which ministry? Yes? It is Ministry of Higher Education. Clear that? It is under Ministry of Higher Education. To promote awareness. Clear that? Ministry of Higher Education. Okay? Ministry of Higher Education. To promote awareness. To start vocational courses for training of people in electronic mobility sector. Clear that? No, not Ministry of Road and Transport. Okay. Which is the costliest part in the electric vehicle? Battery itself. Under this battery swapping policy, you can buy vehicle without battery. You can buy a vehicle without battery. You can go to a battery refilling station. They will have ample batteries, charged batteries with them. You take one, you pay rent on that. Okay. When it is completely discharged, you go and exchange. You take another, you pay rent on that battery. So you hire them on rental basis. Clear that? So no need to worry that you have to incur huge cost. It will make basically easy access for people to electric vehicles. Okay. So you can, under this scheme, you can, how does it work? I am just telling you briefly and quickly. You can buy a vehicle without the battery. Okay. Now there are two options with you. You just take a subscription of batteries. Then every 15 days, the delivery boy will come and give you the battery at your home, or 10 days or monthly or weekly, whatever be the subscription. Or you take batteries on lease. On lease means you take one battery, you go and exchange it with another charged battery. This is that you have taken the battery on lease for this much time period or this much years. Okay, then you can replace the recharged batteries with drain batteries. Okay, that's why it is also called battery swapping also. Okay, originally, technically, if you see, battery swapping is one part of it. Okay, but you call it battery swapping policy. Clear that? Okay. Now, there is basically one electronic manufacturing company which has been in, if you have to give a case study in your mains examination, that company you can write the name, Bounce Infinity. Bounce Infinity. 10 lakh battery swaps done by this company. It is an e-rickshaw manufacturing company. E-rickshaw manufacturing company, Bounce Infinity. It has done what? 10 lakh battery swaps. Okay. Clear that? Then you can write also challenges. Number 1, infrastructure challenge. Okay. Number 2, there are only few companies which provide you these, battery swapping agreements. Okay. There is, if you have one battery of one company, you cannot exchange it with battery of another company. So interoperability is not there. Clear that? And then there is higher GST rates on battery, 18% GST you pay on these batteries. Clear that? And then there is also basically, very huge consumption of batteries when you consume batteries in large number. Okay, cheaper rates. Under swapping policy, you get very on very less rental amounts. You get the battery. You will enhance the usage, but when more usage of batteries will increase, you need to replace the batteries. Clear that? It has very huge environmental cost. Clear that? So it is basically, and it may create environmental problems. Replacement of older batteries. Clear? So these are some challenges. These are some challenges. But it has addressed very huge problems. Number 1, initial cost of purchasing a vehicle, 50% cost only batteries. You don't purchase battery, 50% cost will be reduced. Okay. Then maintenance cost is also very low. Only you need to recharge the battery. Clear that? Okay. Then also the third challenge which it has addressed is the basically time delays which were there at the recharging stations, battery recharging stations. Okay, but honestly speaking, that India, the future of electric vehicles in India is basically growing. In next decade or so, we may see altogether only electric vehicles. Diesel vehicles might be going phasing out of diesel vehicles might start in another decade. Okay, then slowly petrol vehicles also. So basically, future is there in this e-mobility sector. Okay, so you can also expect a question from here. Clear? So this was e-mobility. Clear? Another, Ministry of Finance has taken another initiative that is called as harmonization of infrastructure sector. Okay, you can write next, harmonization of infrastructure sector. Harmonization of infrastructure sector. Harmonization of infrastructure sector. What do you mean by harmonization of infrastructure? Basically, lot of things which we feel they are not infrastructure, Ministry of Finance publishes a list of harmonized infrastructure. Means it is these things are basically vital for infrastructure, so they should also be given the status of infrastructure. Like for example, I'll tell you data. In this budget, data centers. Data centers means where we will get maximum possible data related to a particular thing. Data centers, or like there are some energy storage systems. Data centers, energy storage systems. Earlier these were not a part of infrastructure. Now in this budget, Finance Ministry has decided that these will be included in infrastructure sector. This is the announcement. Data centers and energy storage systems will be included in the infrastructure sector. Will be included in infrastructure sectors. Infrastructure sector. Okay. Now, what is the benefit of including a particular thing into infrastructure? There are so many sectors which are in the, there are so many things which are included in the infrastructure. Like road is there, transport is there, energy generation, energy transmission, they are all part of infrastructure. Okay. Ministry of Finance publishes one list of harmonized infrastructure. Okay. 5 sectors, more than 30 subsectors are there. Okay. What is the advantage these infrastructure gets? Infrastructure sector gets special funding, special finance, concessional credit. Okay, credit at basically lower interest rates. You can write advantages. Advantages. Okay, infrastructure sector gets concessional credit. Point number 1. Concessional credit. Concessional credit. Okay. Second, easier access to external commercial borrowing. Easier access to external commercial borrowing. Easier access to long-term funds from insurance companies. Long-term funds from insurance companies. Long-term funds from insurance companies, etc. Okay, etc. Okay. Now, this was infrastructure development at the center level. In infrastructure sector, this is what we are doing. We have proposed in the budget. In infrastructure sector in states, okay, we have also decided to make some improvements. We have also decided to give some, impetus to improve infrastructure in in states. Okay, for that matter, there has been some, changes in the provisions related to borrowings of states, and there has been some additional impetus for improving the financial position of the states, particularly for infrastructure development. Okay, so for that matter, the next topic which I will discuss is infrastructure financing in states. Okay, so you can write infrastructure financing in states. Infrastructure financing in states from center. Now from center, states will get funds either in the form of grants in aid either in the form of grants in aid, or it will be basically the Finance Commission recommendation allocation. That is the money from the central divisible pool of taxes, if you remember. How much money as per the 15th Finance Commission recommendation? 42 actually, but 41 for the states and 1% has been kept for the reorganized state of Jammu and Kashmir. Clear that? Okay. So basically, I'll quickly and briefly discuss borrowing powers of states. In that, I'll incorporate what actually has been taught in the budget. Okay. So you can write borrowing powers of center and states. Here I'll be highlighting very important points related to financing. Borrowing powers of center and states. Okay, which article first of all? 292, center. Center can borrow under article 292, center, and 293, borrowing powers of states. Okay, 293 deals with borrowing powers of state. Okay, borrowings powers of states. Okay, now center can borrow from outside India, and this is called as external commercial borrowings. Okay, then within India, domestic borrowings. Within India. Okay, who decides the limits that how much India should borrow and how much India should not borrow? There is basically a legislation on this. Yeah, it is Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, FRBM Act. Under FRBM Act basically decides the limits of borrowings for center. Decides the limits of borrowings for center. And what about states? States can borrow from market first of all. Market borrowings in the form of what? Small development loans, SDLs. Okay, small development loans. Then it can borrow from RBI in the form of what? Borrowings of state from RBI is called as WMA, Ways and Means Advances. Ways and Means Advances. Then it can also borrow from center. States can also borrow from center. Borrowing powers of states are limited. Does states require every time consent from center to borrow? Yes or no? States require consent of center to borrow. Yes or no? Every time? No. If there is any loan of center pending on a particular state and state wants to raise another loan from some other agent, in that case states need the central approval. Center need to give approval to the state for borrowing if any loan is pending on the state from center. Suppose this is a state, Telangana state. It has borrowed from center 100 crores. Now it wants to raise some funds from market, 150 crores. It has to take center's approval because the central loan is pending on Telangana state. Only in this case, the approval of center will be required. Clear that? Now, center is empowered to fix borrowing limits on state. Okay, earlier, these borrowing limits have been changed this year. Clear? Earlier, there were how much? Center limits the, center decides the limits of borrowing by states. Borrowing by states. Center decides the limits of borrowing by states. You get this point? Okay. Now, earlier, it has decided that states can borrow how much? 3% of GST. Yeah. Gross domestic product of the state. Or for that matter, कॉम्प्लेक्स करने के लिए GSDP, ग्रॉस स्टेट डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट, या ग्रॉस डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट ऑफ द स्टेट, नॉट ऑफ द कंट्री. ओके, ग्रॉस स्टेट डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट. Okay, 3% it was earlier, now it has been increased to how much? It has increased by 2%. Okay, earlier during COVID times we increased it by 1%. That we can go from 3 to 4%. But we imposed one condition. Condition was that this 1% only if we will be implementing projects like one nation, one ration card, we'll be making some reforms in the logistics sector, some reforms in the supply side. Okay, then so many states were not able to get the benefit. Now we have increased it to how much? Total we have increased it to 5%. We have increased it to how much? 5%. Currently the borrowing limit is how much? 5%. 5% of GSDP. Okay, and apart from this, above this, additional 0.5% states can borrow if they are going for power sector reforms. For power sector reforms, if state is carrying out power sector reforms like distribution of energy or harnessing some more energy, shifting from one energy resource on another resource, so you can go for 5% additional 5% additional borrowings. 5% additional borrowings. Clear that? Now my question is, can states also borrow from abroad? Yeah. Earlier, up to 2017, states can borrow from abroad with due approval of center. Okay. After 2017, those states which are of sound finance, which have sound financial health, clear that, they can borrow without center's approval. Rather, center gives guarantee for their loans. Clear that? So these are basics you must have in your mind. Clear that? So these are borrowing powers of the center. Clear? Now there is basically a scheme for financial in this year's budget, one special scheme for financial assistance to states has been announced in 2022-23 budget. 2022-2023 budget, one scheme for financial assistance to state has been announced. Can you tell me what are the provisions of this scheme? If you get a question even on center-state relations, you can use this data there also. Okay. So can you tell me what are the major, aspects of this scheme? Anybody? What are the major initiatives or what are the major aspects? First of all, center will give interest-free loan to the states for 50 years. Okay, you can write interest-free loan from center to states for 50 years. For 50 years. Okay, and how much loan it is to be given? Initially during 2021 budget, 2021-2022 previous year budget, it was proposed that we will give how much loans? 15,000 crores. Now this year it has been increased to 1 lakh crores. Okay, so how much loans to the tune of 1 lakh crores will be given from center to states, and it will be interest free loans. Okay, interest free loans. Okay, important point. Will it form the part of borrowings of the states from center? This will be over and above the borrowing limits. Okay, these loans will be over and above the borrowing limits. Grossly criticized provision. Lot of criticism in the parliament. Okay, what is the criteria for selection of states? No criteria. we will see which state needs it more. Opposition, you will see which state has your government and you will give this loan to those states only. Clear that? But now then they have decided that we will make a broader policy. We will put that policy to parliamentary approval. Only after formulating that policy, we will decide on what parameters, what criteria we will be giving these loans to the states. So policy framework is to be, this is an announcement, but a policy on what criteria, on what basis we will give these loans to the states is yet to be decided. And it is basically over and above the borrowing limits of the states. Okay, can you tell me another some more initiatives for infrastructure development? Monetization pipelines, previous one. Asset monetization pipelines, 2021 budget. Okay. Anything else? National infrastructure pipeline, infrastructure, asset monetization. These are previous year budget. You heard something about PM Divine. PM Divine. You heard something about this? What is this initiative? PM Divine. Development of Northeastern region. Prime Minister's Development Initiative for Northeast region. You can write also another initiative. Prime Minister's Development Initiative for Northeast. Prime Minister's Development Initiative for Northeast. Okay. It has a twin objective. One is livelihood generation in the northeastern region. Another one is to basically fulfill the infrastructural gaps. Okay, northeast, just chicken neck corridor, you have a smaller corridor connecting the northeastern. Okay, so you have to basically open up more infrastructural lines which will basically connect northeast with the rest of India. So twin objective, one is livelihood opportunities, another one is infrastructural gaps, to plug the infrastructural gaps. Okay, how much money is allocated to particular thing? Nobody asks you, but huge amount is allocated to PM Divine, 15,000 crores. Okay, 1500 crores. Nobody is going to ask you this, but just I am telling you for your understanding. Okay, who will be the implementing agency? Northeastern Council. Okay, Northeastern Council. Okay, Northeastern Council. Northeastern Council. Okay, Northeastern Council. Another scheme for infrastructure, rural infrastructure, Vibrant Village Program. Another initiative is Vibrant Village Program. Vibrant Village Program. Vibrant Village Program. Okay, it has been announced in 2023 budget. Vibrant Village Program. Okay. Which states are focused under Vibrant Village Program and why? All the states or some of the states? See, China is playing a mind game with the border states. Okay, it is developing some villages which China calls well-off villages. Okay, beautiful facilities given to villages, well-off villages in the near the borders. Okay, then lot of people basically there is basically a lot of out migration from Indian border villages. Clear that? In order to prevent that out migration, we have decided on that line of well-off villages of China, we have decided vibrant villages. At least, if anything would not be better than China, the name is better than China. Okay, is well-off villages for China, vibrant villages for India. Clear that? So under vibrant villages, first of all, we have focused 3 northern states, Himachal Pradesh, then we have focused on Uttarakhand, not Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, okay, yeah, HP, UK and AP, Arunachal Pradesh also, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand and AP, rather AP is the main focus. Okay, reason being ki, here we need vibrant villages. If at all we don't need in Himachal and UK, but then we are developing here also. Okay, vibrant villages. Okay, so what are the main focus in vibrant villages? Right, roads, housing areas, electricity, tourism, DTH also. Okay, don't out migrate, watch Doordarshan. Okay, DTH access, okay, support for livelihood generation, housing, tourism, etc. Okay, clear? Then there are some other initiatives, few smaller initiatives in the infrastructure sector. I will also discuss after this, and then I will come to the next theme. This was about infrastructure. Smaller 2-3 initiatives. I'll discuss after the break. After break, I'll take a break of 15 minutes. We'll be back on 5 o'clock. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. Then we will be together for another 2-3 hours, 2.5 hours. Okay. Then I'll take banking and finance. Okay. Second theme, third and fourth theme tomorrow, first 2 hours. Then I'll discuss some important current affairs topics. Thank you. We'll meet after a break. Now we'll start further discussion, huh? Okay, so some smaller initiatives I'll tell you which are very important. You just need to keep them in mind. Okay, if one sentence answer for PM Gati Shakti Master Plan. Okay, strength to the infrastructure sector, number one, and speedy movement of people and goods from one place to another place. This is the shortest answer because in any form UPSC can frame the question. Okay, you should have at least idea how to respond. Clear that? Okay. Then also, what are other initiatives which are there for infrastructure sector? You might have heard about this initiative, One Nation, One Product. One Station, One Product. One Station, One Product. What is this One Station, One Product? What is this One Station, One Product? Yes? See, sometimes there are, every region in India is blessed with a particular geography, clear that? And that region is basically famous for a particular thing, like Tirupati, famous for this, Tirupati Laddu. It has got this geographical indication tag also, okay? Rice, Basmati rice, okay? Rasgulla of West Bengal, clear that? Then these things should reach to the remotest corners of the country, clear that? Then particular stations, in either in the roadways or in the railways will be designated, and from that station farmers will bring their product to that station and supply it to all parts of the country. This is in line with there was a program called One District One Product to promote the local industry, local production of particular commodity which is famous in a particular district. So this will be within a particular area. If that area is famous for a particular commodity, that it is to promote the export of that commodity to different parts of the country. You get this? One station, one product. One station, one product. So it is, main objective is to increase the efficiency of supply chain. Okay. Efficient supply chain. Management of efficient supply chain. Management of efficient supply chain. Management of efficient supply chain, particularly for local products. Okay. Two major beneficiaries will be the local farmers plus micro, small and medium enterprises. Okay, two major beneficiaries, local farmers and micro, small and medium enterprises. Micro, small and medium enterprises. Two main beneficiaries. Two main beneficiaries. Okay. There is one more electronic portal that is called Kavach. You heard this Kavach? What is it about? Yeah, it is basically, you just write Kavach. Basically, there will be around 2,000 kilometers of rail network, around 2,000 kilometers of rail network to be brought under Kavach. Brought under Kavach. What is this Kavach? It is an indigenously developed technology which will prevent basically the rail infrastructure, because these rail routes basically corrode easily due to various chemical action, rains and other things. Okay, loss of these railway bogies and other things, this will prevent. Okay, so you can write about Kavach. It is an indigenously developed technology for safety and capacity. Indigenously developed technology for safety and capacity in railways. For safety and capacity in railways. Okay, safety and capacity in railways. Okay. Also, 100 PM Gati Shakti terminals to be set up. 100 PM Gati Shakti terminal, cargo terminals. Cargo terminals means terminals from where goods will be transported to one place and another place. Another is basically 100 PM Gati Shakti. PM Gati Shakti cargo terminals will be set up. Cargo terminals will be set up. Okay. Then also 400 new generation Vande Bharat trains. These are high speed trains. They can run on the maximum peak speed of 130 plus kilometers, okay, per hour. Vande Bharat, faster transport, Vande Bharat. 400 new trains to be started in next 3 years. 400 new trains to be started in next 3 years. Okay. Then another major mega development in infrastructure sector is Parivesh portal. Okay, Parivesh portal. Can you tell me what is it about? Parivesh portal. Another major initiative is Parivesh portal. What is this Parivesh portal? You can write proactive, responsive facilitation. Proactive responsive facilitation by interactive and virtuous single window hub. Proactive and responsive facilitation by interactive and virtuous environmental single window hub. It is basically for what? It is a portal for single window clearance. Because I told you already, there is huge issue with infrastructure project. Single window clearance will be given to these projects through any project. You register it on Parivesh portal, okay, there you will get all the clearance related requirements. You have to fulfill those checklists and you will get clearance at this single window, that is the Parivesh portal. Okay, it is under which ministry? It is developed by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. It is developed by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Ministry of Environment, Climate Change. Okay, so you will submit your application form online. Okay, then there will be basically the evaluation of the checklist. Okay, you will be given some time for editing and updation of your details, and then finally there will be, you can track your clearance status online, whether it has been given clearance or there is some objection. You will clear that objection and you will get clearance at the earliest. This will help in improving the balance sheet of the corporates, because main reason for the deterioration of balance sheet of the corporates is basically the delay in clearances. You have taken a loan from the bank, you don't get clearance for your project. That loan you will default because you will not earn anything. Where will you pay the EMI from? Clear that? So this will help in improving the balance sheet of the corporates, and that will further improve the twin balance sheet problem, and that will further improve the NPA reduction problem. Clear that? So they are all basically interlinked. Clear that? So these were some of the initiatives which were related to infrastructure development. Okay, then now we will start discussing another theme, that is banking and finance. Very, very important theme, particularly due to this, CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency. Okay, Central Bank Digital Currency, one of the biggest initiative which we have started recently. Okay, and what is this Central Bank Digital Currency? How will it give advantage? How will it boost our trade and investment? And what are its potential advantages and disadvantages? All will be discussed. Clear? So next theme 2 is the banking and finance. Banking and finance. Banking and finance. In banking and finance, the first topic is CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency. Central Bank Digital Currency. Okay, what is the topic? It is Central Bank Digital Currency. Now what is this Central Bank Digital Currency? Before understanding it, you need to understand why do we at all introduced it.
Countering the influence of cryptocurrency.
Excellent. basically the influence of cryptocurrencies is increasing at the global level. Okay, India has not banned cryptocurrencies. First of all, you understand that. India has not made cryptocurrencies illegal. There's a lot of people are investing in cryptocurrencies, and it is basically the scope of cryptocurrencies is basically increasing continuously. Clear that? India has also decided in this year's budget to basically tax the virtual assets. Tax the virtual assets. Virtual assets means assets which don't exist in physical form. They exist in cryptographic form. Clear that? Work on blockchain technology. Clear that? Okay. So basically, virtual assets ko tax karna means you are giving it some legal shape. Yes or no? Still, they are not legal tender. Legal tender means those which are acceptable as mode of payment. They are not made legal tender. But yes, we have given a legal recognition to them, because in the Finance Act itself, we have said that we will tax at the rate of 30% all the virtual assets. Clear that? Okay, that is the point which I'll come to later. But this central bank digital currency is to counter the influence of increasing influence of the cryptocurrencies. Clear that? Okay. Now, can you tell me any committee which was set up related to this to evaluate whether we should go towards cryptocurrency, whether we should develop cryptocurrency or not? Any committee? There was one committee called as SC Garg Committee. SC Garg Committee. Sometimes you get question only on the committees. Committee match, which of the following is correctly matched? On one side committee is given, on another side the committee for which it was made is given. Clear? So SC Garg Committee was to check the scope of cryptocurrencies, to look into the matter related to cryptocurrencies. So this committee have given two recommendations. One recommendation is to ban cryptocurrencies. Ban cryptocurrencies. Did we accept this recommendation? No. Rather, we went a step ahead and we started taxing the cryptocurrencies, virtual assets. Clear that? Okay, by virtual assets we mean cryptocurrencies. Those which are not in physical form. They are in the form of digital form, and digital form means cryptographic form. They are encrypted, information is encrypted, okay, and they become cryptocurrencies. Clear that? Okay. Second was, it was stated that central bank must issue CBDC, central bank digital currency. So we have accepted this recommendation. Clear that? Sometimes if you get a question which committee recommended the introduction of CBDC, it is the Subhash Chandra Garg Committee. It was Subhash Chandra Garg Committee. Clear? Now, which Act of Reserve Bank of India deals with issue of currency? RBI Act 1934. Which section? Section 22 of RBI Act 1934 deals with issue of currency. Now you have introduced a new currency that is called central bank digital currency. And in this issue of currency, you have not defined CBDC. It has defined issue of currency, notes and coins. Now you have to introduce one more thing that is called central bank digital currency. So this will be amended. So an amendment is proposed. Amendment proposed in this section. Amendment is proposed in this section, that there will be an amendment, and in this amendment what we will include, basically we will include in the definition of currency the central bank digital currency. Central bank digital currency. Okay. Now what is the amendment? Amendment is that currency means both currencies, physical currency and digital currency. Currency means physical currency as well as the digital currency. You get the point? Okay. Then also, what will be the features of this currency and who will issue the currency? Who will issue the currency? See, there are some technicalities involved. I'll tell you all of them. Who will issue central bank digital currency? See, currency is issued by RBI. Okay. Then RBI gives it to the banks. Okay, banks also take currency from the people and take it as deposit. Means who is the main mediator between the finance and the individuals? It is the bank. But in this case, in central bank digital currency, RBI will have a dual role. RBI's role in central bank digital currency. RBI's role in central bank digital currency. Okay, RBI will have a dual role. RBI will have a dual role here. Either RBI will play a direct role or RBI will play a indirect role. You see, in all the physical currencies, rupee, coins and the notes, RBI has an indirect role. RBI prints, gives to government, government pays salaries to the employees, people and other agencies, they deposit money in the banks. So banks have direct dealing with the people. Money depositor, depositor ke saath who has the direct link? It is the bank. But in this case, in the direct mode, RBI will have direct relation with the depositor. Clear that? In direct mode, RBI will be the account holder as well as the facilitator. In this bank, RBI will be the account holder. Means individual can open the account with RBI directly. RBI will be the account holder as well as facilitator. What is the role of facilitator? To facilitate the transactions. Okay, withdrawal and deposit facilities. RBI will be the, okay, now in this case, RBI will act as an apex monetary institution or RBI will act as a bank itself. So in this case, RBI will act as a bank itself. RBI will act as bank itself. Okay, but will it increase the responsibilities of RBI? RBI already overburdened with monetary operations, monetary policy decisions, lot of things. Okay, but this will increase the work burden of RBI. This will increase the work burden of RBI. So do you feel that direct mode is better for RBI? Direct mode is not better for RBI. Clear? That's why a two-tiered indirect model is recommended, where RBI will play indirect role. What indirect role? Account will be still held by RBI, but facilitator will be another agency. Okay, RBI will be account holder, but not the facilitator. There will be some other agency which will act as facilitator. There will be some other agency which will be, okay, means other customer interactions, deposits, withdrawals, transactions, other interactions will be done by this facilitation activity will be done by other bank. Other bank will be facilitator. Now which other bank? Those which will be authorized to deal in central bank digital currency. Okay, as of now we don't have a broader policy framework on that. This is just an announcement. Okay, it is in very crude form. Clear that? Central bank digital currency. Clear that? Now, will this digital currency be legal tender? If we are incorporating it into the RBI Act, it will be legally binding on the individual to accept it as a mode of payment. So its features of CBDC, number one, it will be legal tender. Second best feature, sometime there are a lot of cash transactions which you cannot trace very easily. Clear that? Person to person transactions, you cannot trace. That runs a parallel economy, unaccounted economy. Lot of tax revenue is lost because of that parallel economy where unaccounted money is traveling in the economy. Clear that? But once the currency will go into the digital form, there is no physical form. You have to transact the business through online modes. Okay, so there is a high chance of traceability. So traceability is another very, very important feature of central bank digital currency. Okay, then the third is that it can be used for wholesale transactions or retail transactions. That is called programmability. Programmability means it can be used for both wholesale or retail transactions. It can be used for both wholesale and retail transactions. So programmability, it is legal tender, traceability will enhance. Clear that? You get this point? Now then, suppose I have 1 crore of the physical currency and 1 crore of central bank digital currency. Okay, how is it different from physical currency? Very important and very technical point. Just apply your brains, you can tell me. What is the difference? Yes. In terms of liquidity. But then if it has programmability, wholesale transaction, it is also liquid. Acceptable as normal currency. Problem of double payments.
The cash can be black money, sir, or this will be white money.
But cash deposited in bank cannot be black money. I am talking about bank deposits. 1 crore in physical form with bank, 1 crore in central bank digital currency form. Okay. Very easy answer. I can give you a hint. Answer lies in the role of RBI.
Inflation.
No, there is no printing cost at all. It is a digital form. I am talking about difference. Okay. Who is the account holder in case of physical currency? Bank. Who is the account holder in case of central bank digital currency? So, whose liability is CBDC? RBI's or banks? And physical currency deposits are liability of whom? Banks. Deposits are altogether liability. They are to be paid back to the people. Clear? The difference is, in case of CBDC, it is the liability of RBI. In case of physical currency, it is the liability of banks. In case of CBDC, bank is only the facilitator. It will facilitate transactions. It will not be account holder, so it will not have any liability for the consumer, for the depositor. You get the point? So the difference is that in case of CBDT, it is a liability on RBI. It is a liability on RBI, not on banks. Okay? It is RBI's direct liability. Whereas other bank deposits are liabilities of banks. Other bank deposits are liabilities of banks. So this is how they are different. Clear? So have we created a global example by inventing such thing? Lot of countries. Okay, like there is e-dinar in Tunisia. Okay, then there is also Sistema in Ecuador, Petro in Venezuela. Okay, and e-krona in Sweden. Okay, एक दो examples याद रख सकते हो. E-krona, very easy to remember. Sweden. Okay, e-dinar in Tunisia, very easy. Then Petro in Venezuela, very easy to remember. These are some global examples where already there are the digital form of currency. Our country names it as CBDC, the other countries name it this way, but they are called as digital currencies. Okay, not cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrency is different from digital currencies. It is basically a CSAT Venn diagram. All cryptocurrencies are digital currencies? No. All digital currencies are cryptocurrencies? Yes. All digital currencies are legal tender? Yes. All cryptocurrencies are legal tender? No. You can understand the point, huh? Now, what is the benefits of CBDC is a potential mains question. Benefits of CBDC. What are the benefits of CBDC? Potential mains question. Yes? Even prelims question, which of the following is not a benefit? Okay. Or which of the following is a benefit? Okay. And they will basically get you trapped in concepts. You had some concept like cash GDP ratio. You had a concept cash GDP ratio. First of all, what is the definition of GDP? It is the final money value of goods and services produced in an economy. In an economy or in a domestic territory includes the political boundary plus consulates, fishing vessels, oil rigs, aircrafts which are owned by Indians. Clear that? But the embassies of foreigners within India which are operating. Okay, so there are basically these technicalities in the definition of GDP. Okay, but overall it is final money value of goods and services produced within domestic territory of a country. Clear that? Not political boundary, it is domestic territory. Clear? Okay, and out of that final money value of goods and services, some part you will have in terms of cash. Because you have to take the money value of wheat this much, money value of rice this much, money value of MSME product this much, money value of agri product this much, cash this much. Then you calculate GDP. But the cash, is it actual productivity? No. It is. If it is idle, more cash means you have kept so much cash idle, no investment, no saving, means this is harmful for the economy. Clear? So high cash to GDP ratio is beneficial or not beneficial? Not beneficial. So it should be lesser or higher? Lesser. So will CBDC reduce the cash GDP ratio? Yes or no?
Yes.
When there will be digital currency, there will be no cash. Clear that? So it will reduce the cash GDP ratio. First of all, first benefit, it will reduce cash to GDP ratio. It will reduce cash to GDP ratio. It will reduce cash to GDP ratio. Clear that? Okay. So many people don't have idea of savings. Lot of people save in form of cash. Then they fear that it may be stolen, it may be, then they keep on spending rather than saving in banks. Clear? Now if they know that we can convert it into digital form and we can save it directly with the RBI, lack of trust suppose in the banking system, let us deposit the money with the central bank. No fear of losing any value. Clear that? So lot of people may go for opening the accounts in the RBI for CBDC. So it will give a boost to the financial inclusion. It will not enhance financial inclusion. Already financial inclusion is there, but it will boost it. Okay. So it will give a boost to financial inclusion. Boost financial inclusion. It will boost financial inclusion. Okay.
Will RBI provide any savings rate?
Yeah.
Will RBI provide any savings rate for that?
Having any
Savings rate?
interest rate? I'll come to that. Just write down the benefits, then I'll tell you. Okay. Then promote financial inclusion. Okay. Then it will counter the influence of cryptocurrencies. Okay. It will counter cryptocurrencies. Just give me one second. Huh? Okay, so it will counter the private cryptocurrencies. Clear that? So next is, it will improve cross-border payments. Okay, means imbalance of payment situation. It will improve cross-border payments. It will improve cross-border payments. It will improve cross-border payments. How cross-border payments will improve? See, whenever you have to make payments in cash, okay, there are a lot of irregularities involved. Okay, there are a lot of back channels. Clear that? But you can trace all the cross-border payments through central bank digital currencies because they are in the digital form. Whenever you transact a business, it will be reported by the Reserve Bank of India. Clear that? It will come into the notice of Reserve Bank of India. So it will prevent lot of illegal channels of payment, cross-border payments. Clear that? So it will improve cross-border payments. Okay. Then it will also promote financial technology sector, that is fintech sector. It will promote fintech sector, financial technology sector, fintech. It will promote fintech sector. It will promote the fintech sector. Okay, then it will capture economic activity on real-time basis. 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 Okay, now see, we are estimating GDP, but lot of unaccounted money is still flowing in the economy. Clear that? Now if it is, just a second. Huh? So what I was telling you is that now a lot of parallel economy, which is unaccounted economy, unaccounted money is floating in the economy, which is not a part of GDP estimation. When we will shift to central bank digital currency, every penny will be accounted. Clear that? And it will give us more accurate estimation of GDP. Okay, so this will bring accuracy in estimation of GDP. Okay, accuracy. Clear that? Now there are a lot of challenges also. What are the few challenges which come to your mind? Yes? Will?
Crypto. We have crypto examples like if you put 1 rupee today, it will become 10 or 20 by tomorrow.
Yeah, that's why we want to curb them. Because cryptocurrencies are volatile to their fluctuations in prices due to their demand and supply. Okay, if its prices are increasing, whenever there will be some global financial crisis or global financial stress on financial institutions, there are equal chances of huge loss in the value of cryptos. Clear that? That's why it is a type of gambling, betting type of thing, cryptocurrencies. That's why we want to reduce them, and we want to introduce, see, if you have a 1 rupee note, okay, and if you have a 1 rupee coin, what is the difference? You will get a chewing gum for this also, you will get a chewing gum for this also. If you have a 1 rupee CBDC, same will be the value. No impact on its demand and supply, no impact on its value. It is not that today 1 rupee CBDC, tomorrow 1 rupee CBDC will be equal to 10 rupee CBDC, no. CBDC is just currency in digital form. You get the point?
What is the difference between UPI payments and the CBDC?
Very good. UPI payments, have you deposited it with RBI? No. Your UPI payment is the liability on your bank where you have deposited the money. CBDC will be liability in the RBI because you will open the account in RBI for that matter. Clear that? So first and foremost challenge is it will increase RBI's burden. Point number 1. Okay. Point number 2. There are some transactions which you don't want to show. What you buy with your own money. You deposited it in your account, you withdraw cash, you buy whatever you want. Clear that? But in case of CBDC, you cannot withdraw. Rather, you have to directly transfer to the account of particular person what you purchase. So there are some privacy issues also involved. Moreover, your cryptographic information will be encrypted on it. Okay. So these cyber privacy issues are also basically, on the discussion that these may be some issues. 1, increase on burden of RBI. Number 2, these privacy and cyber security issues. Okay, then there is basically another issue. There is one term, disintermediation. You may get so many times this term in newspaper. Disintermediation. What is the meaning of this term? Disintermediation. This is one of the disadvantages. This is one of the disadvantages of CBDC. What do you mean by this term, disintermediation? What do you mean by disintermediation? Who is intermediator between the RBI and the depositor? Banks. Now depositor has got direct link with RBI while opening the CBDC account. This is a type of disincentive for the banks. This will reduce the role of banks as an intermediator or intermediary. This is called a disintermediation. Okay. Now all the money deposited with whom? RBI. If it would have been deposited with banks, banks would have lent it to some other firms or other company. That is called a credit creation by bank. You deposit 10 lakh with banks. What will bank do with this cash? Bank officials don't sleep on cash. They take this cash and lend it to other entities so that they can earn some interest and revenues from them. You get the point? Okay. But this time under CBDC you are deposited directly with whom? With RBI. And if you are operating under a direct model, this will be complete disintermediation of the banks. Means this will reduce the credit creation capacity of banks. Yes or no? Credit creation means lending capacity. Definitely. So disintermediation means reduction in credit creation capacity of banks. Reduction in credit creation capacity of banks. Reduction in credit creation capacity of banks. Clear? Okay. Burden of RBI increases in both the cases. Why? Because in this direct model it has to open the account and do all the intermediary activities also. In this case it has to open the account, give the checkbook, issue the debit card, services all. Bank will do all the basically the counseling thing or basically other intermediary jobs. Clear that? So in this case, in the indirect model, disintermediation will be there but lesser amount. Here, huge disintermediation. Reduction in the role of banks as intermediaries. Reduction in credit creation capacities. Okay. Then, yeah? Yeah, that is, I'm coming to that. Fifth point I'll tell you, this is basically, there is a mismatch between financial literacy and the level of CBDC. The requirement of the financial literacy for getting into this. Okay, so infrastructure and other bottlenecks, in that lack of financial literacy. Clear that? Okay, second is basically, bank runs. Next issue is bank runs. B-A-N-K, bank, R-U-N-S, bank runs. Next issue is bank runs. What do you mean by bank run?
There is an issue that banks by default that all the customers will at a time.
Large number of customers leaving a particular bank or a financial institution when they see signs of stress. Okay. Now they are getting more secure form of deposits with RBI. Lot of people may withdraw their money from the banks and convert it into CBDC with the RBI. Clear that? So bank run is another issue. Bank run is another issue. Okay. It will improve. It will basically reduce cash to GDP ratio, which is very good. But it will also reduce credit to GDP ratio. Less credit to GDP ratio is good or bad? What is credit to GDP ratio? The part of GDP which is given by banks to corporates as loans or credit, because banks are earning on that. If this credit to GDP ratio will deteriorate, financial health of the banking sector will deteriorate. Capital formation will deteriorate. Clear that? So it will reduce the, it will basically, another issue is reduction in credit to GDP ratio. Reduction in credit to GDP ratio. Reduction in credit to GDP ratio. So this is all you need to know about. You need to know about central bank digital currency. Clear? You can expect good question on mains. Even in prelims also on benefits or disadvantages. What do they ask? They don't ask how much money you spend on this or that. They ask conceptual questions. Clear? Like last time, money multiplier depends on what? It is purely a conceptual question. If people will save more, money multiplier will be higher, money supply will increase. Simple. It is a relation question when you can relate capital formation with money multiplier. Okay. In the same way, CBDC, which of the following is an advantage? They may give you this also, but rather it is a disadvantage. If they replace credit to cash, then it is a disadvantage. It is an advantage. Clear that? So you have to be conceptually a bit clearer on this. Okay. Now. Another important initiative which was in discussion, which was talked about by Finance Minister in her speech, was surety bonds. Okay, how many of you know what are surety bonds? What is a bond first of all? Good. Bond is a debt instrument. This was a question in UPSC 2014 prelims, that bond holder is a debtor, creditor. There are two more options, both or none of these. Okay. So basically, what is bond? Bond is simply a financial instrument. It is a paper on which, as per the format of RBI, it is written, I promise to pay the holder 1 lakh rupees at the 10% interest rate after 1 year. Three things are mentioned: amount, interest rate and maturity. This is simple a paper document. Clear? Suppose this is individual A. This individual A issues this bond to individual B. Individual B will give how much money to individual A? 90,000. Individual B will take this paper. This paper is now with this individual. Okay. Let me put it here the other way. Individual A will issue a bond of 1 lakh rupees at the rate of 10% for 1 year to individual B. How much money B will pay to A? 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh, less than 1 lakh. More than 1 lakh, right? It will pay only 90,000. Why? Because 10% will be the interest. 1 lakh per 10% means 10,000. B will take 10% interest. So he will keep the 10,000 as interest. Now what is the advantage with B? B has got a bond of 1 lakh rupees, but he has paid only 90,000. After 1 year maturity, he will return this bond to A. A will pay how much to B? 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh, less than 1 lakh? 1 lakh. So what is the advantage? He paid 1 year ago 90,000. After 1 year, he received back 1 lakh. This is the interest, 10% interest which he received after 1 year. This is how bonds work. So bond issuer is someone who gets the money, loan. And bond purchaser is someone who borrows. So bond holder is a borrower. Sorry, bond holder is a debtor and bond issuer is a creditor. Bond issuer, A has issued the bond. He has incurred debt. He is a debtor. B has purchased the bond. B has purchased the bond, so B is holder of the bond and holder is the creditor. Debtor is also called borrower. Clear? So bonds are financial instruments which are used by individuals or companies or financial institutions to borrow money from some other entity. That can be individual, that can be bank, that can be any financial institution. Clear that? So there was a discussion on Surety bonds. Surety bonds. There was a discussion on what? Surety bond. What is the surety bond? Tell me. See, individual A goes to State Bank of India and asks for loan. Asks for what? Loan of 1 lakh rupees. Loan of how much? 1 lakh rupees. State Bank of India will tell this individual A, you are taking 1 lakh rupees loan for 5 years at this much interest rate. Okay, but you are none of our relatives. Okay, we hardly know you, who actually you are. So on what basis we'll give you loan? What is the guarantee that you will return the loan? Means what is the collateral? What is the thing which you will pledge to us against this loan? That is called collateral security. That is called collateral security. Suppose I said that I have a plot and I am taking loan against this plot. Patch of land, clear that? So this plot will act as a collateral security, or in other words it is called guarantee. You see that one movie, a lady going to bank and saying हमें loan चाहिए, वो कह रहा है कि the other individual says, bank official says, we can't give you loan unless you give some guarantee. He says, you are basically a very notorious character. Is there any space for truth, loyalty? We are very honest people. He said, okay, give me your honesty, I'll keep it as collateral. Where is the honesty? Okay, so banks don't give you loan very easily unless banks know that you don't need the loan. If Mukesh Ambani goes to a bank and asks for loan, bank employees, bank officials, even manager of the bank will say, why do you come here? You should have called, we would have come to your place with loan. Okay, so there is one statement about loan that you have to prove that you don't need it. Then you get it very easily. If you need it, it is very difficult to get the loan. Farmers need loans, poor people need loan. They don't have anything to pledge as security except truth, loyalty, honesty. They cannot pledge the truth, loyalty, honesty. Clear that? For that matter, this collateral security is required. Now, pledging collateral security is very difficult for the poorer sections. In order to replace this guarantee system, collateral system, government has initiated the process of starting the surety bonds. Okay, I'll tell you how these surety bonds will work. Means you need not, first of all, it is to replace the guarantee system of getting credit. You can write to replace bank guarantee system. To replace bank guarantee system. Bank guarantee system. Bank guarantee system. Okay, now what are these surety bonds? I'll make an illustration for this matter. Illustration, okay. See, for example, suppose this is government. This is government. Clear that? This is a company which has basically desired to make some infrastructure project of government. Okay? Infrastructure, any company, you can write, it is basically a infrastructure company. It is basically a infrastructure company. It is an infrastructure company. Okay, say suppose Tata, or suppose it is JP, any company, Unitech, Gamon, whatever name of the company. Okay, this is a company. Clear that? This company wants to make infrastructure project. Okay, government has given guidelines. Government has given guidelines. You have to make this project. This much cost you have to incur. This should be the standards of the building, of the construction material. All the guidelines are given to this infrastructure company. Clear that? Now this infrastructure company requires a lot of funds. A lot of funds. It doesn't have the funds to show the government that I have this much funds. Okay. It will go to a surety company. It will go to a surety company. Surety company. Surety bonds are given mostly by the insurance companies. Okay. It will go to a surety company, say life insurance company. Okay. Bajaj Allianz. Okay. Or IFCO Tokyo. or it can go to, for that matter, this, ICICI Prudential, any company, this company will take a surety bond. This company will take a surety bond. This company will give surety bond to this company, suppose of how much? 1 crore. 1 crore. 1 crore. This company will give surety bond from this security company or surety company. Mostly, basically, IRDA has allowed only insurance companies so far. Okay, you can write also Insurance Regulatory Development Authority has allowed insurance companies to issue surety bonds. To issue what? Surety bonds. This will issue a surety bond. Surety bond will be issued by this company to the infrastructure company. Infrastructure company will show the government that I have a surety bond of this company. Against this, I guarantee you that I will fulfill the project under this, under the prescribed guidelines. Under the prescribed guidelines. Clear? Now, this surety company, infrastructure company, will basically tell government that we have given a surety bond to this company. It means if this company will violate any of these guidelines, government will not ask this infrastructure company now, why have you violated the guidelines? You don't deserve any payment, because payments are to be released in installments so that the project gets completed. No investor ever invests full amount of money and then gets the payment from the government. Investments are done in phased manner. Government pays for the projects in a phased manner. Clear? If any of the guidelines is violated by the infrastructure company, government will recover money from the surety company. Government will recover money from the surety company. Now, why did surety company then issue this surety bond? Because if this infrastructure company completed a project in the proper guidelines, it will get interest from the infrastructure company. To earn the interest on the surety bond, this company issued a surety bond. But if the default is done by infrastructure company, then the surety bond issuing company will be in the loss. Clear that? But this year finance minister said that surety bond will be accepted for government procurements. Surety bond, you can write, surety bonds will be accepted for government procurement. Government procurement. Clear? Now, understand very, very carefully. Thoda sa it is very technical. Huh? See, when this company will issue surety bond to this company, it will issue a bond. Bond of how much? 1 crore. Clear? It will pay some money to this company. Na? Suppose how much? 90 lakhs. Clear that? This company requires money to procure some material for construction of the infrastructure project which it has taken. It doesn't have money, it has surety bond. Now there are two options. Either you sell this surety bond and get the money and purchase. But government said no need to sell this. We will promote it and we will accept it as a means of payment. Means now you can procure material for government projects in the form of by paying the surety bonds. It can be accepted as a mode of payment. Now by making it acceptable as a mode of payment, government discourages surety bond or promotes surety bond? It encourages, rather it promotes the surety bonds. Clear that? Otherwise, what you have to do? You have to go to bank, you have to get a loan, you have to give something in guarantee. That is a very cumbersome process, and what will you give a guarantee for 50 crores of loan? Okay, instead you have a surety bond 50 crores, you pay 50 crores and you procure the material. Clear? So in order to discourage this bank guarantee system, surety bond system is encouraged by the government. So two important questions. Number one, surety bonds are basically for which purpose? It is for the purpose of removing or reducing or eliminating the bank guarantee system. Number two, surety bonds are acceptable as a means of payment for procurement, yes or no? Yes, they are acceptable as means of payment. Earlier they were not acceptable. This year 2023 budget only, government said that surety bonds will be accepted as payments, a mode of payment for procurement. Mode of payment for procurement. Yeah.
They already have 90 lakhs, sir. Why do they go for only 10 lakhs for the surety bond? Insurance infrastructure company already has 90 lakhs. Only for 10 lakhs it is going for surety bond.
Yeah. See, ideally you will spend this whole 90 lakh, no additional money you are earning. Clear that? If you have 90 lakh, you lended it to somebody and you started earning interest on also, you have a dual advantage here. Number one, you have your own cash preserved, 90 lakh, plus you are earning consistently. And when you require money, you will require some money for procurement, you can use the surety bond itself. Here, cash has only one use. You will use it as a mode of payment. Surety bond has dual uses. It will be used as a mode of payment, plus it is yielding you interest continuously. So it will promote your earning also. Clear? And it is also boost for the infrastructure company also. It is also developing a secondary market. Secondary market means market which deals with in the financial instruments. Clear that? Shares, bonds, stocks. Stock exchange is also called as secondary market. Clear that? Okay. So this is surety bonds. Okay, surety bonds. So now what are the benefits of these surety bonds? Why government basically wants to promote these surety bonds? There is a check and balance in this. You see, it is a very beautiful concept. This surety company will consistently press this infrastructure company. Don't violate the timeline. Don't violate the quality. Don't violate any of the standards. Clear that? And complete the project within the time frame. Don't do cost overrun. If you did, I will be the loser. I will be the loser because I have to pay for all the losses which you will incur. Clear? So what are its benefits? Number one, it ensures timely completion of projects. Number one, timely completion of projects. Number two, it will give boost to infrastructure sector. Number three, it will encourage efficient infrastructure firms. It will encourage efficient infrastructure firm. Efficient infrastructure firm. Okay. You get the point? Okay. Next major thing in the banking sector is DBU, Digital Banking Units. I hope you have come across this. Do you know anything about digital banking units, DBUs? Next major initiative. Okay. Surety bond discussion over now. Next topic is DBU, Digital Banking Units. Next is digital banking units. Next is DBU, which is digital banking unit. Digital banking units. What are digital banking units? DBUs. First of all, what is the announcement in the budget? That 75 digital banking units will be opened by the scheduled commercial banks. Okay, 75 DBUs will be opened by scheduled commercial banks. 75 DBUs to be opened by scheduled commercial banks. Clear that? This is the announcement in the budget. Okay. Now what is the digital banking unit? Yes? What do you mean by digital banking unit? Digital banking unit. Give me a second, huh? Okay. So what I was discussing, a digital banking unit, DBU. So 75 digital banking units are to be set up by scheduled commercial bank. What is digital banking unit? Just if you don't know at all, one tip for your prelims examination, if you don't know anything, try to break down the thing. You may get a clue. From here you can draw one thing that it might be technology enabled. Okay? It might be a technology enabled banking unit which will give banking services to people in unbanked areas. But will it be physically present? It will have minimal physical presence. Technology enabled, minimal physical presence. Minimal physical presence. Minimal physical presence. This is called digital banking unit, DBU. It is technology enabled. It is technology enabled. Okay? Technology enabled. Okay, and it will give banking related services. It will give banking related services. Banking related services. Basically it depends. If technology has reached to the rural areas, unbanked areas, they can be rural, they can be urban areas also. Clear? But particularly that areas where banking sector has not enough penetration. Okay, why do we need DBUs? Why do we need why do we need DBUs? Basically because of the underdeveloped nature of banking sector. Because of underdeveloped banking sector. Underdeveloped banking sector, number one. Okay. Number two, to bring in higher efficiency in the banking sector. Okay. To bring in higher efficiency. Higher efficiency in the banking sector. Okay. To leverage technology, to take the advantage of technology. Okay, and then to improve financial inclusion. To improve financial inclusion. Okay.
Sir, what is this line, sir? Is it like banking correspondent or something like that?
No, banking correspondent or business correspondent or bank sathi, they are the manual version of DBUs. DBU is an electronic version of banking correspondent type of thing. Okay, digital banking unit. See, small room with a machine installed. No need to take your card out of your pocket. Just place your fingerprint or some biometric information, iris scan like Aadhaar seeded accounts. Okay, then you can deposit money. You can withdraw money. You can apply for loans if you are very much literate. Okay, so leveraging the technology, smaller units, minimal physical presence means you don't need big buildings, you don't need account section, deposit section, savings section, all the banking services at one place in the digital unit.
It's already asked, sir. Is there in-touch branch? Have you been there, sir?
But then we are trying to enhance them. 75 DBUs are to be opened now. Only one bank, three banks. Also HDFC has also started it. Even ICICI is planning to start it. But now 75 scheduled commercial banks, 75 DBUs will be opened by various scheduled commercial banks on pilot basis. Okay, so that they will have multiple. Even SBI has only the deposit and withdrawal facility. You cannot apply for loans. You cannot.
You have this in-touch branch, sir.
In-touch branch.
Yes, sir. Where you can go and directly apply for the loan also. Everything is
But that is a branch of bank, or is it a digital unit?
completely digital, sir.
Okay, then fine, we are going to improve it, we are going to enhance it, we are going to basically reduce the presence, reduce the minimal presence. Technology enabled infrastructure we are going to develop. Why? It is like? Yeah, it can be like that machine also. Okay, basically there is a concept of challenger bank. See, at global level, these DBUs are called challenger banks. These DBUs are called challenger bank. Like you may have heard about. Have you heard about this thing, Starling? Have you heard about anything like Mones? These are challenger banks in United States of America. These are basically challenger banks. In Britain, challenger banks. They are also called neo banks. Small physical presence, but high utility. Okay, very less manual work. Everything automatic. Everything automated. Clear that? They are called neobanks or challenger banks. So you may get a question. These are basically well-established, smaller technology-enabled banks which compete like the bigger banks. Okay, like SBI, you have a big branch. Deposit facility, loan facility, withdrawal facility, credit card, debit card, checkbook, everything you get from there. Okay, but DBU will be a smaller unit in a smaller physical space. It will be technology enabled, and you will get almost all the services which you get at the larger bank, you will get at the DBU also. Okay, now why we are trying to promote it? Number one, we will basically leverage the technology benefits. Number two, we will reduce the cost of production of services. Okay, because if you have to produce services, if you have hired a large building, you are paying huge amount of rent, you have large number of employees there, you are paying huge amount of salaries also, clear that. But in digital banking unit, you will have only one banking unit, one operator will be there who will guide the customers, almost every services. Okay, so this is what I expect, neo bank or challenger bank. This may be asked in prelims, and so this digital banking unit is a type of challenger bank or neo bank. Okay, so you can also write the definition of it. Write the definition. DBUs are smaller digital banks. DBUs are smaller digital banks. Smaller digital banks which compete with well-established larger physical banks. Well-established larger physical banks. They also fall under the category of neo banks or challenger banks. But neo banks or challenger banks is a global level concept. In Indian version, they will be called as DBUs, digital bank units. Okay, digital bank units. Digital bank units. Clear that? Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
if the count of account holders in the DBUs increases, there will be challenge regarding.
Yeah. What are you saying?
The count of the customers increases with the DBU account opening transaction, that will be addressing challenge problem to operate the transaction.
I am not getting your question actually.
The count of the customers
If account of customer
increases with the DBU.
increase with DBUs. Okay.
Generally, we have large banks. We can address the lot of people in one day.
Okay.
But in DBU, there is a minimal percentage.
That's why we are going for opening more units. We will open more units of digital banks, DBUs. And see, if this is a digital bank unit, it is not a separate bank, first of all. Okay, this will be digital bank unit of State Bank of India. Okay, parent bank will be a scheduled commercial bank. You get the point? So they are already catering the needs of large number of customers. It is just providing services to the customers, one-stop solution for all the services. You get the point? Suppose if you have to go for a check withdrawal, you have to visit the bank branch. If you have to go a debit card withdrawal, you have to visit an ATM machine. If you have to go for a loan, you have to visit the parent bank branch. Clear that? If you have to go to the insurance, for insurance, you have to go to SBI Life Insurance branch of that particular bank. Clear that? But DBU will basically integrate majority of the services at one smaller unit, one smaller place. Customer convenience will increase, financial inclusion will increase, banking habits of people will increase, and also due to banking habits, money multiplier will be there. Lot of integrated advantages will be there. You get this point? Okay. So now, write down next one, father fund. Next concept in banking, father fund. Father fund. Okay, father fund. Huh? It is not the money received from fathers. Huh? You receive it till your fathers are there. Okay. Father fund. Clear that? It has started only this year. This year, father funds are already there. Okay, it is known by another name that is called as fund of funds. Fund of funds. Okay. Then it is a type of alternative investment fund. It is a type of what? It is a type of alternative investment fund. Father fund, it is a type of alternative investment fund. Clear that? Another type of fund is called as daughter fund. Okay. There is no son fund. Another fund is called daughter fund. I'll tell you the illustration. You'll understand the concept of daughter fund and father fund both. And daughter fund is also a type of collective investment fund. Collective investment fund. Okay. See, suppose there are investors. So A, B, C. Please draw this illustration. Huh? These are what? These are three investors. These are three investors. They collectively pooled their amount, pooled their money, 1 lakh each. They made what? 3 lakh. Now they will invest it in a startup. Okay. So basically, they pooled their investment. This will become alternative investment fund. Okay. Now the definition of alternative investment fund, it is the pool fund of investors which they will invest in some project. Alternative investment fund means you don't get loans from banks, you don't get loans from some other credit facilities, then you can go to the alternate investment funds. Because they are three investors, they together pool their funds and they give it as loan or they give it as investment fund to particular company, particular sector, particular area. This is called alternate investment. Okay. If this alternate investment fund is given to a startup, if invested in a startup, then it is called daughter fund. No, angel investors invest in innovative projects. You get this point? Angel investors invest in innovative projects. Daughter fund. Then it is called as daughter fund. Now if you get a question in prelims about daughter fund is a type of alternative investment fund which is basically pooled investment of few investors and that is invested in a startup. That is invested in a startup, new startup. Clear? Suppose this was one alternative investment fund. Clear? Then there are A, B, C, then there are other investors D, E, F. They also pooled their investment and they made another alternative investment fund. Let us name it AIF 2. Let us name it AIF 1. Let us name it AIF 2, AIF. Clear that? You get this illustration? Now suppose these, if they also invest in a startup, then it will become what? Daughter fund. But suppose they both decided not to become daughter fund. They decided to become father fund. Alternate Investment Fund 1 and Alternate Investment Fund 2 will join the amount. It will become a bigger pool of amount. Now they will invest it in a bigger project. This will be called as father fund or fund of funds. This is Alternate Investment 1, Alternate Investment Fund 2. Then these funds together join, they become fund of funds or father fund. They become funds of funds or father funds. Okay. Now, what is this called? This is also called blended finance. You blend investors from one daughter fund, another daughter fund, together they make father fund, fund of funds, also called blended finance. Clear that? Okay, so now you can write what is the budget budget announcement. In budget 2023, father funds were announced. Father funds were announced for sunrise sectors. Now question may be, which of the following sectors are sunrise sectors? Okay. Sunrise sectors. Yeah, you can write down. Agri-technology. Okay. Digital economy. FPI, food processing industry. FPI. Okay. Then pharmaceuticals, climate action, deep technology, like deep technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, big data, etc. Science and tech. Clear that? Now what is this alternate investment fund? First of all, it is much like a financial institution, because this individual depositing 1 lakh. This is a financial institution having lending capacity of 3 lakh. But if it is a financial institution, why not it is regulated like banks? Why not registered under Banking Regulations Act? Okay, it is basically registered under Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI. Regulated alternative investment funds. Let me complete, then I'll take. Registered as a trust or company with alternative investment fund is registered as a trust or a company with Securities and Exchange Board of India. Alternative investment funds are registered as trust or company with Securities and Exchange Board of India. Securities and Exchange Board of India. Clear that? When two alternate investment funds together pool up their resources, that is called blended finance or father fund or fund of funds. Clear? Now after all the illustration, I have come to one conclusion, that it is the amalgamation of various alternate investment funds which make it fund of funds or father fund. Now ask the question.
Investors have private person and they will not take why the government take initiative regarding?
These investors are private investors. Yeah, they are private investors. Now you want to ask me a question, why government has taken initiatives regarding this alternate investment funds? Basically, these investors want to invest somewhere. It is the job of government to provide them venue for investment. So government has this time said that we are opening the best sector for you, that is the sunrise sector. We will open pharma sector for you, we will open IT, robotics, machine learning, deep technology, we will open this FPI, food processing industry. Various sectors are set open for. So this is a venue for them to invest.
Without government saying them also they can lend.
They can lend, definitely they can lend. They lend to various venture capital fund. Okay, VCF is one of their lendings. Mutual funds, hedge funds, chit funds. They invest in various funds, various schemes. But in these sunrise sectors, government also need to promote capital formation. Na? So government has opened another opportunity for them. Clear that? Students study, but government opens opportunities for them. You go to engineering, you go to medicine, you go to civil services, you go to Telangana public services, whatever you want to. Okay, so government has opened another opportunity for alternate investment funds. Now why this is important? Basically this will open another credit line to the sunrise sector. Okay. Yeah, thoda sa zor se, loudly.
Do these investors have backup of government in any failure case?
Do these investors have
Backup of government
backup of government
in case of failed scenario?
in case of
Failed scenario.
failed scenario? Suppose they see, wait a while. Suppose you open a venture, okay? You have to plan it accordingly. You have to invest very wisely. Okay, at the max you can get the backup from the insurance company. You ask an insurance company, I am opening this venture, please get it insured. They will value your venture and they will insure it for a particular premium. If it fails, you have to decide which security measure you want to take. If they take it with the government insurance company, then government will definitely boost to them. Clear that? Alternate investors are basically investing for higher returns. Clear that? They plan their investment accordingly. Investment has equal chances of success and failure. Clear that? That depends on how well you have planned your investment. Government doesn't guarantees you anything, but you have to make some security arrangement for your, like insuring your investment. I invested in a big project. Okay, I insured it. I have taken an accidental insurance. Suppose tomorrow any incident happens, drought, flood, anything else. I don't need to go for high courts and claim, file a petition against God for that matter, because I'll be having an insurance company. Clear that? So I have to insure my own business by myself. Government will give you avenues. You can invest here. It has given you open choice. If government forces you to invest, then government will also keep a security measure also. Clear that? So basically father fund or fund of funds is a type of alternative investment fund, which is amalgamation of two or more than two daughter funds. Clear that? Daughter fund is the primary alternative investment fund, which is invested in the startups. Clear that? Now father funds are allowed to invest in basically the sunrise sectors of the economy. This is the announcement in this year's budget. You get the point? Okay. So now write down another thing. You write another important aspect, sovereign green bonds. Sovereign green bonds. Sovereign green bonds. What do you mean by sovereign green bonds? What do you mean by sovereign green bonds? Why sovereign? Only one entity is sovereign in political theory, that is the government of a country. Clear that? Sovereign means supreme. Nobody can dictate terms. Sovereign means they are issued by government. Bonds means they will be what? Debt instruments or financial instruments. Okay. Green means, yeah. So they will be basically bonds which will be issued to raise finances in green energy projects. In green energy projects. Why green? Because they are for green energy projects. Raised for green energy projects. Raised for green energy projects. Okay. There are so many initiatives at global level. This is one step towards countering the climate change. Clear that? And we seriously need that. Okay, in the classroom you might be realizing we seriously need to control the climate change, or else we will not be able to sit in the class. Clear that? Everywhere we are facing the problem of this increasing global temperature. Clear that? And winters are getting harsher, though not in Hyderabad or southern part of India, but in northern part of India they are getting very harsh. Clear that? Why should I talk about India? For that matter, at the global level, climate change is a big problem. So Europe was the first country, first green bonds were issued in Europe. Okay. Then World Bank also issued some green bonds. Clear? GCF, no, Green Climate Fund is not, GCF is an environmental control measure under, this Paris Agreement. We have decided to set up a fund with some corpus by the member countries in order to finance the green projects. Apart from that, if you want to raise investment for green energy projects, you can raise through issuing green bonds. Green bonds will be issued by the government. Okay, so these you can write. First of all, the guidelines for issuing of green bonds were issued in 2016. Who might have issued the guidelines? Since they are bonds, they are financial instruments, securities. So they will be dealt by Securities and Exchange Board of India. Bond, shares, debentures, treasury bills, certificates of deposits all are the securities, financial instruments. They are dealt by Securities and Exchange Board of India. You get the point? Okay. Can you tell me any organization which has issued green bonds so far? No, first of all, it was issued by Indian Railways Finance Corporation, IRFC. Indian Railways Finance Corporation issued green bonds for the first time for basically electrification of railways. Electrification of railways. Why? Through electrification, we will reduce the coal consumptions and carbon emissions. Thereby, it is a green energy project. Clear that? Then also, Adani Energy Group issued in 2019. Clear that? Now, why it is in news? It is in news that in this budget we have announced that government will issue more green bonds. Government will issue more green bonds, and it means government will raise more funds for financing green energy project as a part of its intended nationally determined contributions under the Paris Climate Agreement. Okay? Okay. Then will these bonds be a part of government borrowings? Yeah, they will be included in the government's borrowings. So green bonds to be a part of government borrowings. To be a part of government's borrowings. Government's borrowings. Part of government's borrowings. Okay. If it is a part of government's borrowings, means will it be included in government's fiscal deficit? Fiscal deficit shows only government borrowings. Nah? How much government needs to borrow? Okay, so it will be a part of fiscal deficit. Part of this is where UPSC traps you. Okay, matlab green bond will be related to fiscal deficit by one statement. You will not be able to figure out, because here is a situation where you are very calm, composed and comfortable. You are allowing your neurons to exercise. There already the efficiency of neurons is reduced by 80% because of the fear. Clear that? There only continuous revisions will help you. Continuous revisions will give you more and more conceptual clarity. Okay, and then your neurons at least 40-50% speed say they will work. Okay, that is sufficient for qualifying prelims. Clear that? Okay. This was basically about some other initiatives you can write also. Core banking solutions. What is core banking solutions? CBS. Next topic, core banking solutions in post office banks. You can write core banking solution in post office banks. Core banking solutions. Core banking solutions. What is core banking solutions? Good. Yeah. It is a technology which has interconnected all the banking players. Okay, State Bank of India connected to Punjab National Bank, connected to Sindh Bank, connected to every other bank in the country. ICICI Bank. It is because of this technology you can withdraw money with your Kotak Mahindra debit card from the machine of ICICI. You get this point? You have a Kotak Mahindra debit card, you withdraw money from HDFC. How? Due to the technology of core banking solutions. It has led to interconnectedness of banks. Now this core banking solution technology was not introduced in the post office banks. Clear? Now post office banks will be also connected with the core banking solutions. Suppose you have deposited money in the post office bank in Telangana. You can withdraw the money in Delhi also. Otherwise, till this date you have to come back to Telangana and then withdraw money from the post office banks. Though you deposit very small amounts in the post office bank. I hope all of you are aware with what post office banks actually are, how they look like and how they work. Clear that? Okay, so core banking solutions has now been introduced in the post office banks. This year budget has announced. Okay, how many post office banks are there in our country? Approximately 1.5 lakh. Okay, all of them will be connected with the core banking solutions. Core banking solutions. Now, when they are connected to the core banking solutions, it means they will be more integrated with the financial system. ATMs, internet banking, mobile banking, everything will be operational in the post office banks also. Means you are enhancing the credibility as well as status of post office banks. Clear that? Okay, so this was banking and finance section of the budget. Clear that? Now after this, I will take you to another theme. Just let me decide which theme I should touch now. I feel like if I can go for agriculture, very important aspect. Agriculture, very important aspect. Let us go to the discussion of theme 3 of the budget, that is agriculture. Clear? Agriculture. What are the major problems in Indian agriculture sector? Yeah? Okay, what has happened to them? Yeah? Lack of availability of credit. Okay. Then? See, India has a huge potential in agriculture sector. But still we are net importers of, we are basically net importers in various agri commodities. Particularly if I talk about millets, edible oils, clear? Pulses. Why? Food grains, yes, we are basically, in food grains, yes, we are basically a net exporter. But overall we have problem. We became a exporter in food grains only because of Green Revolution. But then this Green Revolution has also some problems along with it. What are the problems of Green Revolution? It has increased production, but still, is it environmentally sustainable, Green Revolution? It has basically biggest problem of environmental sustainability. It is not environmentally sustainable. Okay, it has basically caused huge losses to the soil fertility, groundwater depletion. Clear that? Increasing monocropping. It has enhanced monocropping. Only few crops you are, rice, wheat. You are basically only producing these things. So this has basically productivity of other crops you have reduced. If you see, around 30% or 35% of the area in India is under the cultivation of rice and wheat. What about millets? Millets are the most important, component of our diets. They are called as nutri-cereals, highly nutritious. Clear? But how much do we consume? How much millets do we consume? Okay, a majority of the millets basically we don't have idea of. Our culture does not promote. Even there is a problem with preparation of these millets. It is very easy to prepare a chapati of this flour, wheat flour or rice flour. Very difficult to prepare a chapati of this bajra. Clear that? So that's why there are also these, and then cultural issues. Millets are considered as basically poor man's diet. Clear that? These things are to be, there is also a national millet policy. I'll also be discussing that. Okay. So basically, environmental sustainability is the biggest problem. And also we have decided to double the farmers' income by 2030. Okay. We have postponed that due to the pandemic. Clear that? 3 years lost to the pandemic. Okay, but we didn't postpone it by 3 more years. We postponed it by 6-7 years. 2030. Okay, but then we will still not achieve it. Why? Because we have huge input cost in agriculture. Farmer earns rupees 1,000. Okay, then he uses 980 rupees as input cost, agriculture cost, high yield variety seeds cost, fertilizer cost. Clear that? So high input cost. So there are two problems before Indian agriculture sector. Number one is high input cost in agriculture sector, and number two is the sustainability. There are two bigger issues. One is higher input cost, and number two is the environmental sustainability. Okay. Number third, another problem is that we are going more towards monoculture due to this green revolution. We need to diversify. So crop diversification is another objective, another big big thing before our finance minister or before our Ministry of Agriculture as well as the finance ministry, to give ample sanctions, ample allocations for promotion of these improvement in the income of the farmers. Number one, reduction in the cost of input cost in agriculture, then also promotion of the crop diversification. Clear that? So there are some initiatives which we need to understand. Which we need to understand regarding this crop diversification and other things. Okay, one is that in this budget we have decided to lay more stress on natural farming. Okay, natural farming. We have decided to lay stress on what? Natural farming. Okay, I am seriously expecting a question on natural farming in PT. Why? Because it is very close to organic farming. Most of the people will confuse it with organic farming. Is natural farming organic farming? Had it been organic farming, then I would not have taught it separately. Organic farming. What is natural farming and what is organic farming?
Natural farming, we leave the land to restore its own nutrient. We leave the soil to restore its own nutrient. It is natural farming.
Basically, we minimize human intervention in the soil maintenance. Okay, in natural farming, basically we leave things to the nature. Let nature manage the soil fertility, everything. If we will not do anything for enrichment of the nutrients, we will not do anything to damage also that crop. Clear that? So natural farming means minimizing human intervention. Minimizing human intervention. How do human intervene into farming? By tilling, cropping, fertilizing, fumigating, lot of things. Clear that? Nothing will be done in this case. And what about this case? Plowshare will be used, tilling will be done. Only instead of chemical fertilizers, we will use natural manures, biomass based. We will use these things. Clear that? In natural farming, do we use any manures, no external manures, no use of external manure. Here external manure is used, but which form of external manure is used? Cow dung manure, vermicomposting, compost. Okay.
Sir, can we call permaculture as natural?
Permaculture. Yeah, we can call, basically it is basically on-site decomposition of the material. So that is, you can write also that decomposition of organic matter, decomposition of organic matter by microbes and earthworms. Decomposition of organic matter by microbes and earthworm on the site, that is on the surface of the soil, is encouraged under natural farming. Means we don't bring it from external sites, cow dung from somewhere, vermicompost from somewhere, compost from somewhere. No. On site, on the natural available of land, if there will be some decomposition by organic matter, decomposition of organic matter by microbes, that is encouraged. Because human has nothing to do with it. It is the microbes who are doing the decomposition. That is encouraged in the natural farming. So, is it basically in favor of vermicomposting? Vermicomposting means basically making compost at some other compost plant. Then you transport it from there and bring it to the farm. That is organic farming, not natural farming. So it is against vermicomposting. Whereas organic farming is not against vermicomposting. Vermicomposting. Okay. Which one will be expensive method of farming? Natural farming or organic method? Expensive method will be this one. Here you don't need to do anything, no? Okay, so it is basically cost effective farming method or low cost farming method. Okay, so from this we will try to reduce the cost. We will try to reduce the input cost. Okay, but then there are chances that productivity may initially come down. But once the soil will be habituated to self-replenishment, our dependence on fertilizers will reduce. That will be eco-friendly. Our dependence on fertilizers will reduce. Farmers will not have to purchase any fertilizers. Cost-friendly. Reduce the input cost. Okay, no vermicomposting, no anything, that will be very cost effective. Okay, but then this is a long-term process. But then in this budget we have announced that we will be promoting the natural farming instead of organic farming. Okay, doesn't mean that we will give up organic farming. Organic farming will continue, but we shifted from chemical farming to organic farming. Now we are deciding to shift from organic farming to natural farming. See, everything has this chain of events taking place. It is not like 1947, 14th of August, we slept. Early morning, 1947, we were independent. No. Modern India, some people say modern India starts in 1857. That doesn't mean that 1856, 31st December, we slept, we were medieval. Early morning, we were modern. There is a chain of events. There is a transition, clear? So same is the transition going on from chemical farming to organic. Now we will shift to natural farming. Okay, it will take time, but it is a positive step. Eco-friendly, definitely. Climate change, definitely. Lot of chemical, these greenhouse gas emissions, SO2, NOT can be prevented if we stop using the chemical fertilizers. Clear that? Okay, and also it will reduce the input cost. Yeah? Food security. We will not introduce it at that level that we will starve our country. Clear that? It is just mentioned that we will encourage it. We'll encourage it, we'll start it gradually. Clear that? Otherwise, we will start natural farming pan-India level. Next year, we will be the highest, bottom-most ranking country in the global hunger index. You get my point? So we have to maintain the balance. Clear that? Huh? Next year, we may become Sri Lanka.
Sir, how will we grow crops, sir? We will not sow seeds. How will we sow seeds without ploughing and everything?
Without?
Ploughing.
Yeah, there is basically a technique. Naturally, seeds are basically, we will not plow the field, we will put the seeds into the field directly. Okay, then we will allow the climate, will allow the natural factors to act on it. Okay, this rainfall will be there, then seed will penetrate into the land. There are so many crops which grow naturally without proper cropping, ploughing and other things. Okay, we will try to promote it on the larger scale. Clear that? We are far away from implementing it at a larger scale, but at least we make a beginning. At least we promote it. Yeah.
Organic farm will be certified by agency for 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Is there any agency who is going to certify that your farm is a national farm?
As of now, there is no proper detailed policy. Like in organic farming, yes, we have certifying agencies. Like just write down one program that is called NPOP. 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 This is a program, National Program for Organic Products. National Program for Organic Products. Okay. Under this program, we provide certification of the products that they are organic products. But which products? Which are to be exported. Which are to be exported. And which agency gives that certification? It is ACADA. It is ACADA. It is ACADA. Name of the agency is ACADA. Agricultural Processed Food and Export Development Authority. Agricultural Processed Food and Export Development Authority. Point number 1. Point number 2. But this will give certification to only those products which are to be exported. Okay. Then those products which are to be used in domestic markets, they are basically given certification under PGS, Participatory Guarantee Scheme. PGS. 1, 2. Yeah? Yeah. Participatory Guarantee Scheme. This gives certification of organic products in domestic market. Certification of organic products in domestic markets. Clear? Now, which ministry? From here you can get a clue. Export. Export. Trade. It is under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Okay, there is no Ministry of Trade and Commerce. There is Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Okay, now it is Participatory Guarantee System in domestic market. Domestic market. Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Okay. Clear? So now in this budget we have just announced that we will promote natural farming. Where we will promote this? There will be a narrow 5-kilometer corridor along the Ganga river. Okay, so we will promote it basically 5-kilometer corridor along river Ganga. Along river Ganga. Okay. Grass will go, weeds will grow, lot of things will happen. Clear? See, basically, human intervention is that you can remove the grass. You can remove whatever is harming the crop. You cannot do anything basically which will benefit the crop, but you will remove all the impediments. Removal of weed, you are not preparing the land. You are preventing it from, that is a preventive measure. That is not a preparatory measure. Our approach is to prevent the land under natural conditions. Clear that? In organic farming, we prepare the land through treatment with fertilizers, treatment with manures, then tilling, then plowing, then also basically addition of some manures, addition of seed, proper irrigation also. Clear that? Here in natural farming, we will try to first of all prevent the farm from getting deteriorated. Maintenance of the fertility of the soil is basically under the natural. If you are not treating it with chemicals, you are just preventing harmful agents to harm that soil. Clear that? That doesn't mean that you are basically doing something you are treating it with some chemical or external treatment you are giving to it. No, you are just doing a preventive measure. Clear that? And then we are basically starting it on pilot basis and that 5-kilometer corridor along the Ganga river basin. Then we will see its success. Then we will see some measures. Okay, main focus is that we have not to add anything from our side. Manure, no. We will also discourage that. Okay, tilling, weighing, later stages we may realize that we can keep natural farming still very natural by even if we do some smaller measures like tilling or plowing or basically making the land at least making it increasing its fertility. Clear? Though we may not get additional treatment for vermicomposting, we will not do, biomass we will not add, but decomposition there on site we can do that. Clear that? So it is still very nascent stage. You get this point? So abhi ke liye it is just we are starting it on pilot basis in this much area. This is what we have announced in the budget, and I have also given you the differences. This is where I expect a question. Clear that? But when we will come up, there is no announcement in the budget how we will get certification of the natural products. Clear that? But then when we will come up with the policy, we will be having everything. Clear that? Okay. Okay. Now there is also one more budget announcement that is related to promotion of millets through value addition and branding. Promotion of millets through value addition and branding. Promotion of millets through value addition and branding. Why so much focus on millets? Because 2022 is going to be celebrated as the International Year of Millets. If International Year of Millets, then some focus must be there in millets. Millets very important for promotion for this food security in India. Very much important. You get this point? Millets very much important for food security in India. Clear that? In geography you might have heard about millets. Two types of millets: major millets, minor millets. Major millets, ragi, jowar, bajra. Okay, then there are these smaller millets like you can say pearl millet, this little millet also, foxtail millet is also buckwheat. Clear that? So lot of millets are there which are divided into. In millets basically, they are also called nutri cereals. Okay, why we want to promote? Because they have the potential. We will discuss it tomorrow. Okay? We'll stop here. We have already exhausted our time. Okay? I'll discuss this millets things tomorrow. Baki iske baad, I have some these tax related things which we have to discuss. Okay, tomorrow 1.5 hours I'll take for this. Then I'll discuss some current issues which are in news. Majority questions on current based will come from budget, economic survey, and few topics which I'll tell you. And some conceptual things are there in the classroom only. If you have 13 to 15 questions every year for economy, then 5 current, 10 static conceptual. You see the trend. Okay, sometime it happens that 8 conceptual, 7 current, or 8 current, 7 conceptual, but that is a rarity. Okay, but this time you can expect more question current based. Okay, so we'll stop here for the day. Thank you so much. We'll meet tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a class in morning at what time? 9, I think it will get late. Yeah, 9 to 1:15 we can start. 9 o'clock we will start. Thank you.